Begin the day uncertain about when and if an economic recovery is coming, and now Washington's biting its nails and worrying about the same thing. More tax cuts, a possibility. AOL Time Warner's competitors crying foul over the company's possible acquisition of AT&T's cable TV division, but investors seem to like the idea. It's Disney that's whining about it. Israeli tanks roll into the West Bank surrounding a Palestinian town believed to be a headquarters for suicide bombers. And his airness is back. Basketball immortal Michael Jordan expected to announce his return to the NBA, which in fact may go to prove his mortality after all. Those stories and more coming up on CNN Monday Morning. Morning. You're on a live pre-dawn shot of the World Trade Center, and that little red gizmo in the lower right-hand corner above the Futures bug, that would be the Travelers Building, which is their headquarters. We're looking south from our studios on the 20th floor of 5 Penn Plaza across the street from Madison Square Garden on a Tuesday morning, 6:01 Eastern Daylight Time. I'm Jack Cafferty. This is CNN Monday Morning. In today's business news headlines, as AOL moves closer to a possible merger with AT&T's cable TV unit, Disney is reportedly ready to use all its lobbying power in Washington to try to block the deal. Wall Street Journal says if the merger is successful, Disney will demand that AOL, the parent of this network, sell off all its content holdings. Yeah, that'll happen. The markets are waiting on a couple of key earnings reports due out this morning. Food giant H.J. Heinz still hasn't reported, but it is today, expected to post slightly lower earnings from a year ago. And the street's looking for high-end department store chain Neiman Marcus to show a much bigger drop-off and a loss for the quarter. We'll have those numbers if we get them before we get off the air here. Just when it seems like it can't get any worse for the depressed advertising industry, the world's three biggest tobacco companies are reportedly set to pull back on their advertising budgets. The Journal reporting Philip Morris, British American Tobacco, and Japan Tobacco are making the move in the face of government pressure to cut cigarette advertising. And of course, it'll save them money in a slowing economy, so gee, what a good time to go along with the government's request. Let's check in with Sasha Salam at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square, and I want to share one of our very first viewer mails with you.
Uh-oh.
You ready?
Yeah.
My husband and I have gotten up each morning to the CNN business for years, since Deborah Marchini and Stuart Varney were on it together, and we were appalled this morning at the new show, the format, and the caliber of the conversation among the reporters. We have changed to CNBC, and I hope you'll rethink this program, as it seems aimed at people who like to wake up to ridicule and inanity instead of business news. So we're starting to get some fans already, right?
Boy, thanks for sharing. I suppose, well, what can we say? We're hoping to keep our viewers and
hey, look, don't give up on us
more.
yet. You know, we're just, it's only the second day.
We're an acquired taste.
Sorry, but I don't like your revamped format. Put Jack back on the hours. He used to work on before hours on CNN FN. Otherwise, I may as well watch CNBC. I'm on before hours, but just from 7 to 8. Let me do one more here.
Right, okay.
You know, this is the way you get yourself in a really good mood on the second day of the show, is you click into this mailbox and find out, you know, that there's people out there who would like to see you bleeding in the street. Right. I really enjoy the humor. It's tremendously refreshing to be delivered financial news without the... Oh, here's one of ours. This must be one of the FN viewers that switched over with us. Yeah. Financial news without the pomposity of most financial news programs. As you can see by my name, I agree with a mix of humor, finance is a healthy combination. So what do we got? 1 plus 1 minus 1 neutral. We'll take that for the first day.
Not bad.
How you doing?
Not bad. I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm glad you shared some of our viewer emails.
I love the first one. We like Deborah and Stuart, and we hope you die.
Yeah, I mean, Stuart's wonderful, but he hasn't been with us for, what, 3 years now?
Yeah, no, he's, Stuart's gone. He's, you know, he's got a gas station in Hackensack or something. It's not here anymore.
Boy, Jack. Yeah. Well, listen, thanks for sharing. And I suppose that you have to worry when they don't react at all to you, right?
You know what's hard is keeping these two shots in focus. There we go.
How are you doing this morning?
Better. I watched a little of the Giants game last night.
Oh, yeah, they lost in Denver.
Out at Invesco Stadium. You know, it used to be Mile High Stadium, where, you know, where the Broncos played. Now it's Invesco Stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, the Denver Post won't even print the name of the stadium.
Is that right?
Yeah, they won't. Invesco, I mean, there's a limit to corporate.
Big mutual fund company.
Yeah, it's like corporate interference.
Everywhere you turn. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Jack, what I'm hearing from folks on the street is worry, ongoing worry about this market, that it's going to retest its lows for the NASDAQ. That's 1638 from April 4th. And a lot of traders saying, you know what, let's just get it over with already and move on. And yesterday was not the day for that to happen. The NASDAQ gaining 7 points to 1695 on moderate volume, 1.6 billion shares changing hands. Some stocks that we're watching today include Amazon.com. Wall Street Journal saying that the online retailer expected to announce a deal with Target to sell goods over the internet. Now, Target focuses on home furnishings, sports equipment, clothes, luggage, that sort of thing. We don't have financial terms here, but we do know that Amazon has been cutting deals with other retailers like Circuit City earlier this year, Borders Group. So we're watching Amazon. We're also watching Xilinx, which gave back more than 2% yesterday. This is a maker of specialty chips, XL and X. The news from Xilinx, it's reaffirming its sales outlook for the current quarter. It held a mid-quarter update after the close yesterday. And that reaffirmation is for a decline of 20 to 25% in revenues. Europe and Japan sales were below average. Demand from North America actually picked up in July and August. And Vitesse, another specialty chip maker, VTSS, actually is going to miss its revenue forecasts and bottom line forecast for this quarter. Bottom line, Jack, it's looking for a loss of 12 to 15 cents versus the loss of 9 cents that had been expected. Vitesse and Xilinx, by the way, down in the pre-market. So we'll be watching those specialty chips for you.
All right. Futures, for what it's worth, at least at this early hour, showing a little
a green arrow.
A green arrow. It's a little up thing.
That's a good thing.
By the way, if you want to write to us and, you know, complain,
yeah, what's that email?
Or whatever, what is it? Alan's got, what's the address?
moneymorning@cnn.com.
Right.
Just moneymorning@cnn.com.
Okay. And you can also use that to sign up for the newsletter.
Actually, we simplified signing up for the newsletter. Just go to the bottom of the cnnfn.com homepage, click on your picture.
But only send us, I don't want to read crummy mail. Send us nice letters. I mean, you know, be nice. Jennifer Westy over there at the Internet trading floor. Michael Jordan's coming back. Are you a basketball fan?
No.
Do you care?
You know why I like Michael Jordan? Because I'm really into his coach, right? Who's the
What does that mean?
The Zen master coach.
Oh.
I read his book, Sacred Hoops. It was great. Phil
what?
Jackson.
Who?
Phil Jackson.
Oh, Phil Jackson. Yeah, he's now with the Lakers.
Awesome. He is awesome.
Yeah. Now
and I think
he's coaching
awesome.
that spiritual guy, Shaquille O'Neal.
He is. His book is so cool.
So when he retires from the NBA, he's going to become a Tibetan monk. Right?
I don't think there's much money in Tibetan monkness.
You know, they're going to start like a, I don't know how I feel about Jordan. We'll talk about it. But I mean, Dennis Rodman, remember him when he played with the Bulls too? You know,
I like Dennis Rodman.
See, I figured you might.
You don't
Dennis
like
Rodman's your kind of guy, right?
He's just
How do you
cool.
like Phil Jackson and Dennis Rodman? I mean,
Dennis Rodman pushes the boundaries. Does he have a little bit of ego?
A little bit. He's got a little bit of everything, including gender confusion, I think.
All right, I'm going to tell you about the stock stuff.
Okay.
Okay, and then I think that's what they're telling me in my ear.
Oh, okay. Are they?
You know, there's still people.
Yeah, you know, we're getting there now. It's only the second day, and the producers are starting to yell, hurry up and do something besides sit there and yap.
Yeah. So Allied Waste is a warning. It's one of the nation's biggest garbage haulers, of course, in the United States. It's interesting. We've heard about weakness in this industry before, but a pretty big warning here. They're saying that third quarter earnings will be about flat with second quarter. Wall Street had been looking for a 22% gain, and last night in after-hours trading, the stock was down by about 7%. So that could be a big mover today on the NYSE, and it just brings back to mind the fact that as we wrap up August, a lot of companies do their books on a monthly basis. They take a look and say, hey, there's no way we're going to make those third quarter targets. So that's part of earnings warning season. You'll probably get a lot more after September 30th when people really start to look at their revenue picture for the whole quarter. Also, Pfizer, a little bit of a boost, but I want to mention this one to you. The giant drug company came out and said that it is still standing by its forecast for 2001 and for 2002, and that gave that stock a little bit of a bounce last night in after-hours trading. Jack?
You know that nasty letter was probably from somebody in Atlanta.
Wait, I got to tell you, there's a trader here.
Yeah?
She said that she nearly fell off the treadmill yesterday when she heard you talking and Sasha talking. She was thought it was so funny. And she said that she always watches CNBC in the morning, but she didn't yesterday.
You know, you got to have a few yucks, right? I mean, the market's been terrible. People lost a lot of money. You got to have a few yucks. Keep it all in perspective. What the hell, you know? You're born, you live a while, and then you die. It's a wrap. That's it. Good to see you, Westy.
Bye.
Other headlines we're following this morning. As I mentioned, Michael Jordan coming back for the love of the game. not to mention a few dollars. Jordan told a group of reporters to expect an announcement within the next 10 days. Six-time NBA champion, Hall of Famer, All-Star, arguably the greatest player to ever step on a basketball court, is going to play for the Washington Wizards. Talk about a challenge. Jordan's currently an executive and part owner of the team. He's in the process, as I understand it, of divesting himself of ownership. That's one of the rules. Touch and go for firefighters in two major wildfires in Northern California. Officials say they're about to get the upper hand on a blaze near Oroville, up in the Feather River country. That fire should be fully contained by tomorrow. Meanwhile, residents in Calaveras County, they have the jumping frog contest. Right? Yeah, that's from Mark Twain. Calaveras County. They've been warned to be ready to evacuate on short notice. Winds driving the flames yesterday. Nasty situation. More talk today in Washington of tapping into Social Security to buttress the weakening economy. The New York Times is reporting this morning Republican congressional leaders are talking about a plan that would require spending cuts if the Social Security surplus is touched this year. Leaders on both sides of the aisle are also looking at more tax cuts, including a possible cut in the capital gains tax as a way to spur the economy out of recession or near recession. A grand jury in California has rejected Congressman Gary Condit's obstruction of justice case. Flight attendant Anne-Marie Smith filed a civil and criminal complaint saying that Condit asked her to sign a false affidavit denying that they ever had an affair. The panel rejected her request to indict Condit, saying that state court did not have jurisdiction. Smith's lawyer says he'll ask a civil grand jury in Stanislaus County to consider the woman's complaint. And Elizabeth Dole is set to throw her hat in the ring to replace retiring Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina. She's expected to formally announce her candidacy for the 2002 race later today. Dave Hennon's in Atlanta. He's got the Business Travelers Advisory and World on the Weather. How much rain? Do you happen to know how much rain we got in the New York area last night? I was driving my daughter to dance, and I mean, underpasses were flooded, cars were stalled. It was a lot of water came down.
Yeah, quite a bit. It is all out of there now, though. Basically looking pretty good today. We are looking at a pretty good forecast most of the U.S., unless, of course, you're in Florida. That's where most of the rain is today. Let's take a quick look at some of those forecasts over the U.S. today. Looking pretty good in the Northeast. You mentioned the heavy rain in parts of New York yesterday. Now moving out of the picture, sunny, 80 today. Southeast, Mid-Atlantic, looking pretty good, too. Washington, 82 today. Lots of sunshine. Sunshine through much of the Mid-Atlantic as well. There's the rain in Florida. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. Thunderstorms throughout much of the state today. Flooding yesterday around Miami. That's where your travel trouble area is today. If you have flight plans back down into Florida, expect delays through those airports. Sunny through the Midwest today. Sun 79 around Chicago today. Elsewhere into the Northwest, not bad. Seattle today, 75 and sunny. So basically, it shapes up pretty good unless you're in Florida. Lots of sunshine elsewhere throughout the rest of the U.S. Jack?
All right, thanks, Dave, very much. Dave Hennon in Atlanta. Still ahead live to London. Richard Quest updates us on the European markets. Who cares whether they're up or down? I like to hear the guy talk. We'll check the big news in today's newspapers with David Haffenreffer. He's at the iDesk. What are you working on there?
Well, just the aroma that AOL might be tying up with AT&T's cable unit is drawing the protest from Disney again. At least for AOL. We'll have details on that coming up in just a moment.
All right, and the webmaster, Alan Wassler, working on the big stories on CNNFN.com. What beat a web buzz?
Oh, consumer spending is fluttering and freight traffic is way down. So macroeconomics, that's what we're looking at.
And in the next half hour, stock market advice, I meant to say, from Hugh Johnson, Chief Investment Officer at First Albany. Futures a little higher. Maybe we'll get a little break from the declines today. Stick around. You're watching Money Morning, but it's Tuesday.
World Market Update is brought to you by Siemens. Siemens, global network of innovation. For a snapshot of more world financial markets, log on to cnnfn.com/worldbiz.
Spin, spin, spin the globe. It's your turn to spin the globe. Spin, all around the world, Siemens provides hospitals and doctors with the tools they need to make the right decisions right away. From diagnostics to patient information to care management, we're doing our part to help people everywhere feel better. Spin, spin, spin the globe. It's your turn to spin the globe. puts you in command of change. Credit Suisse First Boston. Empowering change.
Would you like to lower your monthly mortgage payments or use the equity in your home to consolidate your credit card or other debts? Just log on to ditech.com or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Today's low fixed rate with 0 points is only 6.875%. Lower interest rates, lower monthly payments. It's smart money from ditech.com. For fast, friendly service, apply online or call 1-800-71-FIXED right now.
Japanese markets got a bit of a reprieve after some serious selling pressure over the last several sessions. All right, let's swing across to the London Bureau and my friend Richard Quest and get an up-to-the-minute report on those European markets. Good morning.
It's a better day than we've seen in a while, Jack. The bottom fishers are out and about. All the major markets in Europe are up. The London FTSE gaining 1%, now comfortably over 5,000 at 5,086. The DAX 4740 in Germany, a gain of 1.4%. A similar 1.4% gain for the CAC Coron in Paris. It's standing at 4445. The SMI in Zurich is trading up around about 0.25%. The dollar is stronger against all major currencies. It's trading at around 89 to the US cents to the euro, the dollar yen at 121, and the pound against the dollar, if you care, if you're coming to this part of the world, 145.60. Porsche is probably the most profitable car company in the world. It announced profits of $400 million on sales of 54,000 cars. That was up 12%. They're expensive cars, of course, selling well in the United States. Finally, if you're using one of these in Europe, be prepared to pay a great deal of money. Cell phone roaming charges. The European Commission says there's been no move to reduce cell phone roaming charges across the continent of Europe, and they're thinking of regulating them themselves. Jack, before I go, there's one way to curry favour with your top and new management. Have the CNN theme tune, wait for it, as your ringing tone on your mobile. Here we go.
All right.
This is CNN.
I love it. Hey, let me ask you something. I'm planning a trip to, I'm coming over there in about 2 weeks. Can I stay at your house?
Well, did you see that interesting report about hotel rates in London? They're down, but I'm delighted to say the Quest Towers...
Trying to save $1 here. I guess that means no. All right, thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow. David Hafnever is looking at the papers at the... I love that guy. CAC Coron.
He doesn't live in a house.
Huh? No. Somebody's messing with his Liptons in the morning. I think.
So.
Like a little...
I like his cell phone, though. That's
that's great, isn't it?
You remember one of the loudest critics when AOL and Time Warner announced that they were going to get together?
Yeah, guess who? The Mouse House, right?
Well, of course.
And they're back whining again.
They're back whining again.
They should go make the sequel to Pearl Harbor and leave us the hell alone.
They'll do a few different versions. Yeah, Disney is now objecting quite loudly about this, just the speculation that AOL is in talks to perhaps pick up this AT&T cable operation. They simply say, this is according to the Wall Street Journal in the paper today, that Preston Patton, who's Disney's chief lobbyist in Washington, simply saying that he would want AOL to unload the content holdings ranging from the Warner Brothers movie studio to the cable channels such as CNN, that would be this network, and TBS. And one of his criticisms is that it would put too much control about what people see into the hands of just one company. He was suggesting that the company simply get rid of the content generators within the company. So that's one of the big stories out there in all the papers today. Also in the news, the growth of the morning viewership and morning television. This is why we all get up so early in the morning. You see... you know, big name, big wage earners like you know, the Diane Sawyers and the Katie Courics, the Jack Caffertys.
Yeah, right.
Actually, they citing in the paper today the recent raid of Fox News of Paula Zahn, reportedly
there's a catch.
tripling her salary in the process.
I know.
And she is apparently, according to the New York Times, by far the most well-paid, most expensive anchor CNN's ever hired. And but even out.
Is that true? No, is that true?
Yes.
It is?
According to the paper.
She's making more money than like Larry King and those people?
Well, one of the great things about the morning is that it's a young viewership, men and women alike. This is a great target for advertisers to get in on, and so it's seen as a real growth area for viewership as well.
I guess they don't talk about us in that article, do they?
No, nowhere.
They probably don't like it either. Coming up on CNN Monday Morning, we'll have our daily sector focus. Fashion Week, 7th on 6th, beginning in New York. And we'll look at the high-end retailers who buy the clothes off the runways. Stick around. Lots of pretty models and fancy clothes coming up.
This morning's Sectors Report is brought to you by Fidelity Investments. We can help you see yourself succeeding. Log on to cnnfm.com/markets for the latest on all the stock sectors.
The market is throwing me off lately. Can Fidelity help me with some planning? Go through what I'm invested in, goals and so forth?
Of course. You know, now might be a good time to look at your entire portfolio.
Yeah? You can help?
Well, certainly. With Fidelity Portfolio Review, we can help you draw a complete picture.
Really?
Sure. Fidelity and non-Fidelity accounts, IRAs, 401ks, stocks, mutual funds, even the effects of taxes.
How do we start?
We'll meet in person or over the phone.
That's great. Let's get rolling.
For a free review of your portfolio, call 1-800-FIDELITY.
All right, boys, last card.
I'm gonna raise your dollar.
You must have something, boys.
Just a buck. Hey, don't you know about 10-10-220? What?
Yeah, man, 10-10-220. All calls up to 20 minutes, 99 cents.
Just 7 cents a minute after that.
All calls up to 20 minutes for only 99 cents?
See, a buck is worth a lot.
I'm out.
Me too. I call you.
Read 'em and wait, boys.
Dial 10-10-220.
How do you like me now? How do you like me now?
These featherette accessory orders are pouring in, so she needs a reliable server now. That I can get. Why people wear this stuff? Who knows?
You can accomplish anything, even ultra-high server availability. Fujitsu, the possibilities are infinite.
With posted pop-up notes in the handy dispenser, you always know where your notes are. So, you won't go nuts looking for nuts. And posted pop-up dispensers also come in these cool colors.
The world comes to Monterey to celebrate all that jazz. CNN has your behind-the-scenes ticket to the Monterey Jazz Festival. From in-depth interviews to live performances, CNN's Lauren Sidney and Bill Tush will showcase the festival's smooth sounds. Go online to cnn.com/showbiz for live chats and encore performances. Showbiz Today reports coverage begins September the 20th on CNN. Brought to you by Audi and the all-new A4, coming this October.
Today's Sectors Report, it's Fashion Week in New York, and we're looking at high-end department stores that have been having a less than fabulous year. Neiman Marcus, Saks, Nordstrom, all known for their upscale designer clothes, have been struggling of late, hard hit by the slowdown in the economy. We mentioned that Neiman Marcus expected to report fourth quarter results today before the bell, and you can see the dramatic swing in the earnings per share numbers. There are no more earnings, rather a loss of 31 cents expected, down from a profit of 21 cents a year ago. Neiman Marcus for the year is down almost 15%. Other department stores haven't fared much better either. Nordstrom has managed to post gains of almost 5%, while Saks is off about that much, and Federated, owner of Bloomingdale's and Macy's, has fallen about 10%. In this weak economy, it's been the discount retailers that have been turning in the strong performances. Walmart, JCPenney among the names with good sales numbers for August, while the upscale retailers have slumped. Maybe Fashion Week will be the boost they need. That's our Sectors Report for Tuesday, September 11th. We'll be right back. More pictures of Fashion Week later in the broadcast. Here, that's much better. Stay with us.
Innovation that puts you in command of change. Credit Suisse First Boston, empowering change.
We can expect in the coming months is Director of Product Development, Paul Noon.
Got it. Nortown Networks is building the new high-performance internet.
the wireless internet, with optical technology that makes it faster.
Overall, this has been an exciting
and more
year.
reliable.
But the next few months will mark the beginning of a new Gesundheit. Come together. In fact, with technology changing over me.
Once, when you took on a job, you did the job. You saw it through no matter what. Words like pride and integrity sustained you until you finished what you started. Often in the business world of today, people put their own interests ahead of those who hire them. At Siebel, we make application software that lets you give your customers personalized service. Companies big and small use our technology. We know it works. We know because we keep track of our own customers to make sure they're successful. No one asked us to follow up on our own. No one had to. It's our job. Siebel, good service is good business.
Go inside politics with Judy Woodruff, reporting on what matters and what it means to you. Inside Politics today, 5 Eastern on CNN.
Pretty morning in the big town. Less humid, cooler than yesterday. The rain showers out here. That's the Chrysler building on the east side of Manhattan on 42nd Street. Alan Wassler's been taking a look at the consumer and what he may or may not bring to the Christmas shopping party.
We have a
So
report.
Santa's bag going to be full or not?
No, it doesn't look like. No, Virginia. There is no Santa Claus.
Yeah.
So basically, consumer spending is flat. The Federal Reserve reported yesterday. That follows a decline in June. Now, that can mean one of two things. Either one, the consumer doesn't want to spend money on anything and therefore is not using the old credit card for it. Or two, the consumer is concentrating on reducing their debt load and therefore not spending anything on it. Now, we also called up a bunch of shipping firms. They say they're not seeing any increased freight levels, which means that the stores are not building up inventory for Christmas. So even if the consumer decides to spend, there's nothing to buy. So have a nice day. See you later.
That's thank you so much for the ray of sunshine. That's the Grinch, a.k.a. Wassler. Still ahead, top stories. We'll get some stock tips from First Albany's Hugh Johnson, who will be in the studio with me in the next half hour. You're watching CNN Monday Morning. It's time for a station break.
Innovation that puts you in command of change. Credit Suisse First Boston, empowering change.
Who would have thought my most profitable crop would be the wind?
Who would have thought the technology to support a tiny Palm Pilot would use as much power as a refrigerator?
Energy demand is at an all-time high. So we created the Munder Power Plus Fund, investing in conventional energy sources, plus companies that pioneer better ways to produce power. To learn more, check the web or call the Munder Power Plus Fund, focused on powering the future.
Speak out on television's daily interactive town meeting. Join Bobby Batista for Talk Back Live. Today, 3 Eastern on CNN.
Hey, I'll get this. Besides, I get airline miles. With your business card. Huh.
What is your credit card doing for your small business?
You earn miles on everything you buy? Yeah, from supplies to travel expenses.
The Citi Platinum Select Advantage Business Card. Call now and you could get 1 mile for every dollar you spend. Miles that may never expire, plus 10,000 bonus miles.
I use my miles for car rentals, hotels, on over 25 top airlines, even a well-earned vacation.
Plus, get benefits like account summaries, business discounts, online fraud protection, and more. Call now to request your card.
I'd like the City Advantage business card and 10,000 bonus miles.
And soon, your miles could take you almost anywhere.
Oh, Paris is great. And flying free? Makes it even better. Smart business decision.
The City Advantage business card.
Call now to request your card and 10,000 bonus miles.
This is CNN.
Live shot of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, also known on The Daily Show over on Comedy Central as Compound W. The country's safe. I think he's still in bed. I'm Jack Cafferty. This is CNN Money Morning, and today's business headlines as AOL moves closer to a possible deal to take over AT&T's cable unit. Disney is reportedly ready to use all its lobbying power in Washington to try to block the deal. The Wall Street Journal reports if the merger is successful, Disney will demand that AOL, parent of this network, sell off all its content holdings. That deal realistically could possibly face some regulatory scrutiny. The markets are waiting on a couple of key earnings reports this morning. Food giant H.J. Heinz, the ketchup folks, expected to post slightly lower earnings from a year ago. And the street's looking for high-end department store chain Neiman Marcus to show a much bigger drop-off and a loss for the quarter. Just when it seems like it can't get any worse for the depressed advertising industry, it's getting worse. The world's three biggest tobacco companies are reportedly set to cut back on advertising. The Wall Street Journal says Philip Morris, British American Tobacco, and Japan Tobacco are making the move in the face of government pressure to cut cigarette marketing. The conflict in the Middle East tops the news headlines at this hour. Israeli Defense Forces have surrounded the West Bank town of Jenin. Military officials say the operation is meant to put an end to a series of terrorist attacks in Israel. They say the deployment could last several days. A report out today by the National Academy of Sciences says the 60 existing embryonic stem cell lines are, quote, not enough, unquote. President Bush has ordered federal funding for stem cell research be limited to those existing cell lines. The panel of scientists says that more lines will be needed as the current lines age and are corrupted by experiments. They urge Washington to continue the funding and to set up an advisory group within the National Institutes of Health to oversee stem cell research. The man accused of rigging McDonald's Monopoly giveaway promotions pleads not guilty on the same day that reports surfaced that he is allegedly behind a mysterious multi-million-dollar donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. The hospital received the instant winner card in the mail just before Christmas in 1995. It paid out $50,000 over 20 years every year. Prosecutors say Jerome Jacobson sent the hospital the card only after he could not find a cohort to cash it in. Something Robin Hood-esque about that story. May not work as a defense, but it's interesting. All right, let's go back to Atlanta, get a quick update on the weather from Dave Hennon. Dave?
Good morning. We are going to check travel for you. Great travel day today. No real problems anticipated. Most all areas. Let's take a look at what's going on outside. We are looking at some rain shower thunderstorm activity in Florida at the present time and a few showers in through the Carolinas. The airport's shaping up pretty good. No delays expected today, at least no weather delays in the northeastern U.S. Southeastern delays around Raleigh because of some morning low clouds and fog. Could see some Atlanta delays for the same reason. Do expect some Florida delays, more rain, thunderstorms in the areas today. We are looking at flash flood watches again for the Miami area. In fact, much of South Florida under those watches. Quiet weather throughout the day in the Midwest and in the West today. Just one little delay. That's in L.A. with some morning low clouds and fog. Other than that, looking pretty good. Jack?
All right, Dave, thanks a lot. Breaking news. The Iraqi news agency, this is just crossing, claims that it shot down a U.S. spy plane over the southern port city of Basra. There has been no confirmation of the report from the Pentagon. This is coming from the Iraqi news agency. They claim that a few weeks ago they shot down an unmanned drone, I guess they call them, an unmanned spy plane. They don't say whether this one had a pilot or not, and there's been no confirmation that it even happened. This follows reports of a couple of airstrikes against Iraqi air defense installations over the weekend near the no-fly zone. Still ahead, we'll get trading previews from Sasha Salam at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. Jennifer Westhoven is our stocks editor. She's over at the Internet Trading Floor. We'll hear from her as we continue on CNN Money Morning, 6:34 Eastern Daylight Time. Back after this.
puts you in command of change. Credit Suisse First Boston, empowering change.
Promise you'll call me.
I will. I promise.
Wherever you are and whatever you do, Allianz with its global partners is the power on your side.
With posted pop-up notes in the handy dispenser, you always know where your notes are. So you won't go nuts looking for nuts. And posted pop-up dispensers also come in these cool colors.
Would you like to lower your monthly mortgage payments or use the equity in your home to consolidate your credit card or other debts? Just log on to ditech.com or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Today's low fixed rate with 0 points is only 6.875%. Lower interest rates, lower monthly payments. It's smart money from ditech.com. For fast, friendly service, apply online or call 1-800-71-FIXED right now.
Welcome back. Time now for today's AM Market Call. Let's begin with our stocks editor, Jennifer Westhoven, who is at the Internet Trading Floor in Times Square. Westy, what's up?
Hi, Jack. Well, you were talking before about the two companies that are expected to post earnings today. They are, of course, Heinz and Neiman Marcus, so that's one of the things you want to look out for. Not too many earnings reports this week. The other thing we're going to watch out for is today a warning from Allied Waste last night after the closing bell. Not really the kind of thing that can take down the market, which of course you can tell by the futures, but also because it is in the garbage hauling industry, which is generally, not the kind of thing that moves the market, but also an area that has seen some weakness before. So that's one we're going to watch out for. That stock was down 7% last night, Allied Waste. And the other thing I'm going to bring up is that two big healthcare-related companies, Pfizer and United Health, have said that they back their 2001 and 2002 targets going forward. And the reason I bring this up is because it's a good example of how that regulation FD changes things. Now companies will say what they're going to say before they go to conferences. It used to be that sometimes these companies' executives would appear at conferences and with analysts would make comments about their future, sometimes warnings, or sometimes saying that revenues would be even better than expected. And it was the kind of thing that frequently institutional investors had access to before the small investor. But with the new regulations, you both have these two companies, which both have scheduled appearances coming out and saying, we're going to back those targets. We're not going to say anything different, but we want to make sure that you know. And Pfizer got a little bit of a bounce out of that last night in after-hours trading. Jack, back to you. All right, thanks. Jennifer Westhoven, the Internet Trading Floor. Let's go across Times Square to Sasha Salam at the NASDAQ market site in Times Square. I was just thinking Michael Jordan's coming back to the NBA, right? But he's a little older. Right. Whole new list of endorsement possibilities. I mean, Depends, Polygrip.
Oh, come on.
Right? I mean,
he's not that old.
Think of the money he could take in.
I mean, come on.
Huh?
He's not that old.
He's not?
No.
Okay.
You know who visited the NASDAQ yesterday? I meant to tell you. Billie Jean King.
Oh, I understand. We were talking about Venus Williams was going to be there, and then I read in the office as soon as we got off the air that her the thing was canceled.
They
there was
canceled,
a scheduling
right.
conflict or something, so Billie Jean came down, right?
Yeah, she did. And
it's appropriate after Michael Jackson that Billie Jean would be there.
Oh, Jack with the pop culture knowledge, let me tell you. It was exciting. It really was. You know, it was wrapped to the U.S. Open.
Jordan.
Well, you know what? She is really one of the pioneers in women's sports. It was
nice
thrilling to have her here.
I used to interview her over on Live at 5 here in New York, a local show I did a long time ago.
Yeah.
Nice lady. And,
and
she used to come on the show and she'd be in town for the Open and was winning a lot of the championships. And remember that stupid thing she did with Bobby Riggs and she, that
the battle of the
male
sexes?
female, and she just kicked his butt.
Yeah.
And it kind of changed the way a lot of people looked at women's sports. She's a good lady.
It sure did. And she invests in the market, clearly. She was pretty savvy about what was going on. And what's going on, in case you didn't know, is folks are awfully worried, seriously, that the NASDAQ's going to retest those April lows. Although at the same time, they want the market to retest the lows.
Yeah, there's a
and get it
school
out
of
of the
thinking
way.
says they got to have a washout day. They got to go down to the lows. Everybody throws in the towel. I was reading something yesterday, pardon me, that some of the big mutual fund companies are getting now redemptions now, and that's sometimes the sign that a bottom's very close. When people are calling up saying, take me out of the market, cash in my shares, and when they start to redeem shares, they got to sell them, and that takes the market down some more. So, I mean, maybe we're beginning to flirt with this cataclysmic event called whatever it is.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's a technical term.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, those futures actually have a green arrow next to them. After the market just eked out a small gain yesterday, the NASDAQ up 7 to 1695. Stocks we're watching today include Amazon.com. Wall Street Journal says the online retailer is teaming up with Target to sell goods over the internet. So we'll be watching that. Also, we've got the specialty chip makers like Xilinx and Vitesse on the radar screen. Both lost ground yesterday. Both are down in the pre-market, even though Xilinx reaffirmed its revenue outlook for the current quarter. It updated Wall Street on conditions after the close yesterday. And Vitesse says it will miss revenue forecast for the current quarter. So you'd think Xilinx would get a better reception, but XLNX down 35 cents in the pre-market, and Vitesse, which is actually warning, is down 15 cents in the pre-market. A stock that is just getting clobbered in the pre-market is Newport, NEWP, after losing 7% yesterday, down another $1.50 to $13.25. Here's the story. First of all, the company makes chip equipment, fiber optic equipment. It slashed its outlook for the second half of 2001. It's looking for break even when Wall Street had been looking for a profit of 18 cents a share. Newport also laying off up to 375 workers to get leaner and meaner. So, Jack, that is what's known as stock of pain if you're long that stock.
Yeah, sure is. There's no shortage of those either. All right, thanks, Sasha. The tax rebate checks are in the mail, and as a matter of fact, I got mine last week. Future tax cuts, though, may be in danger unless Congress votes to change a law that is on the books right now. David Hafnereffer explains from the iDesk.
Yeah, this is the alternative minimum tax, but it comes at a time, and this economy has not been a good thing for those who have to keep an eye over the tax receipts coming into D.C., and obviously we have all these tax cuts on the books by the Bush administration. This alternative minimum tax, which is not something that too many people are aware of, could have essentially the effect of negating over the next 10 or 11 years the tax cuts that Mr. Bush and his administration have managed to put into law. Currently, this alternative minimum tax is on the books, and there are a couple choices here for Congress. They can leave the AMT in place, or they can spend billions of dollars to help roll back the tax. Now, the tax itself was established 3 decades ago to ensure that very wealthy people paid at least some federal income tax, even if they had substantial deductions and tax shelters. And that is exactly what it targets primarily. But because the tax rate is not adjusted for inflation, and because incomes are adjusted for inflation, generally this tax will begin to affect many more households than anybody ever planned. In fact, right now the alternative minimum tax affects about 1.5 million households. Now, before the Bush tax cut went into effect, the AMT was projected to hit 17.5 million households by 2010. But now that the tax cut has been enacted, they're looking for 35.5 million households set to fall subject to the tax by that year 2010. So this is all of a sudden popping up on the radar screen of Congress, which now feels some impetus here to sort of get involved and perhaps do something to roll it back so that not too many people are all of a sudden found feeling no benefits of the Bush tax cut at all. So we're going to hear a lot about this in the coming weeks as Congress and all these cooks in the kitchen down in Washington try to figure out.
It was Congress that passed the alternative minimum tax.
Of course it was. Yeah. But they're looking for ways to sort of reignite the economy, not slow it down again, which is what the effect will be if they leave it, just let it sit there like that.
Yeah, well, putting those excessive taxes on the books in the first place are a drag on the economy. So now all of a sudden they're walking around wringing their hands saying, oh, we've got to do something.
3 decades ago, and it was meant to tax the rich, but it's starting to expose too many people.
Yeah.
So.
All right, thanks, David. Coming up, a market expert who says earnings expectations for the next few quarters are still too high. Hugh Johnson of First Albany is my guest when CNN Money Morning continues.
AM Market Call is brought to you by Solomon Smith Barney. Solomon Smith Barney. See how we earn it. Log on to cnnfn.com/AM Market Call for a snapshot of the U.S. and world market performance.
Bill Kelly has a wife, 3 kids, and an estate plan he knows should be updated. He's heard the tax laws are changing, so he's decided to wait. But in the meantime, his estate and his family's future remain as vulnerable as ever. See how we earn it. Solomon Smith Barney.
After nearly a century of lending and leasing, CIT has learned to ride the ups and downs of changing conditions. We've learned to navigate the ins and outs of complex territories. And we've learned that it takes great strength to reach the top, and even greater balance to stay there. Discover why today's business leaders put their trust in today's financing leader, CIT.
Would you like to lower your monthly mortgage payments or use the equity in your home to consolidate your credit card or other debts? Just log on to ditech.com or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Today's low fixed rate with 0 points is only 6.875%. Lower interest rates, lower monthly payments. It's smart money from ditech.com. For fast, friendly service, apply online or call 1-800-71-FIXED right now.
Rain, stop. Traffic, you. CD, play. Climate control, on.
The Infinity Q45 with voice-activated controls.
Lights, green.
The rest of the world should be so accommodating. The new Q from Infinity.
Joining us now to talk about the markets, the economy, and where we go from here is Hugh Johnson. He's the Chief Investment Officer at First Albany, and one of the more lucid minds when it comes to reading these tea leaves. Nice to see you this morning.
Nice to see you, Jack.
If you're long the market, the trend is not your friend right now. I mean,
That's
how
right.
low can we go?
Well, who knows? You know, this thing will turn at some time. You know, one thing about markets, bear markets, Jack, which I've been trying to figure out forever, what is it that tells you when we're at the end of the bear market, the start of a bull market? Looking at all of the bear markets, all of the starts of bull markets since 1950, you can't find anything that sort of is that easy to read signpost along the way. We seem to reach those magical moments when you're at a level in the market that we might call undervalued, and the Federal Reserve reduces short-term interest rates, and for some reason or other, investors turn from being pessimistic to being optimistic. You see that over and over again. Doesn't have to be that capitulation where
Right.
everybody throws in the towel. So every bear market bottom is different, just magical moments.
The Fed has lowered interest rates, but some people will advance the argument that stocks are still pretty richly priced in here, that the multiples on many of the issues, particularly in technology, are still simply way too high. We can't get a bull market until they come down.
They're dead wrong because,
Okay.
and I'll tell you why they're dead wrong. If you, and they may be right, the problem is this, is that if you assume, if we buy the assumptions, the estimates that are for technology earnings for 2002, then technology stocks are down at a level which I would argue is either fairly valued or undervalued. But what you have to do is you have to buy the estimates for 2002.
Okay.
If we're wrong, if the economy doesn't recover, if spending on technology doesn't recover, then they're going to be right. But I think you're going to see some recovery in the economy and some recovery in spending on technology, so they're not all that overpriced or overvalued.
At what point do you see S&P or earnings turning positive?
First quarter or second quarter of next year, possibly as late as the third. The important point, Jack, is it's going to happen. You know,
Yeah,
these things always happen.
It keeps getting pushed out. I mean, in January, they were talking about Q3 of this year. We'd be off to the races.
That's
now
right.
It might be Q3 of next year.
That's right. Things have been getting worser and worser, as they say.
I know that word.
And no question about it. And we looked at the third quarter as being a turn in the economy. Investors have been right. They have signaled that the economy is not going to turn in the third quarter, that the profits recession is not going to end. At some juncture here, though, I think you're going to see the market do better, and investors will be sending us the signal that indeed this profit recession is going to end. And if it's a guess, I would say first quarter, second quarter next year.
What data do you watch for that'll confirm it for you? What are the numbers? Because there's so many reports come out week after week. Which ones matter to you? Which ones don't?
They all kind of add up together. You know, the employment numbers are important, the purchasing managers number together, but it's in aggregate. What does it all add up to? And it has to happen when the market's at arguably a level that's reasonably fairly valued or even a little undervalued. And I think right now, if I'm right on my earnings assumptions, we're a little undervalued right now.
We get retail sales later this week and consumer confidence, and those are two that most of the people who watch the street closely will pay close attention to.
Big question is will, you know, we've seen the slowdown in business spending. Will consumer spending now join the parade or also slow? You watch the retail sales numbers, consumer confidence numbers very carefully, because the big worry is consumers will slow their spending. I'm hoping that confidence number stays up, despite the declines that we've seen in employment, which is really scary, despite the declines we've seen in the market. So cross your fingers and hope for the best on those.
Well, there's some technical advice.
Yeah, that's right.
How much equity exposure should I have?
Well, you know, if you came to me, Jack, and you said, look, I want no less than 35% in stocks, no more than 65% in stocks, you play it, don't bet the ranch. Have something like 50 to 52% in now, and wait for the primary and secondary trends in stock prices to start to perform a lot better. So you really have to have confirmation from the market, but keep it in the middle of the road right now.
All right, you got 2 or 3 stock picks before we run clear out of time. Let's talk about them.
Well, if you're trying to be on the safe side of things, and these are stock picks which are on the safe side of things, they're so-called defensive investments, things like Pepsi, which would be a beverage stock, obviously the consumer non-cyclical in the healthcare area. Lincare Holdings, another good company, very cheaply valued or fairly valued. And then you take a look at utilities, something like Duke Energy. The reason I mention these kinds of companies, and Keyspan also in the utility area, is because they're defensive investments. So if you're really scared in the current environment, there's a way you can defend your portfolio.
Fair enough. It's always a pleasure. I enjoy the visits.
My pleasure.
Good to see you. Hugh Johnson, he's Chief Investment Officer at First Albany. Still ahead, the webmaster Alan Wasser on a new cable station that marries a sports dynasty with a perennial doormat. I have no idea what that means, but we'll have the fun side of the day, which you can get if you subscribe to our newsletter. The tales are straight ahead.
Stocks to Watch is brought to you by Credit Suisse First Boston.
CSFB Direct, ranked as the #1 online broker by Barron's and backed by the resources of Credit Suisse First Boston. That's the difference between online trading and direct investing from CSFB Direct.
Here's my dilemma. She needs a fail-safe server to handle a major boost in business. Turns out thousands of online orders for her featherette accessories are pouring in non-stop. People buy this stuff? A totally reliable server, ASAP? Yeah, I can figure that out. Why anyone would wear featherettes? That defies explanation.
You can accomplish anything, even ultra-high server availability. Fujitsu, the possibilities are infinite.
My name is Mac Maharaj. During my long imprisonment with Nelson Mandela on Robben Island, all news was forbidden. However, we obtained The Economist under the pretense that we needed it for our study of economics. The authorities later discovered their mistake and the subscription ended. Today, we're free to read what we choose.
Don't like the weather in New York? That's a live shot of Miami, Florida, as the Tuesday morning arrives. Look at those palm trees. In about 8 or 9, 10 weeks from now, us here in the Northeast will be pining for a little taste of that tropical weather. Live shot of Miami. That's a nice, when we were just on CNN FM, we get like a shot of Staten Island. Now we're on the big network. We get stuff everywhere.
It's a big table,
yeah.
You know?
What do you got going on over there?
Oh, I'm looking at sports is a big thing today.
Oh, the Jordan story.
The Jordan story.
Man.
But also, if you live in this area, the Yankees story, too. Did you check that out?
They got rained out last night, I know. Clemens was going to go for his 20th win against the Red Sox. The Red Sox were glad that the rain came because they were doing nothing.
Yeah, well, you know.
What's
what it is, the holding company for the Yankees, okay? They also have the Nets and the New Jersey Devils.
Right.
All right? What they've decided to do is usually what you do is you pay per game. The cable operator pays a flat fee per game.
Right.
They're going to take all three and make a network out of it.
Wow.
They're going to call it the Yankee Entertainment and Sports Network. Get it? Yes.
Which means, in effect, that if you like, and a lot of people like the Yankees, they're going to have to suffer through the Devils, and what was the other one?
Nets. New Jersey Nets.
You know, so they're going to use the Yankees to force people to watch the Nets and the Devils.
Well, it's also going to make an interesting little square off with the cable operators, because what this will allow that holding company to do, and they're doing it with Goldman Sachs and Quadrangle Group and a couple other investors too, and it's going to be worth about $850 million.
Yeah.
They're going to approach the cable operators and say, hey, you want Yankees in your offering to your subscribers? You got to take our network. We're not just going to dole it out game by game now.
Right. So I said you're going to have to watch this other stuff.
But the cable operator is going to say, well, what if I don't want to carry it? What if I make that a premium channel? Then you don't have as many viewers. So then you're not going to be able to charge your advertisers so much more. Huh? You want to play? Let's play.
Let's play.
So it's going to be a square back and forth. And it's going to be interesting to see. And this is not just for the New York area. You need to think about this in other areas too where sports are popular. Remember, Fox tried to pass on a surcharge on the Dodgers games because the Dodgers were looking real hot, and they said, oh, we'll up the prices a little bit. And Time Warner, one of our corporate cousins, decided you know what, we'll black you out. We're not going to carry it. What do you think of that? So you get a lot of these matches in cable operations that are, so there's a little sports and business story for you to go along with the big one of the day,
What a guy.
which is Michael Jordan coming back.
Clemens goes for number 20 against the Whites. No pitcher has ever started a season 20-1. Clemens, 19-1 going into the White Sox tonight, and he should go through them like boll weevils through a cotton field.
What do you think about the Mike Jordan thing?
I don't know. When Larry Holmes and George Foreman and these guys step back in the ring, it's sometimes it's even a little sad.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the greatest player that ever lived. Look at this stuff. No human being could make his body do these things. But I don't know.
He was truly great, and I would cringe to see him come back on the court and not be able to live up to that former greatness.
And he's not going to be. I mean, regardless of his will to win, and he's arguably one of the most competitive personalities in sports, the body will not do at how old is he now? The body won't do at whatever age he is what it did 10, 15 years ago. Ask Pete Sampras, who just got his clock cleaned by a 20-year-old out at the U.S. Open. Was he 38? This is not George Blanda kicking field goals for the Raiders
in
at
the
46.
NBA now. Kobe Bryant would just
he starts driving on Shaquille O'Neal, and he's liable to wind up in the orthopedic ward someplace.
Yeah, so you kind of worry about it. Anyway, for our fun site today, we have interesting facts about Michael Jordan and comparing the salary when he was at the peak of his career to Bill Gates' salary.
Okay.
And here's the kicker. He would have to have this income for 270 more years
to get to Bill
equal
Gates'
the wealth of Bill Gates.
Right.
So it's
you get
all
the
relevant.
fun site along with the newsletter. It's free. Write to us at mondaymorning@cnn.com. We'll sign you up. Doesn't cost you anything. All right.
Or go to the bottom of the CNN FN homepage. Click on Jack's picture.
Coming up, the day's top business stories, including more on the latest expectations. The economy and the recovery will take longer to happen. CNN Monday Morning continues on CNN FM, and CNN Live at Daybreak's next on CNN. See you tomorrow morning if you're leaving us. If not, go over to FN. We'll keep this up.
Wolf Blitzer reports on the day's big stories on location and talks one-on-one with key newsmakers. Wolf Blitzer reports tonight, 8 Eastern on CNN.
Hey, I'll get this. Besides, I get airline miles. With your business card. Huh.
What is your credit card doing for your small business?
You earn miles on everything you buy? Yeah, from supplies to travel expenses.
The Citi Platinum Select Advantage Business Card. Call now and you could get 1 mile for every dollar you spend. Miles that may never expire. Plus 10,000 bonus miles.
I use my miles for car rentals, hotels, on over 25 top airlines, even a well-earned vacation.
Plus, get benefits like account summaries, business discounts, online fraud protection, and more. Call now to request your card.
I'd like the Citi Advantage Business Card and 10,000 bonus miles.
And soon, your miles could take you almost anywhere.
Oh, Paris is great. And flying free? Makes it even better. Smart business decision.
The Citi Advantage Business Card.
Call now to request your card and 10,000 bonus miles.
This is my final plea. I am a gecko. Not to be confused with Geico, which could save you hundreds on car insurance. So stop calling me.
Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
So you want to change your name? People confusing you with Geico, calling you at all hours? What name would you like?
Komodo Dragon, please.
Geico. A 15-minute call could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
If I look happy, it's because I've got a super night's sleep in my Craftmatic Monaco adjustable bed. I'm also delighted because of the free TV I received. You can get a free 25-inch color TV with the purchase of any Monaco adjustable bed, too. Just call toll-free to receive this free ticket and complete details about Monaco mailed to you right away.
Michael Jordan has finally given some substance to those reports of a comeback. For the first time, he has publicly suggested that he's looking forward to a return to the NBA. It's early this Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, 2001.
From the heart of New York City, on Fifth Avenue at Trump Plaza, it's Bryant Gumbel and Jane Clayson. This is The Early Show on CBS.
And good morning. Welcome to The Early Show on this Tuesday morning here with Jane Clayson. I'm Bryant Gumbel, and a lot of Bulls fans are set to become Wizards fans, I guess.
He's back.
You think?
Yeah, well, that's what he says. He says he's doing it for the love of the game.
Is he going to embarrass himself, you think?
I think. The best ever, Michael Jordan, one of the best ever, at least.
38, going against some of these young kids?
Well, we'll see.
We'll see. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. Also ahead this morning, we'll consider the state of our struggling economy with the president's point man on business. We'll get into the debate over whether Andrea Yates should face the death penalty for drowning her 5 kids. Actress Heather Graham has 5 new films due out this fall. We'll talk with her. And from Everybody Loves Raymond, Ray Romano and Peter Boyle will be here, too. Jane?
All right, Brian, after a 3-year hiatus from playing pro basketball, it looks like Michael Jordan's coming out of retirement for a second time and is expected to make it official sometime next week. Asked whether he was definitely coming back, Jordan was committal for the first time, telling a group of reporters, "I'm doing it for the love of the game, nothing else, for the love of the game." The 38-year-old superstar who helped the Chicago Bulls to 6 championships would make this comeback with the Washington Wizards. Bob Green's a columnist for the Chicago Tribune and the author of a book called Duty, A Father, His Son, and the Man Who Won the War. Bob Green, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Why the comeback? Why now?
Well, you know, everyone talked about that last shot of his when he won the championship for the 6th time as being the perfect memory to leave on. But that's not his memory. That's our memory. And people talk about Jordan's legacy. I asked him once, the first time he went away, when he went to play baseball, I asked him, what about his legacy? And he said, legacy? I don't have a legacy. I have a life. So he wakes up every morning and he's got to do something, and it looks like he's going to play basketball.
Do you anticipate every young player in the league on the court gunning for this guy when he gets back, just to make a name for themselves against Michael Jordan?
Absolutely. What you're going to have is people saying publicly, the ball players saying publicly, what a wonderful thing for the game, greatest player who ever lived. What they're going to want to do once the lights go up and the crowds fill the stand, they're going to want to make him look terrible. But Jordan, he's always used this kind of thing as fuel. From the time he was cut from his high school team as a kid. Tell him he's not good enough, that's what drives him. So he will use this to try to make himself get angry. Whether it's going to work or not, I don't know, because the last thing Jordan ever wants to be treated as a beloved old man. So it's going to be the dynamic. What they say in public and what they do on the court is going to be 2 different things.
Well, you mentioned that. I mean, as a 38-year-old, is he fit? Is he ready to go back to the court?
Well, he knows that. We don't. No one has seen him, really. I mean, the press and the public have not seen him work out. But is he going to be the best player who ever lived, or just a good NBA player? That's the question. Jordan always used to say that the thing he dreaded the most was the thought of people up in the stands whispering to each other, he's lost a step, he's not as good. And he always said that he would know before anyone else when he went over that curve.
Bob, let me bring in a man who has seen Michael Jordan working out in the gym in recent weeks. Gary Cohen owns the gym where Jordan's been working out. Mr. Cohen, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Michael Jordan's been working out in your gym for the last 5 months. Does he look like he's ready for a comeback?
Well, yeah, I mean, he plays in a camp with several NBA players, such as, Juwan Howard, Michael Finley, Penny Hardaway, Tim Hardaway, Antoine Walker, and he's certainly competitive with them.
How does he look physically?
Physically, he's in great shape. I mean, he's down to, I'm sure, pretty close to what his playing weight was when he played in the NBA, and you're looking at one of the, great athletes still.
Has he talked to you or people there about his desire to get back on the court, about why he's doing this?
You know what? We really don't have those conversations. I just know he loves to play basketball, and this is a great, opportunity for him to play in a game with other NBA players and to play with the best competition. I think above all, he loves to play basketball and compete.
Bob Green, let me get back to you for a moment. As you know, TV ratings are down for NBA basketball games. Could it be that the NBA itself is quietly encouraging Michael Jordan to come back for its own purposes?
That's a funny question. I have always thought that David Stern, the commissioner of the NBA, sort of secretly welcomed Jordan leaving, because at some point the NBA is going to have to go on without Jordan. And they thought this was the point when he was gone. And he comes back again. The fact is, they're going to have to go through this whole dance again in 2 or 3 years, if this is real, if Michael's coming back. Because eventually, Jordan really is going to have to leave. And I think the people who run the NBA, the owners, the commissioner, realize they've got to deal with this at some point, but it's not their decision. It's Jordan's. He'll do what he wants.
Wizards play the Knicks at Madison Square Garden on October 30th. Predictions from you, Bob Green. How many points will he score and how many minutes on the floor?
Oh, I got no predictions because we haven't seen him yet. But I guarantee you, once again, the NBA ratings will just be huge. And it's been a while since that's been the case.
Will the Wizards win?
We'll all be watching.
We will.
It's weird to hear you say that. I was thinking for a second, who are the Wizards?
We'll know for sure soon. Bob Green and Gary Cohen, thanks very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
7:06 now. Let's turn to the news desk now to check our other headlines with Julie Chen. Good morning.
Good morning, Jane. Good morning, everyone. Iraq shot down an unmanned U.S. reconnaissance aircraft this morning over the southern no-fly zone. It is the second such incident in 2 weeks. A California grand jury has dismissed an obstruction of justice claim against Congressman Gary Condit. Anne-Marie Smith filed the complaint. She says Condit wanted her to sign an affidavit denying they had an affair. Condit denies the charge. The grand jury said the complaint was filed in the wrong district. Smith plans to refile. Meanwhile, another sign that Condit may not seek re-election. A Condit ally, Assemblyman Dennis Cardoza, is reportedly planning to run for Condit's seat. Cardoza has said in the past he would not seek Condit's seat unless Condit stepped aside. Former presidential hopeful Elizabeth Dole is headed for the campaign trail again. Dole is expected to announce today at her home in Salisbury, North Carolina, that she's running for Jesse Helms' Senate seat. Dole switched her registration from Kansas to North Carolina after Helms announced he would not seek re-election. The National Academy of Sciences says 60 embryonic stem cell lines is not enough. Those are the only ones now eligible for federal research money under an order from President Bush. In a new report, the Academy says those cell lines may become useless over time, so more will be needed. And that's a look at the news this morning. Now here's Brian.
All right, Julie, thank you. Although the chairman of his Council of Economic Advisors has said there's no rush to immediately do something, President Bush is facing heavy pressure to do more for the struggling economy. Bill Plant is at the White House with a look at the president's day and his challenge. Bill, good morning.
Brian, good morning to you. That's right. The president is in Florida talking about education, not about the economy. But Republicans in Congress remain very concerned about the state of the sagging economy. The Senate Minority Leader yesterday pushed for a cut in the marginal tax rate for capital gains, in addition to what's already been done.
We had a good budget. The tax cuts and the interest rates cuts are going to have some effect. It's a question of will they have enough effect soon enough.
If they don't take effect quickly, Congress will have no choice but to spend money from the surplus, which the president has promised to dedicate to Social Security. That makes Republicans nervous.
The good news is this is not an election year.
Mr. Bush wants to wait a bit and see if the combination of his tax cut and the cuts in interest rates do succeed in spurring economic growth.
Probably what is called for right now is really watchful waiting. These medicines take time, and it would be a mistake to overreact.
It is coming up on 7:09. Now let's get the rest of the morning's news from Ann Curry over at the news desk. Ann?
Good morning, Katie. Good morning, everybody. In the news this morning, for the second time in 2 weeks, the U.S. has lost a spy plane over southern Iraq. Iraq said today that it claimed that it shot the plane down near the town of Basra. The U.S. says only that it has lost communications with the unmanned Predator spy plane, but that it does not know why. A California grand jury has rejected a flight attendant's complaint that Congressman Gary Condit obstructed justice. Anne Marie Smith has accused Condit of asking her to sign an affidavit stating the two did not have an affair. Well, Condit has denied asking anyone to lie. The grand jury said the criminal complaint was not in its jurisdiction. Smith's lawyer plans to refile the complaint. Today, the National Academy of Sciences is releasing a report that says more stem cells are needed if scientists are to find cures for some debilitating diseases. The Academy does not mention President Bush's policy on stem cells directly, but does say the federal funding the president has approved for about 60 cell lines is not enough. Police in Sacramento have released a videotape made by mass murder suspect Joseph Ferguson just before he killed himself. And the tape is chilling in what it reveals about the gunman. NBC's Chip Reed reports.
This was 20-year-old Joseph Ferguson making an angry, profanity-laced statement that police say was taped during his murderous rampage in Sacramento this weekend.
I want a hell of a show. I've taken 4 victims.
In fact, police confirmed that at this point, Ferguson had killed 4 people, 3 of them former co-workers at Burns Security, one of them Ferguson's former girlfriend. Now Ferguson was holding another Burns employee hostage along with the man's wife, forcing her to videotape his statement.
Made them do a videotape of him on the video telling how he's going to kill cops and go after other Burns employees.
After the taping, police say Ferguson killed the former co-worker, his 5th victim. In the tape, Ferguson also predicted what would happen later that night, a furious gun battle with police and Ferguson's suicide.
Either a bullet to my brain or cops will kill me. Most likely it'll be a bullet to the brain.
Police say they released the tape reluctantly, fearing that another similarly disturbed individual could view Ferguson as a martyr.
This guy killed innocent people, and that's the way he needs to be portrayed.
5 innocent people, according to police, a number they say could have been much higher. Chip Reed, NBC News, Sacramento.
And Elizabeth Dole is about to become candidate Dole again. Mrs. Dole ran unsuccessfully last year for the Republican nomination for president. Well, today she's expected to announce that she's running for the U.S. Senate, filling in for Jesse Helms' seat. Helms has said that he will not seek re-election. It is now 7:11, and now let's turn back to Matt, Katie, and Al.
All right, Ann, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Roker?
Well, we're keeping an eye on the Atlantic.
You like my part?
I do.
Mr. Roker?
Mr. Roker, thank you very much, Miss Couric, as we take a look now, and Mr. Lauer as
Thank
well.
you.
Let's see, okay? Let's take a look, kids. We've got Hurricane Air, and it winds at 90 miles per hour, 430 miles east-southeast of Atlantic City. It's moving north. Look for riptides and heavy swells along the northeastern Atlantic coast. Tropical Depression number 7 could be Felix, 35-mile-per-hour winds, 890 miles east of the Leeward Islands, moving west-northwest, so we're keeping an eye on that. And there's a low-pressure system off the coast of Florida that may become a tropical system as well. So a lot of activity in the Atlantic today. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Well, we have had a cool, refreshing change overnight. Good morning. I'm meteorologist Tom Curine. Temperature here at Northwest down to 63 in the suburbs. It has dipped down into the 50s this morning. The afternoon high should make it into the low 80s. It'll be a bit breezy today, but comfortably dry and bright sunshine. Another chilly evening. In fact, widespread 50s coming by dawn tomorrow. During the day tomorrow afternoon should be up in the upper 70s. Then Thursday evening, there's a chance of a passing shower. Otherwise, we have dry weather and cooler weather into the weekend.
That's your latest weather. Now here's Matt.
All right, Al, thank you very much. On Close Up this morning, the sputtering economy. Members of Congress are asking President Bush to do more to turn things around. NBC's David Gregory is traveling with the president. He's in Longboat Key, Florida this morning. David, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt. The president's in the middle of a 2-day swing here in Florida to promote his education plan, which is stuck in Congress. But as you mentioned, with the economy slide, his advisors know such initiatives are attracting little attention.
In Jacksonville Monday, the president dodged questions about whether more tax cuts are necessary to arrest the economy's fall. But top Republicans who are pressuring the White House to do more to stave off the political effects of a recession signal the president is close to backing a capital gains tax cut. Republicans may be willing to link such a cut with a reduction of the Social Security payroll tax to attract support from Democrats.
Well, I have no doubt that President Bush supports the idea of capital gains tax rate cut. It's not a question of if, it's when.
A cut in the capital gains tax could provide crucial help to the White House. because many believe the move would actually produce more government revenue as people sell off assets. The extra money could ease a perilous budget crunch that has the White House considering an across-the-board spending cut to avoid tapping the Social Security surplus. The economy and a looming fight over the budget have left the public anxious.
They're concerned about their jobs, they're concerned about their retirement, and they want to see something happen now, and they want to see some leadership from this city now.
Rains the last several days, and they'll have it again later on today. We are clear. Still some rain down in areas of North Carolina around the Outer Banks. We do have Hurricane Aaron. It's just offshore, but it's not going to affect us, just in the form of maybe some high choppy seas. But yesterday's rainfall, areas of green show about an inch, so really it was east and south of the metro area, picking up just over 1/10 of an inch at Reagan National. Cold front triggering that rain, now well offshore. Here comes high pressure. And we have even cooler air to look forward to come this weekend with another cold front. Now, one chance of rain this week, and that'll be Thursday night. But today's high, only 80 with sunshine. Tomorrow, even cooler, 78. This is with low humidity. Then another cold front, maybe triggering that thunder shower late Thursday night. But Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it gets cooler. Low 70s and mid to low 50s. That's downtown. That means maybe some upper 40s in the suburbs. That will be a little bit cooler. All right, let's get the latest now from Sky Fox. Here's Amanda Bergen with the very latest. Amanda?
Well, Tom, you're right about that sunshine. It's causing some delays this morning. Nothing serious, but it's in a lot of people's eyes because it rises at about 6:46 this morning. Take a look down below here. The outer loop at the Beltway is a little crowded at Colesville Road. This is just heavy volume. There are no accidents to report here, but as you head on up through the construction zone, through Georgia Avenue, there is a lot of traffic here moving very slowly, and then it opens up a little bit as you get to the Mormon Temple. Let's head over to Marna Woken now for more of our Fox 5 on time traffic. Good morning, Marna.
Good morning, Amanda. Well, we do have some trouble. There's a disabled vehicle on Kenilworth Avenue if you're traveling southbound coming into the district. Let's take a look at the map. Route 295 at Eastern Avenue. Once you hit Eastern Avenue northeast, you're going to run into an accident there. The left lane is blocked. We'll be back to update you right into work on Fox 5 on time traffic. Michael, back to you.
All right, Marna, thank you very much. More community news right now. Maryland commuters can get a free ride tomorrow as part of a Tri-Transit Week. It's a program urging commuters to get out of their cars and into mass transit as a way to ease congestion. Tomorrow, rides on all MARC trains as well as several Baltimore area transit systems will be free. Over the next 6 years, Maryland's going to invest $3 billion to improve and to expand mass transit service. Now let's check in with Lark over on our sports desk. Lark?
Indeed. Back to our top story, Michael. His legacy as an athlete is already established, so why would Michael Jordan come back? Now, in comments made to reporters yesterday, His Airness said he wants to return for the love of the game. Joining us now to talk about the latest indication that Jordan will play for the Wizards, Sports Talk 980 WTEM Sports Director Andy Pollin. Good morning.
Morning, Lark.
All right, let's sort out the latest comments. How are they different from the previous comments? Aren't we still on the same timetable he's been talking about for months?
We are on the same timetable, but this is the first time where he says, yeah, looks good. Everything looks fine. Now, he talked to about 3 or 4 reporters last night outside the private gym where he's been holding these workouts. Only certain people are allowed in. He's been playing against NBA players, keeping in shape in the offseason. This is the first time he said to this small group, yeah, it looks like it's going to happen. The only holdup could be some tendinitis in my knee. Late last night, Steve Weiss of the Washington Post contacted him and said, oh, it's all over the country, Michael. You're coming back. And Jordan said, no, I haven't confirmed anything yet.
I haven't confirmed that.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, it kind of reminds me of the police.
Back now at 7:18 with more money woes. Shrinking school budgets are leading to yet another gap between the haves and the have-nots. Some high schools are now actually requiring kids to pay to play on their high school teams. Lee Cowan found one such district in Massachusetts.
In this quiet New England town, you can hear fall coming a mile away. High school football. It's a rich tradition, but this season students may have to be rich to play.
Overall, it's probably going to cost me around $2,044.
Just this year?
Just this year to play sports.
It's that way for every student athlete at Oakmont High after taxpayers came up short, voting down a school funding proposal.
They don't care. That's basically what they're saying to me.
It left Oakmont with a $1 million shortfall and a choice. Either cut athletics altogether or ask families to pay in order to play.
They don't have kids in the school system anymore, so they just don't want to pay the taxes.
Education is a top priority in almost every national poll, but creeping concerns about the economy are starting to blow the whistle on funding for extras. Without taxpayer support, Varsity football will now cost $1,029. Girls soccer and field hockey, more than $400 each.
Yes!
Even cheerleading now has a price.
Is what happened at this school a wake-up call for the rest of the country?
I think it is because...
As a mother, Karen Harrington says she's seen a subtle shift.
People are tax weary, and there are a lot of expenses now, and the economy, you know, is changing now.
And the school's principal seems helpless to stop it.
There's lots of schools that have user fees, but I don't know if any of them have as high as ours.
And is that frustrating?
It's embarrassing.
For the school and for parents.
We go to scrimmage some of the schools, and they've got 100 kids show up for football, and we have 30 because of this.
Already, participation is down 20% just since the fees were announced. Any lower than that, some fear, and some programs may have to be scrapped altogether.
It affects everything, all sports. Our cross-country team lose 6 kids that ran last year that they're not going to have this year. We've won 3 straight league championships.
Not this year?
And not this year.
A school proud of its past is trying to forge a future, one that may be on the sidelines for good. For The Early Show, Lee Cowan, CBS News, Ashburnham, Massachusetts.
Oakmont's may be the most expensive pay-to-play program around, but it's certainly not unique. Mid cutbacks, more and more schools across the country are requiring student athletes to pay before they play. 7:20, let's check our Market Watch report. Here's Susan McGinnis. Susan Mack, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Brent. Well, we can look forward to the opening bell today, believe it or not, at least so far, following a rough Monday. When all was said and done, though, stocks ended pretty much where they started. The Dow lost only a fraction, while the NASDAQ index was up just about 8 points. The latest from Wall Street, though, a lawsuit. Federal authorities filed suit against Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, accusing it of discriminating against as many as 100 women by preventing them from getting promotions and raises. Morgan Stanley denies the allegations. Reports say Amazon.com and Target are going to partner up to jointly sell products on the internet, and Blockbuster is taking a $450 million charge to make the big switch from videotapes to DVDs. It says it wants to speed up the changeover because DVDs are more profitable. Meanwhile, Disney reportedly says it will oppose a combination of AOL Time Warner and AT&T's cable TV business unless the new company sells its content holdings, including the Warner Brothers movie studio and cable channels, including CNN and TBS. Regulators decide tomorrow whether to approve Eli Lilly's new potential blockbuster drug, Zegras. Find out more about that on our website, cbs.marketwatch.com. Back now to Brian and Jane.
All right, Susie Mack, thanks very much.
Susan.
We come back, we'll get into the debate being fueled by Andrea Yates' postpartum defense. We'll get at that after this.
CBS Market Watch, sponsored by Pier 1. Get in touch with your senses.
Examines the Supreme Court decision which made George W. Bush our president. How could that outcome have been different? Perhaps with a little more time? Mr. Kaplan joins us live after 7:40. We're also finding out how a controversial performance-enhancing drug is being linked to a police training program that has injured some local troopers. And Fox debuts tonight its latest reality show, Love Cruise. We're live with our own spin on board Washington's Odyssey cruise ship. Holly Morris is going to share some secrets for singles. That's live this hour.
Fox 5 News at 10. When it's happening, the effects continue to cause problems throughout our area. We're on it. When you need to know,
some of the worst flooding damage.
We have it. Award-winning coverage. More reasons to watch.
We'll let you know when true relief will come in.
The news you want, when you want it. First, Fox 5 News at 10.
Derek Zoolander had the perfect life until they gave him a new one.
Some dudes brainwashed Derek off the Prime Minister of Micronesia.
Malaysia.
Right.
But can mind control work on a mind this simple?
They're a killing machine. That is not true. Yes, it is, Derek. Okay.
Ben Stiller, Owen Wilson, and Will Ferrell.
They're breakdance fighting.
Zoolander, rated PG-13. Starts Friday, September 28th everywhere.
Why do the 4 giant bell phone monopolies want toes and dingles so badly? How about this? Section 4A states, neither the FCC nor any state shall have authority to regulate the rates, charges, terms, or conditions for any high-speed data service. Toes and Dingle will turn the 4 bell giants loose on America and then prohibit the FCC and all 50 states from protecting us. So, this is why our parents told us to read the fine print. This is our classroom. It is where we learn, where we improve, where we succeed. It is our heritage, and this is our diploma.
The Accord LX from Honda. Now lease a 2002 Accord LX for $239 a month for 39 months.
Wednesday, all day, it's Macy's Super One-Day Sale with savings and values for kids. Girls' belted jeans, attitude tees, more 30 to 40% off. Hooded fleece, sweaters, cargos, 25 to 40% off. All Green Dog Kids Headquarters fleece sets, 30% off. Young men's Levi's Red Tab Carpenter jeans, $29.99. Carter's, Oshkosh, Pooh, and more, 30 to 50% off. Macy's Super One-Day Sale, Wednesday. Review Day Tuesday, open 9 a.m.
Dick plays hooky. I had a horrible case of the funsies. On the next Third Doc.
Today at 4 on Fox 5.
The Maryland Department of Agriculture has begun another round of spraying for mosquitoes in an effort to stop the spread of the West Nile virus. In the last week, health officials have confirmed 2 cases of disease in humans. Trucks are spraying pesticide in Baltimore City for the 5th time this year. And health officials say residents can expect even more spraying throughout the year. Meanwhile, the daughter of a Baltimore County woman who died after being diagnosed with the West Nile virus blames the virus for her mother's death. Hospital officials say West Nile was not the cause, though, of Beatrice Decker's death. Decker's daughter says her mother had a weakened immune system because of a fight with cancer, but says her mother could have lived several more years had it not been for the virus. Lark?
The Maryland State Police are considering a policy against performance pills after 3 officers suffered kidney failure when taking the compound creatine. Fox 5's Brian Bolter reports the use of such supplements among...
This is a News 4 Today news break.
7:26 is the time on a beautiful fall day. 65 degrees, our temperature out there, very comfortable. Sunshine, too, here in the nation's capital. It is the 11th day of September 2001. Good morning. I'm Barbara Harrison. News 4's George Michael reports that Michael Jordan has confirmed he will return to the basketball court with the Washington Wizards. A news conference is expected in the next 10 days to make it official. Right now, Jordan is the Wizards' president. He retired as a player back in 1998 after leading the Chicago Bulls to their 6th NBA title. The Fairfax County Board of Supervisors has endorsed a plan to build a 175-acre soccer complex in Lorton. The complex would include up to 50 outdoor fields for youth teams and a 5,000-seat stadium. And later today, we should get our first look at the new Capitol Visitor Center. Not the center itself, but a model of it. Construction of the center began in June of last year. It's expected to open in the year 2005. We're going to come back with our forecast. You'll want to hear it. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This News 4 Today news break is sponsored by Melwood, creating opportunities for people with disability.
Kathy has a place to call home. James has a job for the very first time. Help create more opportunities for success. Donate your used car, truck, or boat to Melwood. You'll receive a great tax deduction benefit, and we'll tow your vehicle for free. Call Melwood at 1-800-333-4788. That's 1-800-333-4788. Melwood, a Washington area nonprofit agency serving people with mental retardation for over 30 years.
So far away, doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? It would be so fine to see your face at my door. I can't stop believing.
My first love? My mom.
The world go round. Love makes the world love.
Good morning, I'm meteorologist Tom Curran. We've had a fresh, cool change overnight. 63 here in Northwest. The afternoon high, the low 80s and kind of breezy. More cool fall-like weather starting from today all the way into the weekend. In fact, afternoon highs Friday, Saturday, and Sunday just near 70 degrees. Now let's check on that traffic. Jerry, how's it going this Tuesday morning?
Tom, beautiful morning out there, but extremely backed up into the sunshine. The interloop jam up begins near Rockville Pike East to Silver Spring with lanes open. Headed for downtown, the trip on 66 to the Roosevelt Bridge again, beginning to bog down a little bit into that sunshine. Barbara?
All right, thank you. The rest of this morning's top stories are coming up on News 4 at 10. We hope you'll join us for that. But I'll be back in 25 minutes with another update. See you then.
Your daughter was found 2 days later, frozen to death in the snow.
We'll talk to the young mother in her first interview since leaving prison.
I didn't mean for my baby to die.
And an exclusive with the baby's father on the next Ananda.
Today at 3 here on NBC4.
CarMax.com has a great selection of used cars online. We carry nearly every make and model. Find a car from any of the thousands we sell nationwide and have it transferred to the store nearest you. CarMax, the way car buying should be.
You asked for used cars you can depend on, so we created CarMax, where every used car comes with a 30-day limited warranty and a 5-day money-back guarantee. We even offer extended warranties that protect you for up to 100,000 miles. CarMax, the way car buying.
On the next Access Hollywood, we find out if Mariah's new CD was worth the wait, and we catch up with her ex, Luis Miguel.
Plus, George Lucas unveils the secret footage he left out of The Phantom Menace on the next Access Hollywood.
Tonight at 7:30 on NBC4.
We're back at 7:30 on this Tuesday morning, the 11th day of September, the year 2001. And yes, you're listening to singing sensation Macy Gray, who will be performing for us live in concert on Friday. Macy's real name, if anybody's interested, Natalie McIntyre, who was born in Canton, Ohio, and she took her name from a kindly old man who lived across the street from her.
That's right.
That's one way of changing your name, right?
Absolutely. She apparently liked the guy. Her first record contract fizzled. She came back, and man, she's happy she signed that second one.
Yeah, she's terrific. We all are big fans of hers. Anyway, back inside Studio 1A, I'm Katie Couric, along with Matt Lauer. And coming up in this half hour, it has been 30 years since the opening of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Senator Ted Kennedy will be here this morning to let us know what's being done to mark the occasion and to honor his brother's legacy. Matt?
Also this morning, our old boss, the newly retired chairman of General Electric, is here to tell us about his new book. It's called Jack, Straight from the Gut. We'll find out about that.
But first, here's Al Roker with another check of the weather.
Today's weather is brought to you by the New York Times. Expect the world.
Good morning, everybody, and we've got some ladies who asked the question, do you know the way to San Jose? I'm guessing you're from San Jose?
We're sisters celebrating our birthdays.
What birthday? Okay, never mind. I'll be moving on now. And we've got, we got Hurricane Aaron.
This is Aaron right here.
This is Aaron?
Yes.
Celebrating her daddy's birthday.
Oh, my gosh. And what's your name?
This is Maggie.
My golly, how old are they?
They're 20 months.
Oh, thanks for bringing them down. Where are you guys from?
New Jersey.
Okay, you guys answer everything together. That's great. It's a trained act. I like it. Let's check your weather, see what's happening. And Florida downpours. We've got flood watches for southwestern and southern Florida. Some areas picking up 7 inches of rain. And we may see this become a tropical system, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Rest of the country today, we are expecting sunshine here in the northeast with lower humidity. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Breezy, cool, and dry this morning. We've seen a big change overnight. 63 here in Northwest at NBC4. Nationals at 64. The afternoon high may reach the low 80s. And it'll be breezy today with bright sunshine. Another cool night tonight. In fact, down into the 50s. Widespread around the region tomorrow morning. And then Wednesday afternoon, the upper 70s, bright and sunny. Thursday evening, slight chance of a passing shower. And after that, we'll have some cooler temperatures with more dry weather on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with afternoon highs each day just near 70.
Now we got five sisters from 4 states. And you're going to Europe? Yeah. All right, have a safe trip. Now let's head back inside the King.
All right, Al, thank you very much. It's 7:32. Coming up next on Today, freshly retired GE Chairman Jack Welch, straight from the gut. But first, these messages.
About the issue of postpartum depression and psychosis and what happened that failed this woman that ended in a tragedy.
Well, as I look at the records here, 62 people have been put to death in your county in the last 20 years. No doubt some of them were conflicted by psychological problems. Why give Andrea Yates an exemption? Why give her special consideration?
Okay. I don't know that it's special consideration. I think we do have to look at this case in light of her medical history and the severe state of her psychosis at the time. It's well documented. You don't kill someone who's sick. You give them treatment. And people need to understand that there are several different legal options possible here. It doesn't mean that she just walks free. And besides, that woman's trapped in her mind for the rest of her life. Her actions condemned her. She's going to have to, at some point, grieve and face what she has done. But she's very sick, and so the coalition wants to be there in memory of the children, in support of Andrea and her family.
Diane Clements is president of a victims' rights organization known as Justice for All. She, too, is in Houston. Ms. Clements, good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Bell seems very sympathetic to Ms. Yates' case. You've said you found Now's involvement in the Yates case appalling. Your words. Why?
Well, I believe that they should not be there in support of this woman who acknowledges murdering her 5 children, but they should only be there for the 5 children. Everyone is rushing to a judgment here and excusing Andrea Yates and using her mental condition as the reason. In the lead-in, your reporter said that her severe mental condition led to the murder of her children. We don't know that. We don't know what led to the murder of her children, and we will not know that until there is a trial and the facts of the case come out. Any support for this woman is premature. A jury will look at all of this. They will look at the issues. They will look at the murder of these 5 children, and they will make that determination. Also, if Andrea Yates is found not guilty by reason of insanity, she will not spend the rest of her life in a mental institution. She will be released, and probably within a year, maybe 2. And she will be, as soon as she's cured, and she will be back at home with her family, probably her husband, and having children.
Let me get back in here. Ms. Bell, when you haven't even heard any of the courtroom evidence, why are you so sympathetic to Ms. Yates?
Well, first of all, what Ms. Clements says is not exactly right. There's a good chance that she faces a long-term mental institution commitment.
Okay, we're not talking about her penalty. We're not talking about her penalty right now, Ms. Bell. When you haven't heard any of the evidence, why are you so sympathetic to Ms. Yates?
Well, I think there is certain information that has been revealed about this case, and it's not just about being sympathetic. It's about realizing that there was a tragedy that didn't have to happen. Those children did not have to die.
She
did not have to murder her 5 children.
It is our best interest as a society to look at what failed this woman and correct it so it doesn't happen to another family.
Ms. Clements, Andrea Yates killed her kids during a pretty brief window of time between when her husband left and her mother-in-law was due to arrive. She also called her husband and police after killing her kids. That sound like somebody who's insane to you?
No, it sounds like a very convenient time to experience her psychosis. After her husband left, before her mother-in-law came, she used that window of opportunity to systematically drag her 5 children into the bathtub and drown them. The 5 children whose names we never speak, Noah, Mark, Luke,
Paul,
John, Mary, we never talk about them. It's all Andrea Yates. There are 5 children whose mother acknowledges murdering them, and there is a support group for the murderer of these children instead of all of the attention being on those 5 babies.
We are giving attention to the children and
you
honoring
are not.
their memory.
You are using the children's death.
You're not.
You
hearing
are
the whole
using
story.
the children's death to perpetuate your position in the media and Andrea Yates Defense Fund. It is a manipulative, exploitive situation that you are using.
Not at all. It's about being there for a family in crisis.
The family in crisis, the children are dead. They were the ones that were in crisis.
Right. So let's do things so it doesn't happen to another family and that there are no more dead children
I agree.
and no
Let's
more lost
punish
mothers.
Andrea Yates to the fullest extent of the law based on the facts of the case. That will prevent this from happening.
Ms. Clements, if Andrea Yates gets a pass, wouldn't that confirm various charges involving roles of race, gender, and class in the dispensation of the death penalty?
Absolutely. As a woman and a mother, there is equality, and I believe that Andrea Yates is as equal and deserving of the punishment that is assessed to her by the jury and the decision by the district attorney to seek the death penalty. It is appropriate for that jury to have that sentencing option. I don't know if they will fine for it, but it certainly is appropriate for them to be able to look at that issue.
All right. I'll have to let that be the last word. Ms. Bell, you have the first. I'll let Ms. Clements have the last. Thank you both, ladies. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's 7:38. We're going to come back in just a moment. There's more ahead right after this.
Supreme Court justice indicates he might have been able to change the decision that finalized Election 2000. That's just one of the stories in a new book called The Accidental President. It looks at the historic 5-4 vote and how it affected the country and the High Court. An excerpt from the book is in this week's Newsweek. Joining us now from New York, the author David Kaplan, a senior writer for Newsweek magazine. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, the book getting an awful lot of attention. Let's start with that quote from Justice David Souter. Put it in a context for us. What is the telling thing about that quote when he says to these prep students, one more day, just one more day? What was he saying?
Well, the ruling was 5-4, so we knew it was a close vote, but we just didn't realize until now how close it was. Just a few weeks after the court decision in mid-December, Justice Souter was meeting with these private school students in a gathering at the court that was closed. It was just them in the room, and he expressed his frustration that with just a little more time, he could have swayed, he thought, Justice Anthony Kennedy. And of course, if he swayed just one more justice, the 5-4 ruling for Bush would have become a 5-4 ruling for Gore. Now, we don't know if Justice Kennedy might actually have been swayed. We'll never know. But from Justice Souter's state of mind, Justice Kennedy could have been flipped. And Kennedy is a swing justice. He often moves back and forth between the conservative bloc that he's usually aligned with and the more moderate and liberal. So Kennedy was an obvious choice for Souter to go for.
Talk about some of the divisions that linger from how this whole thing was decided, that many on the court from your writings were upset that this political decision was made by the high court. Justice Breyer in particular, you have quotes in the book indicating that.
Well, I think the dissenters were very angry. They regard this decision in much the way the conservatives for a generation have regarded Roe v. Wade, the abortion decision, that it just was wrong for the court to get involved and that it reached the wrong decision as well. And when 7 of the 9 American justices gathered in mid-January with their counterparts on the Russian Constitutional Court to talk about how constitutional law works in a democracy, the Russians have been coming for 5 years to learn about this. I think some of the anger on the dissenters' part spilled over, including Justice Breyer's remark that I quote in the magazine, where he says this decision was outrageous and indefensible, more than anything the court had ever done. Now, it's important to note that doesn't mean they're angry with each other personally. They all get along, but given their public statements.
Welcome back to the early show on this Tuesday morning at 7:41. Now we're going to head back to Los Angeles for a check of the weather and a Latin Grammys update from Mark McEwen again. Hi, Mark.
You got it. Hola, hola, Jane. The Latin Grammys will be tonight. We'll talk about Julio Iglesias in just a second. Let's show you what's going on weather-wise out here in Los Angeles, the city of the angels. Lovely day. You'll see some clouds in the area, but you're going to see temperatures mainly in the 70s. Just to a little bit of the interior section of the west, you'll see some rain hanging around. Sunny skies most of the rest of the country. You'll see a little rough sea action around the northeast, especially around the New England coastline. Let's show you a trouble spot. That's down in Florida. Late-day thunderstorms again for a good portion of the state. They've had rain all week so far. Going to get rain again today. That's a quick look at the national forecast. Here's an early look at your weather.
Morning, everyone. I'm Hillary Howard. We won't have rain. We will have lots of sunshine. Really pretty September day. Temperatures, for the most part, in the 60s. We still have a couple of temperatures.
It remains one of the great American unsolved murder mysteries, Jimmy Hoffa. But now, as you may have seen, 26 years after his disappearance, the FBI may have a break that they need to crack the case. ABC's John Miller starts outlining the story.
Who killed Jimmy Hoffa? The FBI now believes more than ever that Hoffa's own adopted son, Charles Chucky O'Brien, knows the answer and helped lure Hoffa to his death. Hoffa was last seen in the parking lot of this Michigan restaurant. He was there to meet Detroit mob boss Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone. That day, O'Brien, Hoffa's protege, said he was driving a car owned by the mob boss's son, Joe Giacalone. O'Brien has always denied picking up Hoffa at the restaurant. William Buffalino is O'Brien's lawyer.
Chuck O'Brien and Mr. Hoffa were never in that car together.
According to O'Brien's alibi, he was using the car that day to deliver a 40-pound salmon to a friend's house. And that, he said, explained traces of blood found in the backseat of the car. But unless that salmon had been wearing Jimmy Hoffa's hat, O'Brien may now have more explaining to do. According to FBI sources, a recent DNA test using technology not available in the 70s proved that a hair found in the backseat of that car matched hairs taken from Jimmy Hoffa's hairbrush. The FBI now wants to question O'Brien again.
He was approached by 2 agents and he was told that they have some new information and that they would like to talk to him, and he told them not without his attorney being present.
But Hoffa's son, James Jr., says even more than 25 years ago, he was suspicious of O'Brien.
This was on the very day that my father disappeared, or the next day. And I had a major confrontation to him to say, where were you? Explain yourself. And his reaction was to run out of the room, and I haven't seen him since.
But even if it's proven that Hoffa's hair was in the car that Chucky O'Brien was driving, is that enough to make a case? And against whom? The man standing with Hoffa here, Anthony Tony Pro Provenzano, the mob-connected Teamsters rival the FBI believes ordered the hit, is dead. Anthony Tony Jack alone, who set up the meeting with Hoffa at the restaurant, is also dead. Salvatore Briguglio, the alleged hitman imported from New York to kill Hoffa, was shot to death in front of this restaurant in New York's Little Italy in 1978. But Chucky O'Brien, 66, is alive and well in Florida.
I doubt that there will be a prosecution for the murder of Jimmy Hoffa.
Ed McDonald, a former organized crime strike force prosecutor, says even with new DNA evidence, the hair by itself is not enough to go to trial.
It would probably take a live witness coming forward to cooperate with the government and to say that that witness actually witnessed the murder of Jimmy Hoffa.
And John Miller joins us now. Why? I mean, because people have characterized this as a major break, finding that there was one of Jimmy Hoffa's hairs in the back of Chucky O'Brien's car. So why is that such a major break? I mean, they may be able to put him in the car. O'Brien may have lied about it, but that doesn't mean he killed him, does it?
Well, it's the first scientific piece of evidence that that proves that at least Jimmy Hoffa's hair was in that car, and it was a car that O'Brien had borrowed to use only on the day that Hoffa disappeared. There's no other time that Hoffa was likely to have been in that car, so it really puts a little pressure on O'Brien, but it's not enough to make a case because, you know, a good defense lawyer could get O'Brien to say that hair could have come off Jimmy Hoffa when he hugged me, it could have fallen into the car, it could have been on the same coat I wore the last time I saw Hoffa.
So when this evidence came out, people were talking about maybe this will lead to prosecution. You agree with the former prosecutor at McDonald that it's not enough to prosecute on?
Certainly the hair is not enough. We don't know everything about what they know. Now, interestingly, federal prosecutors have met twice in the last 2 years with all the investigators to try and cull that old evidence together, including witnesses who saw Hoffa leaving the parking lot in a maroon Mercury Brougham.
Hoffa's son said he thinks it'll take some sort of a deathbed confession from someone before they ever really find out who did this. You agree with that?
And he made that appeal. He's always felt that there are
American 11 Heavy, we're at Bravo 32, ready for push.
On them to come forward. And as Ed McDonald said,
American 11 Heavy, thank you. Monitor ground point 9, November straight.
Yeah.
We got November, good day.
It's a case that's still...
American 11 Heavy, Boston ground. Gate 32, you're going to wait for the Saab to go by and then push back.
After the Saab, clear to push, and we're going to need 4 right today, American 11 Heavy.
On the Real Love cruise that will set sail tonight, let's see, diving off the ship's bow, Caribbean buffet lunch, the confessional booth, the black tie dinner at the captain's table, couples competition, salsa dancing on Margarita Island, midnight champagne toast, hot tubbing on the main deck. We're not going to have any of those activities this morning, but that will happen tonight on the Love cruise. We are going to have some fun here this morning, though, and playing the role of Isaac Washington, Terry Tulliver this morning. All right, she is behind the bar. She's helping us out, as are all of our singles that are mingling already. However, I must say this is the quietest group of singles that I have ever heard this morning. You guys can talk, you know. Good morning. All right, we're going to have a little fun here, and hopefully we're going to give some singles some good information on some hot spots to meet each other in the Washington area as well. So first, what we want you to do is introduce yourself. Tell me your name, age, and where you live.
Melvin Jackson, 20 years old, live in Bladensburg, Maryland.
Michelle Dahl, 25, and I live in Springfield, Virginia.
Lori Richard, 21, Laurel, Maryland.
Hi, Kevin Witt, 32, Rockville, Maryland.
Hi, Meg White, I'm 24, I live in Falls Church, Virginia.
Hi, I'm Shayla Coleman, 22, I live in Upper Marlboro, Maryland.
Hi, my name's Ashia Bird, I'm 25 years old, and I live in Woodbridge, Virginia.
Jabari Simba, 34, Largo, Maryland.
Did I see you on a calendar before?
Oh, yes, you did. We got a new one coming out, too. 2002 coming at you.
He's becoming a Fox Morning News regular.
I'm Shangela, I'm 24, and I'm from Alexandria, Virginia.
Hi, my name is Anthony Branch. I'm 26, and I'm from Burke, Virginia.
All right, with that, here's what we're going to do. We checked out the Washingtonian magazine recently, and it listed some great places to meet singles. And we're going to start with our top 5 list of best clubs to pick up singles. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the clubs. And if any of you have been there, you think it's a great place, give us a little quick review. Or if you say, hey, no, I don't agree, then I want you to give me a nay, all right? So if you're single and listening at home, you might get some good information here. Here we go. Polyesters. You can either go to the 12th Street Northwest location or the Rockville location. Anybody dancing it up at a decade?
It's a nice club if you're into retro, basically. Yeah. Retro music. 80s, Michael Jackson, Billie Jean, Beat It.
Did you wear one glove?
No, I didn't.
All right, okay, let's go on. Another good place, Nathan's on M Street. Nathan's on M Street. Anybody been there? Never heard of it. Wow, all right. Questionable about that one. Okay, DC Coast, 14th and K. DC Coast, 14th and K. That's kind of upscale. No?
Too upscale.
Too upscale, not in this group's budget. Okay.
This past weekend, the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts celebrated its 30th anniversary. Today, the center unveils the JFK Interpretive Exhibit program honoring President Kennedy's legacy and commitment to the arts.
And I am certain that after the dust of centuries has passed over our cities, we too will...
Morning clearance delivery is United 93. We're squawking 1527 with Delta.
United 93 delays off the airport less than 15 minutes. Monitor this frequency for changes. Let me know when you're ready for the push.
Monitor this frequency. Call you for push. United 93.
Kennedy, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Tell me a little bit about this new exhibit and how it honors your brother's memory.
Well, it's an interpretive exhibit and an interactive exhibit.
American 11 Heavy, taxi November.
It reflects...
American 11 Heavy, just hold right there. I'll move you shortly.
To the arts and his recognition of the value of the arts in terms of the human spirit and his strong belief that Americans appreciate it and they ought to have a center of excellence. And then it also shows his association with the building of this great center, and it also reflects the extraordinary diversity in the programming here at the Kennedy Center.
Senator Kennedy, in a speech that your brother made at Amherst back in 1963, he said, "I look forward to an America which will reward achievement in the arts as we reward achievement in business or..."
American 11 Heavy, you're going to give way to the Donia and the regional jet on the opposite side. Taxi to the Bravo, hold point by Kilo Bravo, expect runway 4 right for departure.
Okay, to the Bravo, hold point after the regional jet and the Dornier, American 11 Heavy.
First of all, I think he would have been enormously honored to have this extraordinary center bear his name, number one. And secondly, he would have been extraordinarily impressed in the progress that's been made in this center over the period of recent years. And he would also recognize that the best days are yet to come. Here at the center, its objective is to present the best of dance, of music, of the creative arts, and to be able to reflect the creativity and the human spirit in our artists, and to then make it available to the greatest number of Americans. I think this center is not only supposedly is a center of excellence, but also has responsibility to make sure that that excellence travels across this country and is presented to as many Americans as possible. I think they've done an outstanding job with Michael Kaiser now, and Leonard Slatkin, and Placido Domingo, and Jim Johnson. We have a first-rate team. They're doing an extraordinary job. And one of the most exciting aspects of it is what they call the Millennium Stage, which every single day there's a performance here that's free of charge, that's available to any of the citizens that travel to Washington, that come to Washington. Any American can come here to the Kennedy Center and see some excellence in the arts and see it free.
I was going to say, Senator Kennedy, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you want to make it even more accessible, because I understand the Kennedy family has donated funds which will help the disabled enjoy the Kennedy Center as well.
It's a continuing commitment of the family to the center, and the idea of the center is to be accessible. And with the family's gift, this is to make the Kennedy Center more accessible to those with special needs, the disabled, both behind the stage and in front of the stage. And we're having a very exciting program this evening reflecting some of the artists.
Well, I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area. I remember when the Kennedy Center opened. It's such a wonderful place, and it's given so much pleasure to so many people. Thanks for talking with us about it this morning. And come back and see us when we can talk about politics and what's going on Capitol Hill, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator. It is 7:53. We'll be back after these messages and your local news.
I ate Quaker oatmeal for 30 days. It actually works to remove cholesterol from your body. Sucks it right out. Help lower my cholesterol 10 points. That's even more than I bargained for. Quaker oatmeal warms you heart and soul.
I ate Quaker oatmeal for 30 days. It actually works to remove cholesterol from your body. Cleans it right out. Helped me wash away 24 points. It's a classic. Quaker oatmeal warms you heart and soul.
Asthma was watching my kids grow up and not always being able to participate.
Advair is a new asthma...
American 11 Heavy. I'm going to have to give you Sierra and then Alpha to the Bravo hold point, so just hold short of Sierra for now.
Hold short of Sierra, American 11 Heavy.
...product to effectively treat the two main components of...
Wings are soaring again over the D.C. area, and wildlife officials are praising their return. 30 years ago, the bald eagle was almost extinct nationwide. Now it's made a miraculous comeback. Fox 5's Karen Gray Houston shows you where you can spot the famous American bird in our area.
So graceful, so majestic. You can see...
American 11 Heavy, giving way to that embryo off your right. Turn right on Sierra, Alpha Kilo 1 Bravo. To the Bravo hold point for now, expect 4 right.
Yeah, we copy all, expect 4 right, Mark 1.
And the birds come back.
Wildlife biologist Joe Witt counts bald eagles.
Good morning, I'm Mike Buchanan. In the news at 7:55. School leaders in Fairfax County say they're still awaiting official word on the standards of learning accreditation results. They say the unofficial results received last week don't give them enough data to make changes in the schools that are struggling. A Rockville boy is in critical condition this morning after he was hit by a car on Veers Mill Road. The 12-year-old boy was on his way home from football practice yesterday at St. Jude's Cathedral, where the accident happened. Police say the 7th grader was crossing Veers Mill Road from his apartment complex. After the accident, the driver did stop, but officers say the driver could not have prevented this accident. A new crackdown on illegal parking in the district is about to begin. You better feed the meter. The plan calls for hiring new ticket writers in...
American 11 Heavy, taxi to the Bravo hold point. Continental's waiting for you. Monitor tower 128.8. Expect runway 4 right. Thanks.
28.8. We'll expect 4 right and Bravo hold point.
Money. The city says that's not so. You can always be in touch. Our web address is WUSATV9.com.
American 11 Heavy, boss chart. Taxi 2, runway 4 right via Bravo, and monitor the tower 119.1.
Canal Road after Foxhall Road. And
Taxi to 4 right via Bravo, and then 19.1 American 11 Heavy.
Loop, if you're planning to head there, you've got...
American 11 Heavy, Boston Tower. Good morning. Move right up 2, hold short of 4 right.
Inbound south.
After departure, maintain 3,000.
Sunshine trying to get to the Beltway through V.
Way short of 4 right, 3,000 American 11 Heavy.
The American Legion Bridge on the inner loop, slow traffic Georgetown Pike up to Carter Rock. We'll go to Hillary now with the weather.
Hey, it looks pretty outside. 61 in Leesburg. Dulles is 55 degrees. 64 at National. High pressure is building into the region, giving us...
American 11 Heavy. Runway 4 right. Taxi into position. Hold traffic departing 9 air.
Surf up a bit.
4 right position. Hold American 11 Heavy.
Getting up to 81 degrees today, so it'll be a really pretty day. And this stretch of nice weather is going to continue right on through Monday. The only possibility for a passing shower would be Thursday night when a front moves through, going up to 81 today.
Local news right now on WUSATV9.com.
Today, cable companies like AT&T control over 70% of high-speed internet connections because they compete under different rules than phone companies. Unless Congress acts, millions will be left behind or with only one choice, their cable company. Now a study says a delay in high-speed internet rollout could cost our economy $500 billion. Tozan Dingle guarantees access to inner cities and small towns and would add billions to our economy. It's time for real competition. Pass Tozan Dingle.
Here's what we know about Marlowe's Labor Day sale.
It's big, really big.
Bigger than any department.
American 11 Heavy. Traffic's orbiting north of the field at 3,500 feet. Maintain 3,000. Runway 4 right. Cleared for takeoff.
10-3, clear for takeoff on 4 right. What are the winds?
Wind 330 at 9 air.
United 175, Boston ground, gate 19, pushback approved.
Back approved, United 175.
Don't miss it.
Marlowe, Washington's furniture superstore.
Growing up, kids used to make fun of me, and when it hurt, I cried. Adults can be just as cruel. But one day, I stopped crying, and I called Jenny Craig. They showed me a way to a whole new life. It was in me all along.
Introducing the new Ultimate Choice menu that lets you choose what you feel like eating. Join now and lose 20 pounds for $20 plus the cost of food. Call 1-800-JENNY20.
Last year, when I lost 140 pounds, I hit my goal. And you know what? I cried.
this Saturday night at sneak previews across America.
Look in my eyes. Tell me what you see.
Discover what critics are calling a captivating movie.
American 11 Heavy, contact departure. That traffic's now in your 10 o'clock and 2 miles, 3,400 feet.
I know you do.
American 11 Heavy.
And the director of Shine, Hearts in Atlantis.
Good morning, American 11 Heavy with you passing through 2,000 for 3,000.
American 11 Heavy, Boston departure radar contact. Good morning. Traffic 10 o'clock, 2 miles, maneuvering Cessna Skyline VFR 3007.
In the sky, my romance doesn't need one thing but you.
Ralph Lauren Romance Men. This 5750 collection, a $75 value, is now available at Hicks.
You're watching live Doppler 9000 from 9 Eyewitness News.
We're back at 8 o'clock on this Tuesday morning. It's the 11th day of September 2001. You're looking at the people gathered outside our studio here on a sunny Tuesday morning, and we've obviously had a breach in security. That is Tracy Ullman, the very funny Tracy Ullman, working the crowd.
American 11 Heavy, climb and maintain 8,000.
8,000, American 11 Heavy.
United 93, gate 17 for push with Delta. United 93 delays off the airport, or actually pushback's company's discretion. Let me know when you're ready for the taxi.
Coming up in this
Okay, pushback company discretion, call you for taxi.
Like this these days, we hung out together on Sunday night at a fashion show, and she'll be joining us this morning to tell us about a personal style show that she is hosting and producing. It is called Tracy Ullman's Visible Panty Lines. I don't think we need to say anything more about that. We'll let Tracy do the talking in just a little while.
See that one to believe it. Katie, we're also going to have more of our week-long special series on living longer, living better after the age of 50. This morning we'll focus on the role your mood can play in happy aging. And a little later, the one and only Harry Belafonte. But
that'll be fun.
Yeah, that should be fun.
I think I can count. Day-o. I guess not.
It would probably be the first time he's ever...
American 11 Heavy, turn right heading 180.
180, American 11 Heavy.
They needed a little time to get the camera from here to the news desk, so work with me here, people.
That's fine. That's fine.
We lost a guest.
Anyway, that's all coming up. 8:01. Let's get to the top news stories of the morning. For that, we turn to Ann Curry.
Because now we have a camera. Katie Matinell, thank you so much this morning. Good morning, everybody, again. For the second time in 2 weeks, the U.S. has lost an unmanned spy plane over Iraq. Iraq claims it shot down the remote-controlled Predator aircraft near Basra in the southern no-fly zone. U.S. military officials, however, say they lost contact with the plane, but they cannot confirm that it was shot down. Jury selection is set to begin this morning in the hearing to determine whether Andrea Yates is fit to stand trial. She's the Houston mother charged with drowning her 5 children. The jury will decide whether she is...
American 11 Heavy, climb and maintain 14,000.
14,000, American 11 Heavy.
The district attorney says he will seek the death penalty. Some relief for Congressman Gary Condit today. A grand jury in California has tossed out a complaint by Flight Attendant Anne Marie Smith. It claimed Condit obstructed justice by trying to get her to sign an affidavit denying the two had an affair. Well, the grand jury says it doesn't have jurisdiction over the complaint. Smith's attorney plans to refile. Condit denies the affair and says he's never told anyone to lie. Call him the heir.
American 11 Heavy, turn right heading 220.
Jordan is
20, American 11.
Monday, Jordan told reporters who asked him if he's coming back, quote, "I'm doing it for the love of the game." But later, speaking to the Washington Post, he said he hasn't made a decision yet. He's expected to make a formal announcement by the middle of next week. Elizabeth Dole is expected to announce later today that she is running for the U.S. Senate. Dole, who ran unsuccessfully for president last year, wants to succeed retiring North Carolina Senator Jesse Helms. Her husband, Bob Dole, is the Senate's former Republican leader. Congress is urging the president to take new steps to jumpstart the economy. Among other things, Republicans want a capital gains tax cut. Well, today the president is visiting his second Florida elementary school in as many days to stress the importance of literacy programs. He's calling on Congress to finish work on his education plan. Today, First Lady Laura Bush testifies before Congress. She is going to be talking...
American 11 Heavy, turn right heading 270. Contact Boston approach 127.2. Good day.
27.2 and 270, American 11.
Now here's Tom Brokaw with a look at what's coming up.
American 11 Heavy with you passing through 10,000, 14,000.
Save your life.
American 11 Heavy, boss, approach flighting 270.
Million calls.
70, American 11.
Believe the problems we found.
Why some wait for hours for help, information you need when seconds count. That and much more ahead tonight. Ann?
All right, Tom, thank you. It is now 8:04, and time for the weather now.
Today's weather is brought to you by Walmart. Always low prices. Always. Beautiful morning here in the Northeast. Let's check the rest of your weather.
United 93 taxi with Bravo, with Delta. United 93, understand you're ready for the taxi. Monitor ground 121.8. He'll talk to you when he's ready.
218. Good morning, American 11 with you passing for 11,000 for 14,000.
West.
American 11, Boston Center, good morning. Climb maintain flight level 230, proceed direct Chester.
On around the
230, direct Chester, American 11.
65 cool, dry degrees here in Northwest Washington. Good morning, I'm meteorologist Tom Curran. A wonderful change overnight and a fresh, cool air mass
near the southern city of Basra. If true, that would indicate improving Iraqi ability to target U.S. aircraft. U.S. officials confirmed that they've lost contact with the craft, a Predator drone similar to the one that was lost last month. A jury is being selected today to determine whether Houston mother Andrea Yates is fit to stand trial. Yates drowned her 5 children in a bathtub in June. Her lawyers say she's legally insane. The district attorney says he'll pursue the death penalty. A new report could increase pressure to expand federal funding for stem cell research. The National Academy of Sciences has concluded that to fulfill the potential for disease-fighting results, researchers will need more embryonic stem cell lines than the 64 that President Bush has cleared for funding. Another report from the Academy of Sciences concludes that the EPA has severely underestimated the cancer risk of arsenic in drinking water. An EPA spokeswoman acknowledges the study increases the likelihood of stricter standards for arsenic, something the Bush administration initially resisted. And finally, you're about to meet a man who, at first glance, has a face only a mother could love. But as ABC's Richard Gisbert reports, this face could soon be giving Cindy Crawford and friends a run for their money.
He was a motorcycle courier until he got his big break. He was given a package for delivery to the ugly modeling agency of London.
He came in the office and he had his visor down and just said, I've got this parcel. And he said, can you sign it? And as he pulled it up, there was these protruding teeth that stuck out. And I just thought, wicked. That's why I said, do not move.
This guy stopped me and says, do I want to be a model? Hey, now I'm a part-time jet set superstar.
Superstar might be pushing it, but Del Keynes is certainly making a unique impression on the modeling industry. A-list advertisers like Calvin Klein and Levi's have both used him, and Renault, the car maker, has built an entire campaign around him. And he's not cheap, at up to $14,000 a day.
Hello, Ugly.
Del is the current poster child of the Ugly modeling agency. Ugly has more of what it calls character models on its books than any other agency in the world. Occasionally, one of the Ugly agency ducklings encounters one of the swans of the catwalk.
When I arrive on set with another model, right, and they're on set, they think I'm just something to do with lighting or rigor or something, until they realise that I'm actually the same as them. Then they start going on about, oh, I'm flying off to Milan tomorrow, do it with like blah, 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 and all this. It's like, yeah, been there, done that, and they don't believe me.
With a surplus of conventional beauty out there, there's a demand.
American 11, contact Boston Center, 127.8.
Keynes is working for
782 is long, American 11.
That's just getting started in Europe. In other words, they want...
Good morning, American 11 with you, passing through 190-230.
American 11, Boston Center, rapid climbing, approval 280.
Follow that with the...
30, American 11.
That's saying, sign me up. That is, hey, more power to them. Everybody should have a good job. That's great. Thank you, Claire. We enjoyed that one. We've got a lot to talk about as far as our weather goes. A little bit of ugly weather, as a matter of fact. Take a look at the tropical weather map. There's a lot going on. Let me start with Hurricane Erin, which, as you know, should shift to the northeast. It has decreased in intensity. We don't expect it to impact the U.S. except for the heavy swells that we're going to see along the coast. Tropical storm Evo. We have tropical storm warnings in effect for the central western Mexican coast. This storm will strengthen. That's what we expect. It could affect the southwest U.S. eventually. Low pressure area in the Gulf of Mexico will bring strong rains to Florida. Could see some flooding. It could develop tropical characteristics. Tropical depression number 7 could become a tropical storm.
American 11, climbing, level 290.
90, American 11.
So look what's happening with the weather around the world. Now, here's what's happening in your neighborhood.
Good morning. Under mostly clear skies, some cool temperatures. 65 in Washington, still holding in the mid to upper 50s to the west of town around Dulles. Certainly less humid than days past, so really a very pleasant morning. Here's the forecast. Mostly sunny, 75 at lunchtime. Expect a comfortable 81 under mostly sunny skies. Just a beautiful day. As we head through tonight, mostly clear and cool once again late tonight.
It's 175 to taxi. United 175, taxi B runway 9, taxi via Kilo, Sierra, hold short of 4 left. Kilo Sierra, hold short of 4 left for runway 9, United 175.
Related websites gathering information has never been easier. Regina Lewis is an online advisor for AOL, and this is not your first.
No.
And when are we due?
3 weeks. I'm in the any day now zone.
And we can wear those shoes during that time?
For a couple minutes.
Is it true that this is the #1 reason why young women are logging on these days?
Well, health is a big category, and women ages 25 to 44 are one of the biggest online audiences, and they tend to use the internet for very practical things. So they are logging on for very specific information to help them manage their pregnancies.
And there are, what, a million websites? Is that possible?
Yeah, there are. If you type in the word pregnancy, and of course you're going to get all health-related websites, all female-related websites, children's websites, etc. So the key is knowing how to approach that.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the specific websites that have specific purposes. #1 that you point us to is thriveonline.com.
Right, that's a big women's site. They have an interesting tool. It's an ovulation calculator. And when you start planning a pregnancy, timing is everything. And they actually, you type in some specific information and they'll help you identify the days that you'll be most fertile. And you can actually even print out a fertility worksheet. This goes over real well when you pull this out.
I'm sure it goes real well over with the guy, yeah.
Very romantic.
Honey, I have something for you.
Very romantic. Now, needless to say, that can also be helpful if you're trying not to get pregnant.
I understand. Another one you've got, take us through babycenter.com. What's the big deal on that one?
Well, when I had my first child, you had a big book, and you were constantly pulling it out to see where you were in the development process. This site has fantastic visuals, really, really terrific, and you can actually have an email sent to you on a week-by-week basis in technology terms.
From the site?
Yeah, it's called having something pushed to you. And what's nice is there are a lot of weeks in a pregnancy. So when it arrives in your mailbox, you think, all right, yes, another week. And it will tell you, here's what the baby is going through. Here's how you should be feeling. Here's some things you need to do to prepare.
And that's a free site?
It is free.
Oh, interesting. Take us through drspock.com.
Yeah, Dr. Spock, a very familiar name.
Benjamin
is now
lives on?
Yeah, he's online, a very, very popular site, well organized in that you can find information by age if you've got an infant, a toddler, someone in elementary school, and by topic. So that's a worthwhile one to check out.
All right. Isn't it a little dangerous? I mean, shouldn't you be speaking with your doctor whenever you have a question? I mean, you shouldn't be going online to ask questions, should you?
Well, it's a great point, and it's not a substitute. I've talked to a lot of experts who say the real red flag is when a parent walks into a pediatrician's office and says, I've got it all figured out, or worse yet, they do.
United 175, heavy, hold short of runway 4 left, monitor tower 128.8. 28.8, hold short of 4 left.
Big difference between information that Dr.
United 175, heavy, Boston, yep.
Upset, it's 175 heavy.
United 175, heavy, maintain the taxi speed 4. We got traffic on about a 2-mile final. Cross the numbers of 4 left at Sierra, and then monitor 119.1. 19.1, good rate across.
19.1, good rate across Sierra, United 125 heavy.
I'd love to do the baby's room over.
United 175 heavy, taxi in position, hold 9er.
Okay.
Hold runway 9er, United 175 heavy.
Give you an itemized list because what you need and what you want might be two very different things.
Oh, very good. I like that. Good planner. All right, this one I'm kind of surprised at. Baby Namer, Moms Online?
Yeah, well, this is the fun part. Come on, we used to all buy books and look at the various names. That's all digitized now. And this
but what's it going to tell you? The most popular names?
Well, it'll tell you the most popular. Some people want to avoid the most popular. It'll also tell you the meaning of your baby's name and even names you can expect them that maybe they'll be teased. So maybe you want to be careful about what name you pick.
You got a name picked already?
I do.
It is?
Will.
Will. Babystyle.com.
Yeah, shopping. Now,
Da-da.
oh yeah, they've got everything and then some. What's nice about this also is that it can be so overwhelming. You walk into Toys R Us and say, I'm here to buy a car seat. Hello, there are so many choices. So it can help streamline that process whether you end up buying online or not. Also, they have a registry. A lot of times people will say, grandparents, I'd like to get you the crib.
So you can register on there?
You can register online, and you can also send links and say, okay, thanks, Mom and Dad. I'm very excited that you want to get the crib. Here's a couple of choices.
That's pretty cool. And finally, babypressconference.com? Come on.
I think
American 11 turns 20 degrees, right?
a lot of people, when they have
Right, American 11.
a million phone calls or sending emails and digital photos. These guys at Baby
United 175 heavy, runway 9er, cleared for takeoff. Traffic holding a position on 4 right.
Cleared for takeoff. Takeoff runway 9, units 175 heavy.
I'm pretty sure it's not. However,
American 11, climb maintain level 350.
It's a prelude of things to come because it's real time and it is just for, parents who are separated by family across the country, across the world. It's
American 11, climb maintain level 350.
As always, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, 3 weeks to you and to Will.
Thank you.
Take the shoes off, will you? You're making me nervous.
American 11, Boston.
Leading later, Heather Graham. We'll do that after this.
Check in with you for an update on that situation.
Right now, let's get an update on the weather. Tom.
Beautiful, beautiful weather. Big difference from yesterday.
Earth 7, Mike Lima, how do you hear?
This way for a while.
Mike Lima has you loud clear. American 11, Boston.
This time yesterday, my hair was already frizzy, so big difference in the humidity.
I have to bring out the poof index. We used to have that, Michael.
Yes. I depend on that as well.
Yeah, okay.
American 11, the American on the frequency, how do you hear me?
Anything over 200 is considered high, but now we are getting into that ragweed season. All right, weather headline. Next 3 days.
This is Adam. Boston. I turned American 20 left, and I was going to climb. He will not respond to me now.
This is fantastic.
At all. Looks like it's turning right. Yeah, I turned him 20 right. Oh, okay. And he's only going to
summer conditions.
I think 29.
That's not going to be the case.
Okay.
Much of the country is
that's fine. But
south Texas.
Here's Nardo. Roger.
A little bit in central Georgia into the Carolinas. That's still with the cold front that moved through our area. But really, this is nice. The only big problem around the country really would be southern Florida, still looking at some thunderstorm activity. So let's talk about what's happening here.
American 11, Boston.
Hurricane that's just off the coast, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But here's the line that moved through the area yesterday. Right around, I guess about 12:30, 1 o'clock, we started to have some...
American 11, if you hit Boston Center, ident.
3:34, the thunderstorm started to develop in a few locations. Most of the heavier rainfall was east and southeast of the metro area, and then it's all offshore now. Very good news as the cold front has pushed offshore still. It's moving through the Norfolk area. But for the most part, here's a look at rainfall totals. Anything in green is generally about an inch. So you get to around...
American 11, if you hear Boston Center, ident, please, or acknowledge.
We're all around Dorchester down to Somerset. And so
United 175 heavy, turn right heading 210. Turn 210, United 175 heavy.
Lightning strikes were taking effect. All right, clear in the midsection of the country, in the Great Lakes. Cold front sweeping through the area. Look at this well-defined, impressive hurricane. It is Aaron, and it's been getting dangerously close to the U.S. It's starting to make its movement north now. The cold front that moved through our area is going to help deflect Aaron and move it into some of the shipping lanes of the northern Atlantic, where it will get into some cooler waters and start to break up just a little bit. It is affecting the U.S., the eastern coastline, in the form of some pretty large seas. Sea swells and surfs about 4 to 6 feet above average, some dangerous rip currents. So, keep that in mind. Watch the posted areas if you are planning to hit the beach in the days ahead, because it could be several days that we'll have these dangerous rip currents. A little bit of rain just around the Outer Banks, and as mentioned, Florida. That is it. Cold front has moved east of the DC.
American 11, if you hear Boston Center, recontact Boston Center on 127.82. That's American 11, 127.82.
Another system that has a reinforcing shot of cooler air that'll be with us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 67 degrees. We've warmed up.
United 175 heavy, turn right heading 270.
6 and
turn 270, United 175.
Get cooler tomorrow morning than it has been this morning. And I had temperatures we found of 54 around the Manassas area and 55 even around Dulles. So here comes the next cold front. Now this one may...
American 11, American 11, Boston.
Since skating her way to fame in the hit movie Boogie Nights, Heather Graham has been one of the busiest and most sought-after actresses in all of Hollywood. Mark McEwen recently caught up with her. He is in Los Angeles.
Good morning, United 175 heavy, San Jose South.
Felicity Shack.
175 heavy, Boston, approach flighting 270. 70 on the heading, United 175.
Well, and now she has a new one coming out with her former lover, Ed Burns. It's a romantic comedy. It's called Sidewalks of New York.
So what about you? Any kids?
No.
You married, though? That's a wedding ring on your finger, right?
Yeah.
Happy?
Are you writing a book?
Is this movie an optimistic look on love and relationships or a pessimistic one?
Well, I think in some ways it's pessimistic, but I think at the end they try to be optimistic about it. So I think it's both.
Are you optimistic about love and relationships or pessimistic?
Me in the movie or me in life?
You in life.
In life, I'm optimistic, though, of course, sometimes I do feel pessimistic. But in general, I would say I'm optimistic. Flowers. What's the occasion?
I need an occasion to buy flowers for my wife.
Usually.
There are a lot of marriages falling apart in this movie, a lot of talk about that. Marriage an outdated institution?
I don't think so. I believe that I actually have a lot of friends that are in really happy long-term relationships, so I believe it's possible. I think when they work, it calls for each person to do a lot of kind of work on themselves and to be really honest, and it's really hard. A lot of people don't want to do that.
Shouldn't be flirting with you if you're married.
No, you shouldn't.
You had a relationship with Ed Burns during the movie, which allowed you, since he wrote and directed the movie, to sort of augment your lines and augment your character. What did that freedom give you?
Well, actually, when I read the script, he just gave it to me to read as, like, you know, his girlfriend. I was like, oh, it's, you know, really good. And I just said, but look, I don't think a woman would say this. And in this situation, I don't think I would say that, blah, blah, blah. And he went over it and changed a lot of things, you know, and sort of, like, took my notes, but then also made it his own thing. And it was really collaborative. Looking in the back, the cockpit's not answering. Somebody's stabbed in business class. And I think there's mates that we can't breathe. I don't know. I think we're getting hijacked. Which flight are you on? Flight 12. And what seat are you in? I really said burnout. I probably said I couldn't get a job. Em, are you there? Yes. What seat are you in? Care for a ride?
You were...
Ma'am, what seat are you in? We just left Boston. We're up in the air. We're supposed to go to L.A., and the cockpit's not answering their phone. Okay, but what seat are you sitting in? What's the number of your seat? Okay, I'm in my jump seat right now. Okay. At 3R. Okay, you're the flight attendant? That you're just, like, really cool.
You know, Heather, someone says to you, you can only watch.
I'm sorry, did you say you're the flight attendant? Hello? Yes, hello? What is your name? Hi. You may have to speak up. I can't hear you. Sure. What is your name? Okay, my name is Betty Ong. I'm number 3 on flight 11. Okay. And the cockpit is not answering their phone. And there's somebody stabbed in business class, and we can't breathe in business class. Somebody's got mace or something. Can you describe the person that you said someone is what in business class? I'm sitting in the back. Somebody's coming back from business. If you can hold on for 1 second, they're coming back. Okay, our number 1 got stabbed. Our purser is stabbed. Nobody knows who stabbed who, and we can't even get up to business class right now because nobody can breathe. Our number 1 is stabbed right now. Okay. And our number 5, our first class passengers, our first class galley flight attendant, and our purser's been stabbed. And we can't get to the cockpit. The door won't open.
Down memory lane. We're back after this.
What's new in home entertainment?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm taking down all the information, and we're also, you know, of course, recording this. At this point,
this is operations. What flight number are we talking about?
Flight 12.
Flight 12. Okay, we're on flight 11 right now. This is flight 11.
It's flight 11. I'm sorry, Nitty.
Boston to Los Angeles.
Yes.
Our number 1 has been stabbed, and our 5 has been stabbed.
Market 77, climb and maintain 1,000, 11,000.
Up to 1,000, American 77.
Can anybody get up to the cockpit? Can anybody get up to the cockpit? We can't even get into the cockpit. We don't know who's up there.
Are you saying you would just never ever do that?
I'm not ruling it out.
Well, if they were shrewd, they would keep the door closed, and...
I'm sorry?
Would they not maintain a sterile cockpit?
I think the guys are up there. They might have jammed their way up there or something. Nobody can call the cockpit. We can't even get inside.
Age which people are getting it done in their 30s and stuff. I know,
And-
isn't that weird? I went to my dermatologist the other day and I saw, seriously, these girls, and not the other day, it was a few months ago, in their late 20s.
Yes.
Getting Botox in their, and their forehead.
Is anybody still there?
Yes, we're still here.
Okay. I'm staying on the line as well.
Okay.
Hi, who is calling reservations? Is this one of the flight attendants or who? Who are you, hon?
She gave her name as Betty Ong.
Betty, I'm number 3. I'm number 3 on this flight. You're the number 3 on the flight? Yes.
And this is flight 11? From where to
Flight
where?
11.
Have you guys called anyone else?
No.
Somebody's calling medical, and we can't get a stop.
Dress, you can take it through a tsunami, you can fold it up to the size of a junior Tampax, and it still looks wonderful at your destination.
She wears it. You don't want to take fashion so seriously, right?
No, and I don't want women to take themselves so seriously, and I don't want them to be frightened of age.
77 way to pass 9.1 for your left 1 down.
$77 approach climb maintain 17,000.
7,000
I'm listening.
We'll be right back.
A school bus accident involving a DC school bus.
Are you trying to get through the company on the American or anything?
We're trying everything here.
Is he really got no transponder screwed up or what?
It appears that way.
No kidding. Hi.
Teen paternity test results.
I'm so embarrassed.
On the next morning.
Today at 9 on Fox 5.
Is that American 11 trying to call?
We have some claims. Just stay quiet and we are turning to the airport.
You have a patient. She has a 6-digit number.
And who's trying to call me here?
You need your daughter back. Michael Douglas. Is it a telephone number?
No. Is it a place?
Nope.
And they're going to kill her.
What is it?
American 11, are you trying to call?
Don't say a word.
Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any move, you'll injure yourself and the airplane. Just stay quiet.
Hey, 38? Yeah. Have you guys heard anything from American? No. Okay, we think there might be somebody in the cockpit right now taking it over. Okay. Yeah, we just broadcast over here. Yeah, we're already doing it.
Be forever in blue jeans. I'm in blue jeans. Do you get it? Forever in blue jeans, babe.
With Weight Watchers, every food has a points value. And now every point works harder than ever. Introducing Winning Points, the way to stay satisfied. Eat what you like and still stay within your daily points range. So you stick with it and lose.
American 77, contact Washington Center 120.65. Good flight.
535 American 77.
This new $10,000 wardrobe.
Now's the time to join Weight Watchers. For pricing and location information, call 301-770-4115.
American 77, Washington Center, roger. Climb and maintain flight level 270.
270 American 77.
Sorry about that.
Our mistake. Sorry.
The Volkswagen Passat. It only looks like $1 million.
Today, cable companies like AT&T control over 70% of high-speed internet connections because they compete under different rules than phone companies. Unless Congress acts, millions will be left behind or with only one choice, their cable company. Now a study says a delay in high-speed internet rollout could cost our economy $500 billion. Tozan Dingle guarantees access to inner cities and small towns and would add billions to our economy. It's time for real competition. Pass Tozan Dingle.
Construction workers in San Francisco have unearthed a buried treasure. They stumbled upon a 150-year-old ship while digging out the basement for a new hotel. Historians say the ship, built in 1840, was used to transport 49ers, the miners, to San Francisco in search of gold. Archaeologists also uncovered bits of cargo, including brass buttons, glass beads, likely intended for trade, and some charred wheat seeds. Now, after more excavation and documentation, apparently they're just going to continue on with their work and bury the ship.
United 175, contact the Boston Center on 133.42.
Storm drain.
3342, United 175. Go on.
Slipped and he got wedged in the drain. For days, he yelled for help. The nearby traffic drowned him out. Funchess.
United 175, 330.
United 175, Boston Center, roger. Climb and maintain level 350.
It took him some days because he had a backpack. The cell phone was in the backpack. He kept trying to get to it, but by the manhole being so small, he could hardly move the body. And eventually he kept on trying to get to it. Finally, he was able to.
The teacher is dehydrated, but otherwise he's okay. He says he prayed, he slept, and he thought about his students and his family while he was trapped. Montgomery County's animal shelter is asking pet owners to choose their pets wisely after a 10-foot snake was found abandoned in a park. The young Burmese python was discovered in the Wheaton Regional Park. Workers at the shelter say people don't realize how big animals can get. Certainly this is the case. And then they try to abandon them when they do get too big. The shelter currently has 2 Burmese pythons. Both are available for adoption, both at no charge.
Well, summer may be winding down, but there's still another danger lurking outside that could hurt, even kill your child, while your kids still need to take precautions against heat exhaustion. That's coming up.
And the Backstreet Boys take some time out of their busy concert schedule to visit some sick kids. Why one condition in particular.
United 175, I should put 310 if it's approved.
And could your visa...
United 179, you say you want 310?
Sir, if it's approved, United 175 heavy.
United 179, maintain flight level, correction, United 175, maintain level 310.
United 93, runway 4 left, follow UPS.
Oh, UPS, United 93 to 4 left.
Sexy singles set sail on the Love Cruise.
There's a camera here. Yes, there's cameras everywhere.
It's television's newest real-life soap opera.
You hurt people maliciously.
Love Cruise, the maiden voyage.
Tonight at 9 on Fox 5.
Ah, the great outdoors. Made even greater at all-wheel drive. A remarkably civilized ride. And better fuel economy than many SUVs. The Volvo Cross Country. It'll change how far you can go with all-wheel drive.
My road.
Tonight, Jay's all new with Charlie Sheen, comedian Harlan Williams, and go jaywalking.
Boston Center, good morning. Dallas 1989 heavy with you 13 for 14,000.
Delta 1989, Boston Center, Roger, climb and maintain flight level 350, and you can direct chest.
We're back at 8:30 on this Tuesday morning. It's the 11th day of September, the year 2001. And we've got a nice crowd on a beautiful early fall morning here in Manhattan. We hope the weather's pretty where you're waking up as well. And I think that...
American 77, contact Washington Center 133.27.
Thursday, 27, American 77.
We hear out here with the crowd and all the
If it's not Macy
noise.
Gray, it's an enormous screw-up down in our audio booth.
Yeah.
But we think it is.
Who knows? Anyway, outside Studio 1A.
United 175, maintain 310 and contact the Boston Center on 125.57.
New project that he...
2557 will maintain 310 United 175.
Black music, and it's called The Long Road to Freedom.
Whatever you...
Boston going United 175, got up 280 for 310.
Peter Blow.
United 175, Boston Center, Roger, good morning.
And Everybody Loves Raymond. Watch it flying out here on American Airlines. Let's show you what's going on around the country, kids, on this.
American 77, climb maintain flight level 290, sir.
From the Texas.
290, American 77.
Rain to the right of North Dakota, parts of North Dakota.
Hi, Tony. Good morning, Boston. I got a situation here with American 11, American 11.
Northeast, we'll see
Boston departure to
England coastline from
LAX.
Going away. Miles and miles
We
of sunshine.
believe it's a possible hijack situation.
Rough seas still from the...
Okay, tell me more. Okay.
Other than that, it's kind of quiet around the country. We like quiet. It's quiet. It's too quiet.
I love his transponder. I love that. And they believe that they heard in the background some threat.
AIDS awareness with
and right now, that's threat.
Community.
And right now, the aircraft is just west of Albany, going southbound.
What's going on?
Good. All right. Good advice. Thank you.
Okay, I see him.
I like this.
And he's nobody's talking to him, right? Nobody's talking to him at this time, correct?
What's going on? Oh, sorry. There's a. Yeah, hold on. Let me just see here.
Okay. Anything I can do to help you right now? And no, I mean, just in the right, we have no idea where this aircraft is going. Maybe a hit up from New York Center.
Some hot weather continuing in the south.
Hey, well, probably the caution might be good if we call up Cleveland and New York and we let them know. These guys start heading there where they'll have a right.
Sunshine in 75, sunny in the northeast, and low humidity.
Actually, in New York, Boston, I got a little situation with American 11, American 11.
There you go. You
He is a 767 departed Boston going to LAX.
Your neck of the woods.
By being able to...
We don't know where the aircraft is going.
the amount of...
is supposedly going to LAX. Was going westbound. We lost his frequency. Then we lost his transponder.
We've been able to...
That is just west of Albany, head due south.
And found that in dogs...
United's 93, get behind UPS, keep it tight on him, please.
There's a 26% decrease in the amount of damage to their DNA.
But you don't know exactly what that
So
means in terms of years
achieved, extra years?
Well, yeah, not yet, and that's what we're doing is following these animals along. The idea is that, for instance, it takes only one cell to be damaged to start the process of a cancer or start the process of an age-related disease. And so what we're looking for is that these animals have the best potential for their lifespan.
All right,
so
well,
they
everybody's
have a slower aging process.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Everybody's going to be following this.
Nobody move, please. Going back to the airport.
Coming up, and
don't try to make any stupid moves.
Available in about a year. So we'll let everybody out there know. But let's get the weather. Tony Perkins is here.
All right, thank you, Diane. Before we get to the weather, every day our producers survey the crowd to find out interesting things, interesting stories, and we have learned a couple of things this morning. In fact, we're starting a new feature. First of all, we've noticed that for some reason, several people in our audience have worn various shades of purple. Just by coincidence, did you all call each other and plan this?
No.
No. And even Eddie, come here, is on our crew. He's wearing purple as well. And Jeremy is also wearing a shade of purple. Very odd. I'm not sure why that is. All right, get out of here. Now, the other thing that we've noticed, and we're very excited about this, almost everyone in our audience is the same height. Can you pan around? Except for just a few.
Okay, Traycon. Yeah, hi, are you able to talk to owners on this line? I'm not sure, but if you need to get in touch with them, I could, I think they're on the 7 line. I have a situation with the American 11. What? I have a situation with American 11.
Yeah?
You want to talk to Otis Power? I want to talk to Otis Street. I need to scramble some fighters.
Do you like TV?
All right, well, hold on a second. Let me get these two.
Yeah.
Yes, Jane, I do like TV.
Yeah, better than film?
No, well, wait a minute.
Oh, I got him.
Wait a minute.
What?
Wait a minute. 4 cameras is very, very weird. I mean, look at it.
Neighbor Brooch. Hey, Keith, Dan Winnicott from Washington. I have a situation with American 11, a possible hijack. American 11? Yes, sir. The private Boston went to LAX. Right now, he's talking to Robert. He'd like to scramble some fighters to go tail him.
But the great thing is the live.
Oh, okay. We'll talk to Otis here. Okay, and just put if you want, just depart, and we'll put a pipeline in for him, and we'll aim him towards Hampton direct. Okay, I'll talk to these guys over here and see what we can do. Okay. And right now he's on the ground at Albany? No. He's right now south of the airport. He's airborne about 40 to the south of Albany. Primary only.
And I said, I know.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll talk to them right now. And who's this here? Dan Bueno from Washington, TMU. Dan, TMU. Okay. All right, TJ.
The Perrier, the guys who partied a lot 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, the first year we both our families lived in New York, and we didn't know the show was going to stick.
Hi, Tony, Command Center here. Boston Center here. Can I get your Traycon?
Yeah. You were the only guy I knew, and
I took you under my
and since then,
yes, with American 11.
Out there, we live there now.
Oh, a reference to American 11.
Commute.
Have you had any contact with him? No contact. It is confirmed hijacked though.
Yes. I am. Like I say.
Hey, Traycon, hi, Boston Center. Good morning. American 11.
Surreal, and it's
767. Possible hijack.
Watching
American 11, 775, and 76.
Thank God, it's a lot of work.
Where's he landing? Right now, we don't have any idea, but he was to the northwest of Albany, and now he's down by Sparta, losing speed. Very rapidly. We believe the primary only.
It's your family, yeah.
Well, much to your family's dismay sometimes. I mean,
United 175, Boston.
Your brother looks so odd.
175, go ahead, sir.
Roger, you have traffic. Look at your 12 to 1 o'clock at about
Spoke about it. We did a show
10 miles southbound.
We're separated.
See if you can see an American 767 out there, please.
They were looking negative contact, guys. 175.
Told the brother.
You said 583. Can you see it?
I told Dad, Dad, they're doing a show about
583, we still don't have him yet, sir. We're looking.
That bastard will stop at nothing. Is that all right?
We just don't have any idea what else. Last officer we had the Spello 290, but his speed has diminished quite a bit. So we believe he might be in a descent.
I won one in.
3 o'clock, approximately 29,000. Looks like he's going to pass behind us here in just a minute or two.
Okay, now does he look like he's about roughly 29,000 feet?
Yes, sir. That's obviously just an estimate, but that looks about right for him.
Okay, United 175, you have him at your 12 o'clock now in 10 miles.
Affirmative. We have him. He looks about 29
2928,000.
We got some.
Okay, thank you.
Clap. Up next, Gourmet Magazine celebrates 60 years.
What?
We're back after this.
What was that? Not real world. Real world hijackers. Cool. Real? Where is it?
United 175, 30 degrees to the right. I want you to keep you away from this traffic.
30 degrees to the right, United 175 heavy.
Gather round the rails, boys.
Okay, coming out of Otis?
Find that rail to your stomach.
Okay, I'll take heavy coordination with Washington Center. I will advise them of what's going on. Thank you.
He called me lazy.
Hear me? Yes, Cape Tracon here. Is Dan there? That's me. Hey, I just talked to Otis here, and they said they needed a NIAS authorization. We're working with NIAS to see if they should be calling you. Okay, just to let you know, we got a call on a Panta, P-A-N-T-A, Alpha November Tango Alpha 45, and 46, flight of 2. They'll be airborne soon.
54.
Great, thank you. All right, TJ.
Came about.
Well, American
77, amend your altitude, maintain flight level 330 for traffic.
Revolution. Brown versus the Board of Education.
American 77, stop at 330.
Awakening to the whole issue of race on a level that America was just about to embark on that was very new. And I often felt that if people really understood more about one another, life could be.
United 73, Newark Tower, runway 4 left, taxi to position, hold caution, wait turbulence.
Way.
Passing, that was for United 93, position hold 4 left.
Roger, weapon, Sergeant Powell. All right, Boston Center, Team U. We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys to, we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there to help us out. Is this real world or exercise? No, this is not an exercise, not a test.
To the times of
Okay, hey, hold on 1 second, okay? Yeah.
To the antebellum period, and the blues, and the city, and the rural, and the. It was just.
US 583 New York.
Of material.
583, go ahead.
Do me a favor.
Such an incredible.
There's an aircraft that they had threatening things off to the left. Did they ask you to look for an aircraft that's an American flight?
Years.
He's about 8 to 9 o'clock right now and about 10 miles from me. It's just heading southbound. The last reported altitude on him was 29, and nobody's not sure what he might be at.
And both of them at the end.
Yeah, we talked about him on the last frequency. We spotted him when he was at our 3 o'clock position, and he did appear to us to be at 29,000 feet. We're not picking him up on the TCAS. I'll look again and see if we can spot him once more.
No, it looks like they shut off the transponder. That's why the question about it.
RCA.
United 93, wind 3307, runway 4 left, clear for takeoff.
So they
clear takeoff 4 left, United 93.
United 175, go ahead.
And I know you're thrilled.
We figured we'd wait to go to your center. We heard a suspicious transmission on our departure out of Boston, with someone keyed the mic and said, everyone stay in your seats.
Oh, okay. I'll pass that along over here.
It's cut out.
Hey, Kingston on 93 line. Go ahead. United 175 just came on my frequency, and he said that they heard a suspicious transmission when they were leaving Boston. Oh, yeah? Everybody stay in their seat. That's what they heard as a suspicious transmission. Just to let you know. And that US Air 583 thought the American he spotted him was at 29. Okay. Okay. All right, thanks a lot.
I know that you have said that much of the music we listen to today echoes some of the music we heard, say, 100 years ago or more.
What's astounding is
Gourmet Magazine has been chronicling the way folks live and eat since 1941. Now the September anniversary issue of the magazine is celebrating 60 years of gastronomic goodies with some original recipes from years past. Zan Stewart.
United 93, 1400 for 2500.
United 93 near departure. Good morning. Radar contact. Climb and maintain 8,000 and turn left heading 330. Vector for Elliott.
Yes, the
8,000 heading 330 for Elliott. United 93.
Time to start a magazine. Certainly not an epic.
Where do you find him in relation to 583 now?
Yeah.
He's off about 9 o'clock and just about 20 miles from me. It looks like he's heading southbound. But there's no transponder, no nothing, and no one's talking to him.
It didn't when it started, right?
No. Gourmet was very, very rooted in what people in the world eat. And we still are.
Okay. So what was the criteria here when you were choosing recipes to include in this issue?
What tastes good? What still tastes good after 60 years?
American Airlines emergency line. Please state your emergency.
Hey, this is Nitty of American Airlines calling. I am monitoring a call in which Flight 11, the flight attendant is advising our rep that the pilot, everyone's been staffed.
Okay. Make a statement about the 40s. What?
Flight 11.
Yeah.
Boy, it's just one of those dishes. I remember my grandparents talking about.
They can't get into the cockpit, is what I'm hearing. Okay, who's this I'm talking to? Excuse me, this is Native American Airlines at the Raleigh Reservation Center. I'm the operations specialist on duty.
This is terribly French.
But this is...
I'm sorry, what was your name again? Nydia. Nydia.
Delicious.
It doesn't kill...
What's your last name? Gonzalez, Goncalez.
And then we've got these great mojitos.
Thank you.
Now, you're...
Okay, now we have a flight attendant on the line with one of our agents. Okay.
Lime juice.
And she's calling how? To reservation.
Together. People, you know, the kids today think that they invented mojitos.
I can go in on the line and ask a flight attendant question.
My grandparents were drinking mojitos in Havana.
Okay, I'm assuming they're declaring an emergency. Let me get ATC on here. Stand got any contact with anybody?
I'm just curious. All right, this is the one you and I are going to fight about, the 50s.
Okay, I'm still on with security, okay, Betty? You're doing a great job. Just stay calm, okay?
Soup, boy, and we published this recipe a lot.
We are, absolutely. Okay, we're contacting the flight crew now. We're also contacting ATC. Okay. It seems like the passengers in the coach might not be aware of what's going on right now. These two passengers were from first class. Okay, but hey, Betty, do you know any information as far as the gentlemen that are in the cockpit with the pilot? They took first class?
I might
have. The 50s, the dark ages for food?
Well, frozen foods.
They were sitting in 2A and B.
Good recipes, then.
All right, the 60s.
All right, now the 60s must have been 10 years
old. They are in the cockpit with the pilot.
She's fun, dude.
Is there a doctor on board, Betty, that's assisting you guys? You don't have any doctors on board.
All right, what are we drinking with this?
Sangria. Remember all...
So you've gotten all the first class passengers out of first class?
We published dozens of...
Taking everyone out of first class? Yeah, she's just saying that they have...
Really good.
Let's move on to the 70s.
The 70s.
Yet another thing with cheese.
Yeah, sorry, it
Janice
wasn't my
DeRosa,
choice.
Kim Williamson, thanks a lot. A lot of great planning there. Go ahead.
Fettuccine Alfredo. When we first published this recipe,
what's going on, honey?
Published it with a recipe for making your own pasta because we couldn't get
aircraft is erratic again.
Thin pasta in those days. Now we can get it. It's
United 93, resume normal speed, contact departure 135.35.
Italian food.
135.35 normal speed, good day, United 93.
What are we drinking with it?
The Kier. It was, you know, it...
United 93 is with you, 10,000 normal speed, heading 280.
United 93 departure, good morning, 5 maintain 14000.
5 maintain 14000, United 93.
We're still in love with Italy, though. Porcini risotto. It's a beautiful rice dish, creamy, but no cream added. A little cheese at the end, and wonderful porcini mushrooms.
And the 90s?
The 90s, the wrap. We had reinvented the sandwich using tortillas. Okay, now this is something. Okay, it's a flour tortilla. This one lightly toasted so that it gets fluffy. And not all clammy and nasty. A chipotle mayonnaise is really...
We just had a plane crash into upper floor of the World Trade Center, transmit a second alarm, and start relocating companies into the area.
They have a hard time breathing or getting in that area. What's going on, Betty?
The things I learned to do was to take my medicine exactly as my doctor instructed me to.
Betty, are you there?
Your condition could worsen, requiring further medicine.
I think we might have lost her.
To start your way to a heart healthy life, join us for the American Heart Week, Saturday, October 20th. For more information, call this number.
Howard Hughes lived the American dream. He was wealthy beyond belief, dated beautiful movie stars, and made record-breaking flights. But the man who could have it all for years just wanted to be left alone. Because of that, much of his life has remained a mystery until now. Author Richard Hack uncovers America's first billionaire in his new book, simply called Hughes.
That looked like a direct attack back, which means I've made several.
Engine 1 out, World Trade Center, 1060. Send every available ambulance, everything you got to World Trade Center now.
Amazing new solo stops itching fangs to athlete's foot, jock itch, psoriasis, ringworm, scalp itch, stops corn and cow's growth fast, water itch, dry cracked feet, the original asphalt.
The Malaysian Prime Minister must be eliminated.
The world needed a hero, but what if not?
Crashed? Jim, just a few moments ago, something believed to be a plane crashed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. I just saw flames inside. You can see the smoke coming out of the tower. We have no idea what it was. It was a tremendous boom just a few moments ago. You can hear around me emergency vehicles heading towards the scene. Now, this could have been an aircraft, or it could have been something internal. It appears to be something.
Kennedy Tower reports
Due to the
Kennedy Tower reports that there was a fire
on about
at the World Trade Center
of the South Tower of the World Trade
Center. That's the area where we lost the airplane.
Police vehicles and fire vehicles are zipping by me here. We just have no idea. So to the south of the tower, we see some particles, also some gray smoke. Now the smoke coming out of the opening appears to be black smoke. This would indicate things are burning inside. We have no idea of what happened.
They did scramble out of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
They should be airborne any second now. Should be airborne any second. Did you get any height finding on him?
No, we're looking right now for everything. We don't see a thing
it was an aircraft or not.
Would you like to lower your monthly mortgage payments or use the equity in your home to consolidate your credit card or other debts? Just log on.
Yeah. This just in, you were looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. The CNN Center right now is just beginning to work on this story, obviously calling our sources and trying to figure out exactly what happened, but clearly something relatively devastating happening this morning there.
Anybody know what that smoke is in Lower Manhattan?
That is a picture.
A lot of smoke in Lower Manhattan.
World Trade Center.
A lot of smoke in Lower Manhattan.
You can see these pictures. It's obvious.
Coming out of the top of the World Trade Center building, the major fire.
A plane has crashed.
United 93, contact New York Center 132.1
Information on this subject.
To
you.
Right now, we've got Sean Murtaugh. He is a CNN producer on the telephone right now. Sean, what can you tell us about what you know?
This is Sean Murtaugh. I just was standing on the Vice President of Finance.
Sean,
Vice President of Finance for CNN.
Sean, we're on the air.
This is Delta 1489. We can see the Lower Manhattan. Looks like the World Trade Center's on fire.
Ed, what can you tell us?
American 77, clear direct south.
Slightly over New York City, and it appears to have crashed into, I don't know which tower it is, but it hit directly in the middle of one of the World Trade Center towers.
Sean, what kind of plane? Was it a small plane?
We want to tell you what we know as we know it. We just got a report in that there's been some sort of explosion at the World Trade Center in New York City. One report said, and we can't confirm any of this, that a plane may have hit one of the two towers of the
Air 175, recycle your transponder, score code of 1470.
Was absolutely the most amazing man that America has ever created, ever.
Okay, I have got to interrupt you right now. Richard Hack, thank you very much. We appreciate the booking call, Hughes. We want to go live right now and show you a picture of the World Trade Center, where I understand, do we have it? No, we do not. We have a breaking story, though. We're going to come back with that in just a moment. First, this is Today on NBC.
You so much.
United 175, do you read New York?
Did you just hear the information regarding the World Trade Center? No. Being hit by an aircraft. I'm sorry? Being hit by an aircraft. You couldn't. It's on the World. Actually, they still have altitude. You still have altitude on an aircraft that you have for hijack? I said, I don't look a radar here. Yeah, you lost contact though.
It's 8:52 here in New York. I'm Bryant Gumbel. We understand that
we're in a house in West Broadway. We can see this from here. We've been directed by numerous civilians. You want us to take this?
Kingston, 93 line East Texas. Kingston. Do me a favor, see if United 175 went back onto your frequency. United 175? Yes.
We don't know if it was a private aircraft. We have no idea how many were on board or what the extent of the injuries are right now. We have, I understand, an eyewitness on the phone right now. Sir.
Welcome back to Fox News. We have a very tragic alert for you right now. An incredible plane crash into the World Trade Center here at the lower tip of Manhattan.
Do you see that United 175 anywhere?
Speculation.
And do me a favor, you see that target there, the 3321 code at 335 climbing?
The issues with Fox.
Don't know who he is,
When moving on
but you got the US Air 583. If you need to send him down, you can. Nobody, we have a hijack. We have some problems over here right now.
The World Trade Center.
Okay, just wanted to give you a heads up, New York. I don't know if you know, but the World Trade Center is my aircraft.
On
Real
the
world.
second tower. It's about.
You have that confirmed?
That is on the news right now.
The control room that we're obviously trying to talk to people in that neighborhood who have been a little closer to it than you are, Ollie. Do we have any people to talk to?
Sure, we've got some people here walking away. Excuse me, sir, did you see what happened?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I saw something like bomb, and
Did you see anything hit the building, or did it come from the building?
that's the bomb. I think so. That's the
Something hit the building?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, we got some other people. They're all rushing away from the site.
We don't blame him, especially that fellow with a little girl.
Advise we're responding. We'll be in the river in case for water supply. Advise the incoming. You have visible flames from the side of the building.
There was a huge explosion sound. Everyone came out. A large section of the building is blown out, around like the 80th floor.
Was it hit by something, or was it something inside? It was inside.
Because it looked out. Everything was coming out.
Everything
All
was
the windows were coming out, and all the papers were
What is on the sidewalk?
I didn't see anything.
Was there any people hurt, do you know?
I just ran, and everyone in the pass train just ran. I don't know if anyone was hurt, but I assume they were because the windows were all blown out.
All right, thank you.
That's the only way I could describe the sound.
Delta 2315. Delta 2315, turn left immediately to a heading of 200.
And
turn immediately, 200, Delta Point.
Roger. Traffic, 1 o'clock, 10 miles, turning into your face, descending out of 31. It's a hijacked aircraft. We don't know what he's doing.
War zones and
2315.
US Air 542, turn left, heading 200.
Speculation, but
200, US Air 542.
50 Mike Juliet, maintain flight level 210.
been a missile as well.
17 for 210, Mike Juliet.
was it a one?
Delta 2315, the traffic is now at your... Well, if you're heading on the 200 heading, he's about your 2 o'clock.
It was a high...
And about 7, looks like 30.6 descending.
sound.
We have him in sight, sir.
Delta 2315, roger.
Didn't see anything actually in the air.
No, I wasn't looking at...
Yeah, he's in sight.
Okay, you can maneuver as necessary to avoid that aircraft, sir. I do not know what he's doing.
It had to be huge because it hit way up in the World Trade Center. I would say it's probably...
Delta 2315, any evasive action you need to take is approved.
5, 6
Please
of the
come
way
right now.
What floor are you on?
100 northeast.
Considerable amount of flame. There's damage on 2 sides that I can see. On the very north-facing side,
Okay, so what's your phone number there?
looks like it's a
I'm on
large
a cell
amount of
phone.
damage.
All right, no problem. We'll get to you. Please, immediately. They're on the way.
I would say maybe 10 to 15 floors. And then on the left side, which would be the east side, there's considerable damage as well, and lots of flames and smoke coming out of it.
You know, I don't know that people outside New York realize it, but these two buildings are essentially cities in and of themselves. Almost 30,000 people, if I remember the number. And
Your Delta 2315, he's behind you now. You can turn right to a heading at 280 and join the airway.
they occurred at the time.
Yes, sir, and didn't get a good look at him, but it was a darker paint scheme.
Okay, yes, sir, 542. Can you tell who he is?
Heard it?
Absolutely. I noticed it.
Looks like a Delta airplane to me.
Okay, looks like a Delta 75.
It sounded like something was very low and shrieking across the sky. And then I heard the explosion.
United 93, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Seeing an angle that's a
Leaving 28 to 350, United 93.
American 77, Indy.
We do know there is debris all over the floor, down the pavement down below, and crews are, they've got all the police and the fire department and the emergency technicians are headed to that area. This is horrible.
We're on the 14th floor, I see.
So I'm not sure.
American 77, American, Indy.
Looking out, just fucking
Car 3 and Car 4 riding together, responding down. Transmit a fifth alarm for this spot. Get us a staging area, Chief, somewhere on West Street.
A building very close to the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan.
American 77, American, Indy radio. Check, how do you read?
The scene down at City Hall, a reporter
Press now, it looks like 3 o'clock.
transmitter.
Okay, can you see what the delivery was?
Trade Center building.
Gene, right now we're continuing to look
it's a dark paint scheme, and if I was guessing, I would say United, but that would be just a guess.
President of Finance, he witnessed what he described as a twin-engine plane, possibly a 737. He was.
This is Henderson, American 77. I don't know what happened to him. I'm trying to reach him.
You on now for Sterling 937.
Looks like he took a turn to the south, and now I don't know what altitude he's at or what he's doing. Last night he was heading towards Falmouth at 35.
Well, just let me know.
Okay, I'll try to get a hold of him. Thanks.
There's a plane crash in the World Trade Center. Pictures there. It's one of New York's tallest buildings. That's all the information we know at the moment.
The aircraft was light color with a dark tail.
2 hours. And they were talking about their kids a lot. That's the way you know.
That's how you get in.
Hey, I should make a. I don't mean to interrupt the fun, but this is a breaking news story, a serious news story.
What?
A plane has crashed. Hold it into the World Trade Center.
You're kidding!
The World Trade Center is on fire, which is the.
What is going on?
Really? Let me look out my window.
It's the tallest.
Just heard you right there.
Was it like one of those private planes?
Thank God you're
Oh,
alive.
dude!
Do you see it?
Dude, it's that's hot. Oh my God! I got to go out on my roof. This is incredible. The whole thing is on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, not a little fire.
No, it's huge.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a building.
I gotta run.
How did it take so long to happen?
I'll call you back.
Right, I know. I'm always amazed.
You know, a plane once crashed in the 40s. A plane crashed right into the Empire State Building, like right in.
Right.
What kind of
But what kind of plane? Was it a private, stupid plane?
I don't have any more details. I'm following this story.
I hope this wasn't one of those like terrorist kamikaze attacks.
You know what? He's preparing to.
Let's get back to you and Pamela.
Joel, this is was on an airplane that's been hijacked and things will go well. I just want to know, like, absolutely love you for watching the good. So have same for my parents and everybody.
Jim?
Hi, Dave.
Dave, I'm told we have a witness named Jim on the phone. Eyewitness. Jim, are you there?
Yes.
Jim, what's your last name, Jim?
Last name Friedel.
Jim, tell us what you saw, if you would.
Well, I was looking out the window, and normally you'll see planes kind of flying low.
Marine One, we're in the river. You got smoke. You got fire out of the north side and now coming out of the west side of the World Trade Center. The west side.
Looked at it and thought it was rather low. Banking very hard.
That's affirmative. Fire has penetrated the skin.
Tower.
What's your vantage point there, Jim?
I am actually across the Hudson in Hoboken, but I have a clear view right at the World Trade Towers.
Now, it did seem to you that it was done on purpose?
Check with your noms. Do you know if anyone down there has done any coordination to scramble fighter type airplanes?
Is there big airplanes in there?
No, we have several situations going on here. It's escalating big time. And we need to get the military involved with this.
Wow, what's going on?
Just get me somebody who has the authority to get military in the air now.
Your view and get to the restaurant at the top?
As a matter of fact, it is. And there's as I'm sure you can see, there's a ton of smoke coming out right now.
See it. I mean, who's to say it's not like a chair?
About
American 77, Indy.
from the top of the building.
Center American 2493.
American 2493, go ahead.
Yeah, we sent a message to dispatch to have them come up on 2027. Is that what you want them to do?
Yeah, we had him on the west side of our airspace, and he went into coast, and don't have a track on him, and now he's not talking to me, so we don't know exactly what happened to him. We're trying to get a hold of him. We also contacted your company, so thanks for the help.
All right.
Here to a loud sonic boom she described as she was sitting inside her apartment, and she looked up and saw the side of the World Trade Center exploded into flames and black smoke.
We did. And we were in a position where we could see the Trade Center almost immediately between the other buildings. And an enormous fireball that must have been 300 feet across was visible immediately. A secondary explosion, I think, and then plumes of smoke. There must have been a 3-block cloud of white smoke. Now, from where I was on the street a moment ago, you can in fact see smoke leaving the building on 3 sides. It seems to be coming out on at least 4 or 5 floors. The air is filled with hundreds of thousands of pieces of paper that are just sort of floating like
That's Matt 1 to Manhattan.
Matt 1. Swarmed.
Yeah, we are responding. We're just out of the tunnels. Air Pacific route.
Have you seen
emergency vehicles to get through, okay?
Elliot, have you, of course, because of the incident that occurred in the early 1990s, have you seen any
Hey, can you look out your window right now?
Elliot?
Can you see a guy at about 4,000 feet, about 5 east of the airport right now? Looks like he's...
a large plane, according to
Can you see a guy? Look, is he descending to the building also?
He's descending really quick too, yeah.
Hoboken. As you look at the picture of our chopper, that you can see, it appeared back sharply and smashed directly into some other equipment. We just saw another one.
Okay, this stuff raises. This has to be deliberate, folks.
So this looks like it was some sort of a concerted effort to attack the World Trade
What we have been hearing for the longest time here apparently has come to pass. A disastrous terrorist attack. Both planes smashing into each one.
And it didn't look like a commercial jet. It was a smaller plane. It was definitely a smaller plane.
American 77, Indy.
That looks like a good-sized plane came in and hit the World Trade Center from the other side. So this is obviously, or would seem to be, and again, I'm dealing in speculation, but it would seem like there is.
Matt, I've never seen any. It looks like a movie. I saw a large plane, like a jet, go immediately headed directly into the World Trade Center. It just flew into it, into the other tower coming from south.
Tony, we're going to stop everybody. We're going to shut Boston down. I suggest the same elsewhere.
It was a very large plane. It was going.
You're going to do what, Terry?
The Ritz-Carlton.
We're shutting the airplanes down. We're not letting anyone go right now.
Okay.
That's a good move. We're waiting to hear from security.
This is so shocking, of course, to everybody watching.
Well, the shot that we've got is now just from one side of the world. Moments ago.
Yes, this is the
Second plane. And this is now in slow motion. Oh, this is terrifying.
You're not kidding, right?
No, I'm not kidding.
Powerless.
Oh, shit.
Yes, sir.
Is a horror.
Definitely something hit the second tower. Approximately 2/3 of the way up. You got visible fire showing out there. Suggest to the incident commander, Fort David, to transmit a fifth alarm to Tower 2.
The second fire.
It was just a rumor. Somebody just called and said that on CNN. A second plane just crashed into one.
Stop it! A second plane.
That's two different buildings.
They
Look at
are
Howard
two buildings,
building.
and that is lower.
So
it's a terrorist attack,
isn't it? That's what they're saying.
It's got to be.
Somebody just called in
Oh,
with that.
my goodness.
Oh, no.
A second plane might have crashed, and a second building is on fire.
Why does everyone go to the World Trade Center?
But it was definitely the second tower that was hit, about halfway down, not quite as high. And from my view here, it does not seem to be as big, as much damage as the original. I don't know if that means it was not as big a plane or what. I did not see the plane go in, but it's horrendous damage. But it doesn't seem to be the gaping hole through two sides of the building like on the first one.
Delta 9900, can you see Manhattan?
If there are people down below.
Can you see anything unusual?
We took off. They said a plane rammed the South Tower. It looks to be about maybe 200 feet high, and there's Belgian smoke all the way around.
Half hour.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And I say we are totally powerless in knowing what's going on here, except that it would obviously appear can't be a coincidence like this. It would obviously be some sort of a concerted attack against both towers of the World Trade Center.
Don't believe it's one of the two top ones.
No, it's not. It's about the 30th floor. It is not up there. And by the way, for those who are wondering about the structure itself, both towers appear to be structurally sound, and not only small pieces of debris are circulating in the air around where the explosions occurred. The buildings themselves seem to be intact as far as their structure is concerned. There have been talk over the years about the threat of terrorism making...
This is Henderson, American 77. Do you guys have radar on him? Is he over Falmouth or...?
No, we just moved the track there. We never, you know...
All right, you just have the track out
you
there.
guys never been able to raise him at all?
No, we called company. They can't even get a hold of him. So there's no radio communications and no radar
And his last clearance, as far as you know, was on course to Falmouth and then J134, right? Well, we're just going to treat him like non-radar, and we've already told the next sector they're going to have to sterilize for him until we find out.
Okay, thanks.
We're looking at a tape replay of the second plane boring into the building. Hard for us to tell exactly how large an aircraft it is there or whether or not that was intentional. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Believe me, it was intentional. We saw the second one come up the Hudson and veer into the second building.
Why do you say the second was intentional?
Because it was flown very deliberately. There appeared to be nothing wrong with the aircraft. It was flown very deliberately into the building.
Have they, you don't, obviously you're at 50th, you don't have any vantage point down there. What's everybody else talking about there who has the same vantage point? They see all the same thing you did?
Yes. Well, others did not see the first one, but there were several people in my office when the second one came in.
Yeah, we're looking at the second one boring in right now, and it does not seem to be wavering in any way.
Yeah,
seem to be airplane is hit,
separate airplanes have hit both World Trade Center towers.
Two airplanes fly into the World Trade Center within minutes of each other.
Division 1 to Manhattan. All responding units responding into number 1 and number 2 World Trade Center are to bring additional guidance with them.
Who's flying? Are there any more coming? And what can they do to intercept any others if there are? Imagine that there has got to be a ground hold right now at all the airports in the New York area, as well as a freeze in the air traffic center of all the aircraft around the New York metropolitan area. And if there are any other airplanes coming, perhaps the Air National Guard or others will have to start dealing with this. And in the air, maybe they've already scrambled at the moment as we speak. So I think clearly, judging by the pictures that we've seen, sadly, horribly, what we've long feared and many have worried about and thought could never happen would be a
I feel like we're under siege or something, and I don't know where to go or what to do.
Right now, not obviously the accident that happened with the Empire State Building.
My apartment, I can see both of them just burning up.
25 hit the Empire State Building by accident when he descended through clouds trying to go to Newark. This is clearly very chilling. The very soul and the very heart.
American Dispatch, Jim McDonald.
Indianapolis Center, did you get a hold of American 77 by chance?
No, sir, but we have an unconfirmed report that the second airplane hit the World Trade Center.
If it indeed were two planes, did see one.
You know, we lost American 11 through hijacking.
To the area.
American was
these are all
Western Los Angeles flight.
They're going to have to be answered.
It was all right.
Two.
I can't really.
Planes.
I can't hear what you're saying there. You said American 11.
Yes, we were hijacked.
Out of the control.
It was a Boston LA flight.
There are people.
And 77 is a Dulles LA flight.
Can you see the people leaving?
We have an unconfirmed report. A second airplane just flew into the World Trade Center.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
So you're in Greenwich Village?
Yeah, no, in Greenwich Street on North Mall.
Oh, I see, on Greenwich Street. Okay, I can. That's just to locate people who don't know New York. That is right in the vicinity, right nearby, but not actually on the site of the World Trade Centers. ABC's Peter Jennings is at the anchor desk uptown here in New York and is now in position. Peter, I suspect you are looking at exactly the same pictures. Well, I know you're looking at the same pictures we are.
We are, Charlie. We've been watching it from the beginning, and we'll be watching this for much of the day. There is chaos in New York at the moment. There have been not one but two incidents, as Charlie and Diane have so ably reported so far. The second one coming at 9:03. When television was online, and you could see what was clearly a jet aircraft flying into a second trade tower. Both trade towers now, there's 110-story high towers have now been hit. There is chaos here, chaos in the immediate area. There is confusion in Washington, because now everybody is engaged in this. The Pentagon is involved in this. All the intelligence services are engaged at this in the morning. And as we look at those towers, let's just simply keep looking at these towers this morning. And if you have the feed at home, I actually don't have it here, so somebody could please make sure that I have the photo picture of what's going on. The various airports in the area, Newark and LaGuardia particularly, have already suspended operations. The city asked the Federal Aviation Administration for permission to close down airspace in all of New York, lest there be a third aircraft or some other untoward incident involved.
For the tower, and that it was a commercial-sized aircraft.
Could you have a better idea about what size that plane was? It was kind of hard for me to tell. You're an expert in these matters. Could you look at that tape and tell what size that plane was?
it would have to be slowed down, and you'd need more than one angle for it because you'd want to see how many engines on it, the shape of the tail.
Well, if it's possible, gang, could we go ahead and replay that tape right now? Do we have the tape ready of the second plane impacting? We're going to put that tape on in just a second. Here, we're about to roll it now. If you can, sir, I don't want you to speculate, but if you can, give us an idea of what you think might be at play here. What kind of plane we're talking about, or at least what size. If we're talking about one that would hold, say, 100 people, one that would hold 300 people. From what you see, we'll have to back the tape up further than that, guys. Here we go.
It's very hard to get a perspective on it. I don't know how far away we are at this, but that looks to me like it could be certainly a passenger jet and one of those aircraft that could hold 100 or more people.
Teach them a lesson.
We know where these people are.
Yeah.
We know exactly where they are. We need to send some cruise missiles over there right now and just start bombing the hell out of them.
Today.
We're always worried about the innocent civilians who live around.
You know what? Innocent civilians, so what? They shouldn't be living by these guys, supporting them, all that crap, okay?
Of the two towers. You say you saw the first plane fall down. What can you tell me about that plane?
Well, I didn't recognize it as a plane at first. It looked to me like a charred piece of metal, and I had thought that there was an explosion from within the Trade Center, so I thought what I was seeing.
And when you're looking at the pictures that you see with all this smoke and fire and all that, it's just absolutely unbelievable to think that a flight crew that wouldn't ordinarily see the World Trade Center, wouldn't ordinarily be on course, would now not see this flaming beacon to avoid.
Let me ask you this about the airspace. Given that it appears that two different airplanes have flown into the World Trade Center in 18 minutes, is it possible to shut down that airspace?
Notify units to get over to the west side. 11 Avenue is closed off. They got a direct route to the World Trade Center. Everything below 24th Street is wide open to get down there.
Talking about having to now keep other aircraft away.
We have another view now of that plane slamming into the second building. Look at it. It's coming in from the side, coming low, hitting the building about in the middle. Folks, you see the pictures. It looks like Hollywood, but this is real. The reports are, again, these are very unconfirmed. We're trying to be responsible with what we bring you here. But the reports of a hijacking of a plane coming into the FBI, a hijacking of a plane shortly before this incident took place. Now, you can imagine if a couple of trained pilots, and this would not be beyond the reach of many terrorist organizations around the world, a couple of trained pilots were to take control of one of these sophisticated jetliners. Once they're in the air, folks, they're easy to fly. And you disengage the autopilot, you can take that plane anywhere you want to go.
American Dispatch, Jim McComb.
Indy Center here.
Yes, sir.
American 11, you guys said that he departed off of New York?
Boston.
Boston, and he was going to L.A., and it was a hijacked airplane?
Yes.
And have you heard anything from American 77?
No.
Okay, and
I talked to a lender in the center up there. I gave you the information I got.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay. All right. On the second day of the two-day trip to Florida, he just finished reading some children at the Emma Booker Elementary School and was asked about the incident. He said he was aware of it and that he would have something to say about it later. His aides have been scrambling for the past 15 or 20 minutes, both to find out what is happening and to keep...
hesitate to call it an attack. The first incident we'll continue to call it for now, and very much the second one now. That's what it looks like. Both of the towers in the Twin Trade Towers are now on fire. We have no idea whatsoever the measure of casualties inside or the measure of damage inside, but you can only imagine it. The New York City office.
A695, good morning, have a good day. Hi, what's your number again, please? A695. I'm on the 83rd floor. A6 what? I'm on the 83rd floor. Tell me A6 what? A695. A695. It's at the World Trade Center. Someone having difficulty breathing on the 83rd floor. Okay, ma'am, how you doing? Are they going to be able to get somebody up here? Well, of course, ma'am. We're coming up to you. Well, there's no one here yet, and the floor is completely engulfed. We're on the floor, and we can't breathe. Okay. And it's very, very, very hot. Are the lights still on? The lights are on, but it's very hot. Ma'am. Very hot. We're all the way on the other side of Liberty, and it's very, very hot. Any lights? You can turn the lights off? No, the lights are off. Okay, good. Now, everybody stay calm. You're doing a good job. Please. Ma'am, listen. Damn it, everybody's coming. Everybody knows. Everybody knows what happened, okay? But no, they have to take time to come up here. You know that. You got to be very careful. Very hot. I understand. You got to be very, very careful how they approach you, okay? All right? So when they come upstairs, it won't be worse than it is.
And the smoke coming out of it, it reminded me and them of Oklahoma City. It was pure astonishment, I can tell you, at FBI headquarters this morning. And they are trying to find out the facts just as we are.
And would you have the units responding on the 5th alarm?
This has been a topic before. Back on February 26, 93, a terrorist act at the World Trade Center killed 6 and injured more than 1,000 others. Do you know whether or not the FBI had received any...
I can't see. No, hot. Very hot. No fire for now, and no smoke, right? No smoke, right? Of course there's smoke. Ma'am, you have to stay calm. There is smoke. I can't breathe. Okay, you stay calm with me, okay? I understand. I think there is fire because it's very hot. Okay. It's very hot everywhere on the floor. Okay. I know you don't see it, and I know, but I'm going to document. I'm documenting what you say, okay? And it's very hot.
Humanity right downstairs. Just strewn with people, cars and trucks and so on and so forth. A lot of confusion. And I guess I still don't know what is going on there.
It's a very, very busy time of morning, of course, isn't it, Ash?
Well, yes, a busier time this morning. So that is really unfortunate. I just hope and I pray for these people on those 2 or 3 floors, or perhaps even more floors that were affected the World Trade Center. This is such a stark coincidence for me, because I was there when the explosion went off in the World Trade Center many, many years ago, and I had to walk down 63 floors from the 63rd floor.
One of the things that anybody mounting security in the World Trade Center himself will not be able to necessarily appreciate is what has happened.
From the Water Street box, we're stuck in massive traffic. We can't get up to 31st and Madison.
At the moment, drifting around, including...
That's what I'm doing. I'm letting you know. Hello, ma'am? Stay calm, ma'am. Stay calm. Stay calm.
In Washington, John, what do you know?
Just don't move. Oh my God, they're coming through with you now. Find out if there's anybody here on the 83rd floor. Ma'am, don't worry. You stay on the phone with me, and I already. Can you find out if there's anyone on the 83rd floor? Because, ma'am, I already somebody. Excuse me. I already notified this lieutenant. Okay. 80, I notified the city. 80? Yes, Lieutenant 80. I already notified the lieutenant that there's 5 people on the first floor, right? Very hot and smoky, so they won't overlook you. Okay, dear? Can you? I already did that. Can I line with you, please? Yes, ma'am. I am going to stay with you. Listen. Take you. They're here? Are they inside with you yet, dear? No. Okay, stay calm till they get inside. Find out where they are. Ma'am, stay calm till they get inside. Karen. I have 727.
Through it and find some clue, but at this point they believe there is no...
Hello, Command Center? Yes, sir. This is John Thomas, Ops Manager. I think we need to let everybody know this right away if they don't already. American 77 was was just west of Charleston, West Virginia, flight level 350. It's a heavy Boeing 752 and disappeared off our radar scope about 1256Z, a long with lost frequency. We were treating it as a loss, started to do some procedures to notify search and rescue and whatnot when American Airlines told us they'd had some aircraft or an aircraft hijacked. We now believe that aircraft may have been hijacked, although no one has, we have nothing to verify that. What with the World Trade Center, we could have another loose aircraft out there somewhere.
Okay, but at the time of loss, what altitude was he at?
Flight level 350.
And he just lost primary also?
Lost no primary or that we could see. Of course, we wouldn't necessarily be able to pick up the primary there anyway.
I've been told that...
and I'm assuming then that you're doing what you can to do a primary retrack on him, if you can do that from
yes.
the
Sure.
And then, so 1256 Zulu we lost comm and radar. Any ELT?
No ELTs.
Okay. Any more information you get, I appreciate it, and I'll forward this immediately up to the NOM and everybody that's standing up there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
And could have moved up because it seems to be that there's smoke coming out higher floors in the building.
You say there appears to be something else. That would be the second aircraft, the one at the lower level.
And at 93, starting to pick up some light shop at 35. Any ride reports?
It doesn't fit with the line of the building.
The first complaint I'd had.
And that's what's on fire.
We're getting a look at the building right now, and I must say the smoke seems to be obscuring our view enough so that we can't identify it. We're re-racking the tape right now. You see encircled there off on the right-hand side of your screen, this is the second plane. Obviously, the first plane has already collided with the top.
Morning, Cleveland. It's United 93 with you, 350. Some light stop here at 35. Any ride reports?
And you see making no moves to evade.
No, just a little light shop, nothing worse than that, United 93.
From Longboat Key, actually, where
he's following the president.
That's right. David?
Yes, Katie, the president is about to begin an education.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he's going to return to Washington, and we have on the phone our principal aviation analyst and expert, John Nance. Good morning, John.
Morning, Peter.
What would you like to contribute to this? Because one knows that it is indeed possible to fly an aircraft into a building if one intends to do so.
If one intends to do so, that's correct. And unfortunately, when you've got something that has been as worrisome a target as the World Trade Center, regardless of the way we've hardened it up on the ground, they have apparently, whoever they is, picked the one vulnerable area. The thing that is most disturbing to me is not only the fact, of course, that there are people.
Brooklyn dispatch, urgent. People trapped 5 World Trade on the 80 floor. 3 World Trades. That's the 101 floor and the 102 floor. Manhattan receive.
Is disturbingly.
United 93 checking in 350.
United 93 350. Right. Say 319 or an Airbus 320. Also of a 767 or something of that nature. And that's a large airplane.
John, let me go slowly with you and we'll actually put it on the screen again very slowly so that we can see it come across screen. Are you able to identify?
This is our worst nightmare. You knew this was going to happen one day, and it's happened.
Well, it's because we never settle anything.
You know what? Right. I got to tell you. And we don't face the fact that and I'm not saying it's the Arabs who did this. I don't know yet, but I'm guessing the Arab world has to be taught a lesson that we are the boss. And you are going to be our dogs, and you have got to be spanked.
Will you do me a favor, please?
Yeah.
Will you not be the leader of these thoughts right now?
Yeah, it's true. And I'm not being the leader of the thoughts.
It is terrorism. I mean, look, John, I couldn't conjure up a story like this. I couldn't. If I wrote a script like this with 2 planes, I believe there were 2, go into the Trade Center on a clear thing like this, somebody lands. You look outside the Fox studios. Look how clear it is. I mean, how could you miss the trade towers? I mean, not just 1, but 2 planes.
Well, and it brings to mind, everybody hates those metal detectors at airports, and everybody makes passing through them almost a joke these days. But clearly, it seems that something is going to change. I guess there are many questions left to be answered about these 2 planes. It is certainly possible that some terrorist group somewhere
have all of the units responding to number 2 World Trade Center report in front of number 1 World Financial Center, which is on the corner of West and Liberty. All units coming into number 2 World Trade Center.
And kill as many people as are likely to be dead in this kind of scenario.
Yeah, John, we're talking about terrorism. No matter how this turns out,
This is going to be a day that's going to live in infamy. And, you know, it's going to cause changes in terms of if it turns out to terrorism.
United 93, that traffic to you is 1 o'clock, 12 miles eastbound 370.
It just happens to be an accident.
Negative contact, we're looking, United 93.
NT.
Tower, go for 6.
Go for 06, Sanders Tower, hold short runway 1 left, waiting on far release, probably be a few minutes for wake turbulence on the 747.
Roger, sir, go for 06, so hold short.
Well, I'm trying to be incendiary, you know.
Right.
I recall, I'm old enough, unfortunately, to recall the incidents in which people from Middle Eastern descent were blamed for the Oklahoma City right up front. You remember that.
Right, I do, and
certainly,
we
you know,
want to stay away from that.
Which occurred with TWA 800 as well.
Right.
But to me, as I said to you, I couldn't conjure up.
Are you watching the tag 5-1 out there? I guess you did a right turn back. They're going to have a right turn back. We'll have to reroute. We'll just put them in back to direct St. Louis, and they can put in whatever they want, just so we can pan them off back.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, then.
If Air Canada continues this climb, can you take them climb to 35 or 39?
Doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't look like it. All right, good. All right.
We'll at least be able to get out on the ground. By the way, Claire Shipman.
Somebody called Cleveland?
Just called in.
American 1060 with you. We're 37 on. We're slowing due to the
there.
delays possible going
Washington place.
That's American 1060.
With the on the recovery of survivors.
Lorraine Patterson, 99.
Stock Exchange has delayed.
American 1060. Yeah. You got United 93.
This
United 93. Yeah. Descended. Lorraine Patterson, 99. What's that?
On the national.
I just saying, it looked like he descended there. I don't think so. United 93, verified 350.
Dissimilar, perhaps, but from what happened in Oklahoma City. But
United 93, verify your flight level 350.
In the United States, that terrorism of a huge magnitude,
all off-duty firefighters and all off-duty officers. We're here by order for recall immediately.
U.S. embassies a couple of summers ago. But a reminder.
United 93, verify your level of 350.
People's anger and even desperation.
United 93, Cleveland.
The United States is going to find itself manifest here on U.S. soil. John, here's the president now in Florida. I wonder if everybody knows there what's going on. We'll listen to him.
United 93, Cleveland.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America.
United 93 at the Air Cleveland Center, ident, please.
Unfortunately, we'll be going back to Washington after my remarks. Secretary Broad Pace and Lieutenant Governor will take the podium and discuss education. I do want to thank the folks here at Booker Elementary School for their hospitality. Today, we've had a national tragedy. 2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country. I have spoken to the Vice President, to the Governor of New York, to the Director of the FBI, and have ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families.
United 1523, did you hear your company, did you hear some interference on the frequency here a couple of minutes ago, screaming?
Hunt down.
Yes, I did, 797, and we couldn't tell what it was either. Okay.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
An American 1060, a ditto on the other transmission. American 1060, you heard that also? Yes, sir, twice. Roger. 561 Alpha Charlie, keep your airspeed back to 250 knots and report reaching 370. We heard that also, thanks. I just wanted to confirm it wasn't some interference.
President clearly shaken, I think one can say.
Rita Cosby is on the phone with us, and Rita, I understand you have a lot of new information.
Yeah, John, I've just been told from a U.S. law enforcement official that they're saying it is evidence of the
elevators on the 44th floor. Don't use them. They're about to come down.
That they're looking.
Executive 956. Executive 956, go.
That the
U.S. We were just answering your call. We did hear that yelling too. Okay, thanks.
Abroad.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what's going on.
Runway 1 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. Go for 06.
So there's
They got them things to down. Keep remaining steady. We have a ball aboard. So it's calling Cleveland Center, you're unreadable. Say again slowly.
A commercial jet, either a 737 or 757. and that it was a hijacked plane. This is what they believe. Is still trying to get this verified, but they did obtain reports that there was an American Airlines plane that was hijacked en route from Boston to Los Angeles this morning. And they're saying that there is a strong possibility that that first plane that...
Did you hear the transmission with the airplane that said he had a bomb on board?
So I'm looking at the video.
Say again, was that United 93?
That apparently might have been the hijacked plane. In terms of what the second plane is, they said that that does appear, as you've been reporting, John, to be a jet plane, probably a 737. Twin-engine jet airplane. And those are the two things that are being looked at. They said at this point there was no direct threat that they were aware of any specific threat in terms of targeting the Twin Towers there in New York, but that they did have specific threats against Americans and American facilities around the world, and that's why they issued that worldwide caution. We also know that the FBI rapid response team...
Engine 5-8, we're on, as far as we can get to the scene, we're going to walk now.
At the Twin Towers, but they...
Yeah, that transmission you said was unreasonable. It sounded like someone said they have a bomb on board. That's what we thought. We just, we didn't get it clear. Is that United 93 calling?
Behind the East African Embassy bombings several years ago. Back to you, John.
All right, Rita Cosby, thanks very much. I want to bring into the conversation William Daly. Bill, I know that Osama bin Laden likes airplanes, and again, we are not attributing...
Executive 956, that aircraft we believe was transmitting is 12 o'clock, flying 5 miles, turn left, heading 225, I'll get you away from them.
Airliners in 13 days, or 8 in 8 days, that back in the Philippines, back in the 1980s, I believe. Airplanes have been his terrorist weapon of choice in the past. They have because they...
This is Dulles Approach Control. We're tracking a fast-moving primary heading towards the White House. The White House has been advised.
On the plane, commits such a horrendous act at one time, makes an impact to the world. Combine that with what we see in front of our eyes today at the World Trade Center, and you certainly...
Hey, Dulles here. Listen, Eastern Region has us on the phone, and they ask that you be on a continuous hotline with the White House if you're not already doing it. We're doing it. Thanks, man.
Possibly bin Laden. There are certainly other
Center Executive 956, what's that traffic as far as again?
to do things like this. The question would be...
That traffic we're turning for, is that about a 2 to 3 o'clock? Is it 1 to 2 o'clock, yeah? Or 2 to 3 o'clock as you turn. Okay, we got a TCAS, I think we got him. Okay, he's climbing, so I want to keep everybody away from him. Okay, I think we got him in sight.
For terrorism worldwide.
Delta 1989, Cleveland?
We have also...
Yes, sir. Delta 1989, turn right to a heading of 320.
Today is...
All right, Delta 1989, heading 320.
In planning scenarios, gets almost into catastrophic, where it's to prevent something like this from happening. Planes fly by, John, as you may know, and I know, having traveled in and out of the city.
Okay, Delta 1989, we're going to go the other way. Fly heading of 260. All right, that's 260, Delta 1989. Delta 1989, right?
Level. To look down and you see...
Thanks, Bob Tango. Why are we doing that? I'm going to choke that guy. Why? Remember, everything stays being recorded. I know. It will be played back. It's all good.
Planes, and certainly...
United 93, if able, squawk trip, please.
All that unusual.
Traffic is 11 o'clock and 5 miles northbound, fast-moving, type and altitude unknown.
Looks like it's 57. There's no altitude right now, sir.
Turn right and follow the traffic. We're going to vector for the traffic.
Perhaps it was a plane hijacked from Boston.
Okay, 270, exit 956. It looks like he's moving away from us, that traffic. Say again, sir?
Before.
No traffic moving away from us? That traffic is moving westbound. You're about 20 miles behind him and south of him. He's coming up on the Dryer VOR, and he's climbing out of 37.4. Okay, we got him, 956.
The New York Stock Exchange have not opened for the day for obvious reasons. This catastrophic terrorist attack on the World Trade Center right there in the Wall Street area. The two markets have not opened for the day. No word yet on when they will open, but clearly, given this kind of turmoil, you don't want to throw the financial markets into a complete panic. John Fund from the Wall Street Journal is on the phone with us. John, were you in the area when the planes hit?
I was across the street in my office building.
What did you see? What did you hear?
I got all departures stopped. You see that guy 5 West? Yeah, it's the 757. That Gopher guy? No, the Look. The Look is a 757. Right. Okay.
However, it doesn't mean that someone could, that would be absolutely unusual for a plane, a large plane, to fly up and down the Hudson. not to do that.
Richard, would you just stand by 1 second, please? I just want to tell the folks one thing, and that is the city fire department has now issued a request to all the members of the department, all firefighters, whether you're on your day off or whether you're on vacation. They're asking that you return to duty. You go to your firehouse and report for duty. So, the city is asking all firefighters, whether you're on vacation or whether you're on your day off or whatever, to return to your firehouse and report for duty.
You can necessarily not know a lot about what's going on in an agency if you're in at some level because it's so segmented.
Delta 1989, Cleveland.
A report.
Go ahead, sir. Delta 1989, turn right now to a heading of 315.
We don't.
315, Delta 1989.
Go for 06, guys.
Different reports. Go ahead, Mr. Kelso.
Yeah, I mean, you telling me that, Brian, if that is a commercial airline, a United or American or whatever it is, you know, that, I mean, my initial thought there is this plane was somehow commandeered by somebody, hijacked, taken over, and flown into the building. I don't know that for a fact, but that's certainly what it is.
Yeah, stop all departures.
Tape right here, and I don't know.
Yeah, went in the Pentagon. Looks like it went in the Pentagon.
Inside.
They're going to be running on. Go for 06, thank you. But it's not beyond belief. I mean, we've seen this hatred find its way into the embassy bombings in Africa. We've seen this hatred at the USS Cole. We've seen it at the World Trade Center in '93. We've seen it.
Delta 1989, that traffic views at 11 o'clock and 15 miles southbound, 41 climbing. Looks like he's turning east, fly heading 360.
South into this.
Okay, thanks. So it's 1989.
Larry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Jim Miklashevsky has some new information at the Pentagon. I hope you'll stand by and continue to talk with us. Mick?
Katie, I don't want to alarm anybody right now, but apparently...
the captain, I would like to remain seated, on the board, and going to back to the airport, and have our demand to remain quiet. Okay, it's United 93 calling.
Faces out toward the Potomac, toward the Kennedy Center.
United 93, understand you have a bomb on board, go ahead.
Hear anything?
Colin Scoggins, Boston Center Military.
Yes, sir.
Third aircraft, Delta 1989.
Okay, Delta 1989.
I saw just a moment ago as I looked outside, a number of construction...
And center exit 956S was the transmission.
They're running as far away from the building
okay,
right now.
So who called Cleveland?
I hear no sirens going off in the building.
Exit 956, did you understand that transmission?
Building shook.
Affirmative, he said there was a bomb on board.
The president was first notified.
Yeah, that guy hit the Pentagon.
New York by now.
Stop everything. Hey, Dallas.
Go ahead.
That guy hit the Pentagon. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know it. Just watch out. We're dying. It ain't about to get anything around us.
United 93, go ahead.
Reform. But the president is scrubbing all of those plans, marshaling all the resources of the federal government, talking with...
Airline? Fourth? Yeah, no, we've heard three now. United 175, American Airlines 11, and American 77. Jack Killer, just push him in there. Whatever else Tootie's had, fine.
I apologize if I'm asking you to repeat something. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Do we know exactly where the president was when he was told?
He was just arriving here in Sarasota at Emma E. Booker Elementary School. He had taken an early morning jog this morning in Sarasota, had just arrived here with a presidential motorcade. Then the spectacular, horrific pictures began appearing on television set.
The White House, of course, has leapt to the forefront of people's concerns.
Delta 1989, flighting 285.
Planes
285, Delta 1989. Roger.
And they're clearing the grounds there.
United 93, you hear Cleveland Center.
That's a report which may be misleading in that it may presume an attack, whereas we just discovered a moment ago that what we had with an additional airplane in Newark was a security operation.
Mail hanging from a window near the antenna in building 1.
Building in the country, which has heavily defended as once they deemed secure.
10-4.
A battery of anti-aircraft missiles on the top of the White House itself. We've had an incident, as you know, in the past, several years ago, where a small aircraft...
American 10-6 and Executive 956, we just lost a target on that aircraft. Okay, 956, we had a visual on him, just stand by. Do you have a visual on him now?
Killed.
We did, but we lost him in the turn. We just make a quick... Well, I had a 37 aircraft right behind you on a vector also.
Been very...
That maybe you saw.
Defended. And this plane...
Do you have a visual on him now, Executive 956? If you can make a turn back to a 220 heading, let me know if you can see him.
Precisely.
Yeah, he's still there. We got him for 956. You still there? Northwest of you, about 25 miles?
Yes, but the police...
Affirmative for 956.
Major mobilization point just outside the building. And they've set up a tactical mobilization point. The major mobilization point is for the responding units involved in the rescue. The tactical one is actually an armed mobilization point for security outside the World Trade Center now.
Thanks very much. Let's go to the White House. Claire Shipman is on the phone. Claire, what's that we're looking at?
Well, we're trying to figure out right now. All we know is it's a gigantic...
Had a report of a hanging antenna on the roof of Building 1.
Office building. And we're told that the White House is hanging from the antenna on Building Number 1. One person hanging from the antenna. They're being asked to leave. We've sent people running over there to try to find out what it's...
I don't want to incite any undue panic, but there is a report only of another aircraft that has crashed on Interstate 395, one of the main routes in Washington, D.C. Now, that is only a report at this point, but given the pictures you're seeing on your screen right now, anything is possible. David Asman is joining us from Fox Central. David, what do you have?
John, we are hearing right now of another explosion that has taken place at the Pentagon. We have the heart of the financial district of America being attacked. Now we understand that there is an explosion, there has been an explosion in the Pentagon, the heart of the military command center of the United States of America, John. It can't get much worse than this, let's hope.
Let's hope. David Asman.
I need the ID of that second alarm assignment. Make sure you tell them through the battery tunnel.
The Pentagon is...
Did you get the word? I got a Delta 89er south of, southeast of Toledo. Yeah, there's no possible having my folks okay. All right now.
Report that we had earlier.
We must, as we've said before, not only have we not heard that a city is under a lockdown, but we must say we've seen schools under siege. We must say now that we are a nation under siege. Right now, we are a nation under siege. There is a terrorist attack, as you can see, at the heart of the financial capital of the world, and now one at the heart of the military command center of the United States of America, the Pentagon. Apparently, there has been an explosion. We have no further details. We don't know the extent of that, but we do have word that there's been an explosion at the Pentagon as well.
And there are some smoke clouds that we can see in that is the Washington, D.C. area.
You're looking at, I think that's the obviously the old executive office building in the foreground, perhaps looking out over with the White House to the left. Now we're back looking at the World Trade Center. This obviously the most public type of attack. This video shown across the world, you have to wonder if the terrorists who are responsible for this horrible act are now watching these very same pictures that we are.
Well, I have a feeling they are. Brian Wilson, our Washington correspondent, is on Capitol Hill.
Cleveland, Delta 1989.
What can you
Delta 1989, go.
I can tell you that
company wants us on the ground in Cleveland.
Pre-secure capitals I made.
The company wants us to diverge to land at Cleveland.
Seen a great...
Delta 1989, roger, fly your present heading. Descend and maintain potable 330. Expect further vectoring for Cleveland.
And as you know...
Delta 1989, 330, present heading.
Delta 1989, roger. And contact Cleveland 119.32.
Clearly,
1932.
Pictures from Washington, D.C. as we try to determine exactly what has happened there, but there was an early report of a plane perhaps going down in that area. These are early reports, and we are still struggling to confirm.
Okay, United 93.
Go ahead.
Is 29 miles out of
Michigan, in that they are
29 minutes out of Washington, D.C.
and the Pentagon.
29 minutes out of Washington, D.C. and tracking towards it. This is the one who reversed cars in Ohio.
That was scheduled for her to appear at has been canceled. We would be watching very carefully to see whether she is also asked to leave the Capitol and go to a safe place.
Brian Wilson, the Capitol is being evacuated, we're told, and clearly that shot that we have on our screen now, this is the Pentagon just across the river from Washington, D.C. You got to believe that it has happened again. Another large airliner, perhaps hijacked, perhaps part of some widespread plan. Apparently,
United 93, Cleveland, do you still hear the center?
Area around the Pentagon, along with
United 93, do you still hear Cleveland?
The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan.
This
guy Bush doesn't go to war right now, I'm telling you
you still gotta know where to go.
We know where to go.
Well, you know what?
Don't you know?
If they didn't do it, they better surrender right away.
Yeah, they should all surrender right now.
Flight, an American flight from Boston to Los Angeles. They are also now looking into what's going on at the Pentagon. They don't have any details, but they have now...
Okay, Field Tom, 104th floor, northwest corner. 50 people trapped, fires burning, believe them. Okay.
United 93, United 903, do you hear Cleveland?
People are seeing what's going on, and some people are leaving buildings as well simply because of the concern following these latest reports from the Pentagon.
Hi, baby. Baby, you have to listen to me carefully. I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you. Please tell my children that I love them very much. And I'm so sorry, babe. I don't know what to say. There's 3 guys. They hijacked the plane. I'm trying to be calm. We're turned around. And I've heard that there's planes that's been flown into the World Trade Center. I hope to be able to see your face again, baby. I love you. Bye.
This is incredible.
The West Wing again of the White House and the U.S. Capitol building have both been evacuated amid concerns over terrorist threats. The White House threat with terrorist attacks is the reason for the evacuation. We had not heard earlier. People were asking FBI officials whether there had been any word, any hints, any leaks of possible terrorist action, and no one was confirming anything. Again,
all right, Dick Oliver was fairly close to the scene when it happened. He was reporting on what is now an after.
United 93, Cleveland.
Down at City Hall when the blasts took place. Ali?
Pentagon just got hit.
He was again.
Going after that Delta flight? We're trying.
Part of our television operations
Toledo.
on top of the World Trade Center. So we lost the picture. Yes, you're coming to us by phone, Ali?
Yeah, Jim, I hear you now. I'm at Allegheny. I believe that to be the primary that's associated with United 93, if you want to put your primary buttons on there. I got the primary buttons on. Okay, you want to just take the hand off in case he calls you or calls somebody down that area? Okay, I'll do that. He's not answering me anymore, and we don't know what altitude he's at. So. Okay, we put it out to Imperial and everybody below. All right. To get over the Brooklyn Bridge.
10.2228, you're coming to the Brooklyn Battery South.
A little bit. Brooklyn Bridge, Kate?
That's a negative. You're being redirected. You respond to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. Respond to the staging area, Albany Street and West Street.
The entire bridge, almost the entire bridge.
Road in the Beltway, so I overlooked the Beltway from my office.
Could you tell, Don, did the plane come out of National?
No.
No, it did
not.
No,
absolutely not. There was it appeared to be a U.S. Air commuter jet.
United 93, do you hear Cleveland Center?
I guess for the
Right.
commuters.
Yeah.
And this looked like it was coming from, I'm guessing, down Columbia Pike, Arlington, down that way, and then just picked up a high rate of speed. I mean, from my desk right now, I can see Pentagon, basically where the metro station is, the buses. I can see that, right, but I can't see I guess, the south parking area.
Right. Don, what's the reaction of others in your office? I mean, watching the World Trade Center and then seeing this right literally in your own backyard.
Well, myself and another co-worker that sits beside us, both of us were actually on the phone looking out the window when it happened, and both of us dropped the phone and we picked it back up and said, we have to go. It looked like there was a plane crash either at the airport or at the Pentagon.
Don, hold on with us for a second. We're just getting this bulletin. The Federal Aviation Administration has shut down all aircraft takeoffs nationwide.
All flights are closed.
All aircraft takeoffs nationwide have been halted by the FAA.
We have Dawn on the phone now, who was another witness to what happened at the Pentagon. Dawn, can you hear us? Dawn? Yes, Dawn. This is Andrea in the newsroom with Mike Buchanan. What did you see?
They hit the heliport. Came down Columbia Pike and hit the heliport next to the Pentagon.
Talk to me about my Langley guys. I want them over
the Pentagon,
now.
and it just crashed right into it. I don't know if it damaged the side of the Pentagon, but the Pentagon doesn't look that badly damaged, but I know it hit at least the heliport on the side of the Pentagon.
You said it was a 757. How could you tell? Did you see that?
Yes, I could see it. And my roommate is an airplane person, and he saw it too. I mean, we saw the whole thing.
Okay.
Did it didn't come out of National? It came in from the west?
It
It came right down.
Came right down Columbia Pike.
Low and with throttles on.
With the full throttle?
Yeah. He actually added power right by the Sheridan.
And that's what we heard from Don as well. Added power and went straight for the Pentagon. So this was no accident.
No.
It was deliberate.
This was aimed right at it. But unfortunately, I think it hit the heliport and didn't look like it damaged too much of the Pentagon.
We're on the building with binoculars, and somebody said they think they saw somebody jump out of the building because the building's on fire.
Oh, my God. This is just
I'm in shock.
I'm in shock, too, and I'll tell you one thing. I'm getting increasingly woozy from this.
And they're closing down all of Manhattan. We will not be let off this island.
Look at it. Look at that thing. Look at the burning Pentagon. The Pentagon you can't even see.
Right, it's engulfed.
Did they hit the Pentagon, too?
Oh,
yeah.
You better go back inside.
They just blew up the Pentagon.
Oh, my God.
Injuries. They are obviously expecting to come in here. There's yet another one. I don't know if you can hear the sirens coming in now. New York City police officers have locked this place down with wooden barricades. More coming in on trucks right now. Watching lit flares get put in the asphalt here. There are hundreds of people.
All right, 10-4, we're going to knock down some fire here in the B stand. We'll meet up with you. You get over to the A stand and help out Chief Palmer.
Call into the hospital or call their loved ones.
Battalion 7 operates Battalion 1, Battalion 9, and he's on the floor above 79. We have access stairs going up to 79. Okay.
The entire hospital.
All right, I'm on my way up, Oriole.
All right, we have lost Molly Falconer's connection. That would not be unusual given the fact that the World Trade Center is a hub of communications in this city, as well as being a nationwide financial link. Folks, it just bears repeating here. This is a tremendous tragedy, yes, but we are still the most powerful nation on earth. We perhaps will one day find who is responsible, and appropriate steps will be taken. They have not struck at America. They have struck at some individual places in America, but this country will go on.
This is the president's.
Like the Pentagon did get hit.
Heading back to Washington to.
We need to make a command decision. He's saying he needs some more surveillance people. We're recommending Charlie Priestley.
Well, two things. Number one, I was going to ask Mr. Jaffe. You said you're.
I'd say yeah, get him in here.
The Fairfax or your company is.
What's the telephone number? I'm waiting for FC to pick up. What's the telephone number you're calling? You can do MC. You can do MC there 441 2623. 441 2623. It's on 105th floor, the northwest corner, right? Right.
National monuments down there is.
That's number 2 World Trade Center, right?
One, does it surprise you that an aircraft was able to get into, literally right into, the Pentagon?
Lady, there's 3 of us in this office. We're not ready to die, but it's getting bad. I understand, sir. We should get those traffic all the apparatus there. I'm trying to let them know where you are.
Our domestic locale.
If you recall, over the last few years, there have been a number of people interdicted coming out of Canada, coming out of Brunswick, coming across various parts of the northern country, where people have been caught with the components to make the bombs. So it doesn't surprise me that we are the target of an attack. It surprises me that it's taken as long for us to suffer what we've suffered, and it creates a very heightened awareness of what we have to do now. The question becomes...
So where's the fire, sir? There's smoke right there, 105, 2 power. All right, sit tight. We'll get to you as soon as we can. There's just staying up, the smoke's really bad, man. It's barely leave. That's all we can do. Where are you? What are you guys up to? We're getting there. We're getting there. Doesn't feel like it, man. I got young kids. I understand that, sir. We're on the way.
The wrong places. We've been looking at terrorism in other areas. Have we been looking at them and neglecting our own backyard?
You could surmise that. Years ago, there were a whole host of different groups that started with Francis Tavern bombing, LaGuardia bombing, and others which we worked on. And then there was a very complete effort, at least in New York City and other places, to penetrate those organizations. I can't speak of what's been ongoing recently as to what we've penetrated, but we might have to sacrifice some of what we have by way of rights, at least to allow intelligence to be gathered so we can prevent some type of tragedy such as this. We need to look at home.
Apparently we got blindsided by this one. We're looking at a picture now. The one on the left is the Pentagon, and the one on the right is the World Trade Center. What, if you could take an educated...
Try to calm down so you can conserve your oxygen, okay? Try to take God to blow you in from the left.
To combat terrorists, things like this.
It's interesting.
It's really good. It's black. It's iron.
Part of this is fortunate, but if you look at cities who are prepared...
Anybody else want to chime in here? These young men, we're not ready to die. I'm sure.
Probably one of the few places that is prepared with the kind of equipment, response, and rescue efforts that could...
How the hell are you going to get my ass down? I need oxygen. They're getting to you. They have a lot of apparatus on the street. You guys didn't see it like it, lady. You get them in from all over. They get in from Jersey. I don't give a shit Ohio.
Center. A triage center for the injured has been set up just around the corner from the World Trade Center.
Okay, so mine's high school. I must have called about a dozen times already. COSGROVE. Yeah, my wife thinks I'm all right. I called her and said I was leaving the building. I was fine, and bang.
Currently in the air over the United States to land at the nearest airport. Now you can imagine what may be happening, or what they think might be happening in some part of the country, that there is somebody else on some aircraft coming from somewhere or going somewhere with evil in their, with evil intentions. And so all aircraft currently in the air over the United States have been ordered to land at the nearest airport.
I think
what you're going to see in a second, I just want to check one thing, because one of the very first people the President talked to was the Director of the FBI, Per Thomas, who covers the Justice Department. And
Hello? We're looking at financial center. Two of us, two broken windows.
Police officers, FBI agents. Oh, God! A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way!
Trying to get a sense of who might have been planning something, but right now, the first order of business is to protect against a second attack, third attack. The feeling is normally when you have this kind of situation, there will be more attacks almost immediately.
let's go to the trade tower again, because, John, we now have a, what do we have? We don't...
It looks like a new plume, a new large plume of smoke.
Are coming from the Pentagon.
Jim, let me interrupt you. We are looking at live pictures of the World Trade Center literally starting to crumble.
All right, come on down this way.
It is falling apart as we watch these pictures live. The World Trade Center, 110 stories, literally starting to fall. Bill Daley, let me bring you into the conversation. I know this was the goal of the terrorist strike back in 1993.
John, it was, and they thought they could do it by putting charges down in the basement and damaging the understructure. As much as these buildings were built to withstand a certain large hit, including some aircraft, apparently the structural integrity appears, from what we can see here, to be faltering to some degree.
They were not designed, perhaps, to take a direct strike from something the size of a 737 or perhaps an Airbus, perhaps fully loaded with fuel. Steel will melt, and that... All right, David Lee Miller is still with us. David, what can you tell us? David Lee Miller, can you tell us what happened there? David Lee Miller, who has seen his share of horrors around the world in trouble spots in the Middle East and elsewhere, is in that area reporting on what we think we...
Okay, that was weak. Was that Gopher 06240? Cleveland Center, good morning.
The scene is horrific. Wow, I wouldn't say that.
Sorry, sir. You're right. Welcome to Cleveland Center.
Way to the foot of the World Trade Center, suddenly, while talking to an officer, was questioning me about my press.
United 93 was waving his wings as he went past the VFR aircraft. They don't quite know what that means. Rocking his wings.
There was debris falling at least 3/4 the height of the building. People with kind of nearby office buildings since they got out of the danger zone just to be able to read. I'm on a payphone on the street right now, and I literally cannot see more than a quarter block away. Right now, smoke is. I'm on Murray Street, West Broadway. For those who know Lower Manhattan, that's there now. Why this explosion took place was because of the planes fuel attack this morning, or was there some other attack? There has been talk of here on the street. But I can tell you this, that the police have moved people back, and it's going to be a long time.
David, we are looking at the replay of what happened that you're describing. It happened just moments ago. It sure appears that the building simply collapsed. David, if you're still with us, please keep on the line. It appears that the building simply collapsed of its own weight. There was so much damage from the heat of the fire. As I said, steel hit the building live during our coverage.
First second I hear on the news that it has anything to do with a towel head or a dot head bastard, I'm going to go out there and start going to those Arab stores and I'm going to start kicking.
No, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Don't say that, Zola.
So, hey, I implore all Americans to get your arms together, baby. Get out there on the streets and go to your local freaking deli with them.
All right, I got him. He's just upset.
I see. Well,
I can barely breathe. Please send somebody.
I see.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Calling for help. Listen to me. You need to calm down and relax. Stand by. We do have somebody on the way. And maintain air. Get off the air. We do have somebody on the way over to you. Remain calm. 10-4.
As we look at a picture of the smoke coming from the Pentagon building in Washington, we now head in this country as protection against terrorist activity is concerned.
I think we're going to have a very heightened awareness. I think we have to.
I would evacuate all people within the area of that second building.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I don't think this has too much longer to go.
Compromising completely what we've come to expect. If we overreact and take away the basic liberties we need, we'll have a problem. On the other hand, we can be very, very concerned with exercise.
We're going to stand by. Everybody try to calm down. Manhattan to feel calm, Kate.
Oh my God.
It just collapsed.
It just tumbled.
Right to left, I guess west to east, and everything just all of a sudden just imploded. I ran as fast as I could, went inside of a building about a block away. I stood in the building for a couple of seconds, and then all of a sudden the building started filling up.
Hold on, bud. Yeah, we do have a smoke puff down about probably 2 o'clock.
Then I came out.
Okay, you're 2 o'clock, and I need to know how many miles.
And it's a real movie.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse?
To me, it sounded like an explosion. Then the building, the rolling sound sounded like the building collapsed.
Were there other people? There must have been a lot.
I've lost the target on him, and to be safe, I'm going to run you north about 25 miles.
Sir, it like we've got black smoke inside at our 9 o'clock now. It looks like about 30 miles.
At your 9 o'clock, that'll be about the right location. You're clear, direct dryer.
Fire at a very busy time of the morning, full of office workers. One of the blocks collapsed.
Affirmative. It appears to be just a dark cloud, like a puff of black.
Before it happened. So scenes of extraordinary carnage and scenes of extraordinary destruction in New York at the World Trade Center, one of the landmarks of the Manhattan skyline. Over in Washington.
This was thick.
And probably had a terrorist bomb on board. Blew up.
Time ago.
Don't know anything more than that. That's what I heard on the scanner.
A huge rumbling cloud of smoke and fire came.
The explosion shook the house clear over here.
Billowing this way, and all we saw was people running in this direction. Everyone, law enforcement people, a woman pushing a baby carriage. This is actually, we believe, debris from one of the planes that hit one of the towers on the World Trade Center.
Ran one into the Pentagon and into the World Trade Center, and we're watching it on TV, and this one happened.
Huge explosion that we all heard and felt. We'll try and talk to some of these guys. Can you tell me what you saw, what you heard?
So nothing.
You all right?
All right.
Let's go to Bob Bazell, who is at St. Vincent's Hospital. Bob, what's going on there? What can you tell us?
Katie, St. Vincent's Hospital is one of the hospitals that's closest to the World Trade Center. In the last few minutes, ambulances have been coming in one right after another. Most of the people they're bringing in have second and third degree burns, very serious burn victims. They say the smoke inhalation people will probably be the most serious, but they're not even close to getting to this end, which is a triage operation.
I'm joining.
Italian 1, go ahead.
Across New York City, they're standing there.
Engine 231, I'm at the World Trade Center. Do you want me to relay a message?
Yes, I want you to find the chief officer and have him come to this radio so I can find out what additional help I can send them. You have 3 fifth alarm assignments and a second alarm assignment, either at the scene or responding. Let me know who's in command there at this moment.
Were there many people inside the building, or is it just too early to tell where the people were?
There were certain, probably hundreds, even thousands of people in the building, even though it was before 9 o'clock on the start of the usual work period, because it's just such a large area. So the number of casualties is just enormous, and they're just beginning to sort it out and just starting to get to the
Looks like dark smoke on the ground on the edge of the field, bordered by a street area or forest area.
Standing in a queue
end of a road.
as they can.
Okay, so are you seeing any kind of flames or anything?
Bring them up here right away.
No flames, black smoke, and it's the end of a dirt road near a wooded area. We're circling down.
Now engulfed in smoke and debris, and there probably is going to be a lot more smoke
Can we
inhalation.
do that with Johnstown? Or tower? When he goes over the tower? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
This is Imperial. Go for 06. If I can, I'm going to take him down towards that reported smoke area.
I just got it, Bill. I have it. I have a guy right over it right now. You can do what you want, but I have a guy down there 5,000 feet over fluid. We got the lap off and everything. And a report.
That was the
United. He sees smoke. He doesn't see flames. He sees smoke. Yeah.
No, absolutely. I am.
Okay, I got it.
I don't know what that area looks like, but one can only imagine.
Well, the
Okay, sir, can you see any kind of wreckage or anything out there?
The poor people who...
As we get around this side of it, the smoke is blowing away from us. We do see flames
now been
on the edge, like I say, of a wooded area.
The ripple effect continues this morning.
And a very fairly
psychologically
clean field. But I don't see
it is difficult
wreckage. I do see flames.
This country, the strongest country in the world, has been the target of a major coordinated terrorist attack. And the end is not over yet, even if it's confined to just these 3 targets. The ripple effect goes on. All air traffic.
And you think it was United Jets or that was bomb?
Today, business has been stopped across the...
I read where everybody up to the stairs.
Cleveland Center 529 Orion Alpha has sufficient fuel for on-site help.
Work.
Roger. You know what, sir? They're shutting down the whole system. They're shutting ATC down. So 529 Alpha. I will write that down, sir. And if we need your help, we'll give you a call.
Back to the collapse of that tower, but if you consider that this plane hit a structure,
Italian 1 to Division 1.
it would have probably taken out the electric.
Would you ever predict the Pentagon?
Never.
No, I mean,
they
who
thought
knows?
there was a third one here.
What's that noise?
That's one of the military jets that's circling over the tip of Manhattan and the tip of Brooklyn.
Howard, this visibility's got to be shot. This has become one of those movies.
Yeah.
I mean, the planes are flying over our homes.
Yeah.
That is a warplane.
It's a warplane.
We're at war. We just don't know with who.
You know what's terrifying is that it's just a matter of seconds. We're watching the other tower burn. It's coming down within minutes. You know that.
There's going to be another collapse. I hope to hell people are just getting out of that area.
You cannot believe, and just overhead a moment ago, something I have never seen in Washington in the 16 years I've been here, military jets are now patrolling the skies over Washington, D.C. We'll try to find out more about that explosion, but it was a low thud, and I'm now seeing that there is a great deal of activity over toward the direction of the Supreme Court. Back to you, John.
Britt Hume is with us. Britt?
John, I'm looking now on one of our remote
cameras here at a picture of the scene at the Pentagon. This is a picture looking down Interstate 395, which is, you probably know, John, is a major thoroughfare in and out of Washington that is used by commuters every day in large numbers. And we're getting a sense that from a reporter out there at the scene has just said that there's been another loud bang out there, whether that is a further explosion initiated in an attack or whether it is simply a secondary blast, the result of the continuing fire. But the situation there at the Pentagon continues to evolve. We'll keep you posted.
All right. Britt Hume in Washington, thank you. Our Rick Leventhal is on the ground in Lower Manhattan, where these scenes of chaos and utter confusion are just mind-numbing. Rick, go ahead. Rick is not able to hear me, but this is the scene in Lower Manhattan where the upper floors of the World Trade Center, Tower 1, apparently have completely collapsed.
5 blocks from the World Trade Center, and we were standing here when there was some sort of collapse or explosion, and everyone started running in this direction. Police officers, pedestrians, EMTs, everybody came running this way. I saw a woman pushing a baby carriage, running for her life, and right behind them was a huge cloud of billowing smoke and ash and debris coming this way. The smoke is obviously cleared somewhat. Ma'am, she's with DCPI. Can you talk to us for just a second? Bring us up to speed. Obviously, people have their hands full out here. It's not easy getting anyone to talk. Yeah, tell me where you were, what happened, what did you see, what did you hear?
First, I went on Canal Street.
Let me tell you something. It can be taken care of in an hour. We could wipe them off the face of the earth.
You don't want governments who would allow this to happen again to stand.
An hour's too long, Howard. In an hour from now, they could have 6 more planes crash into the city.
I'm saying this is the most serious attack in the United States in more than 100 years. Not since the War of 1812, and certainly the damage that we did to ourselves during the Civil War has this country suffered this kind of damage.
United 9-3, have you got information on that yet?
Yeah, he's down.
Which,
he's down?
Yes.
2.
When did he land? Because we have confirmation.
He did not land.
Oh, he's down?
To match the magnitude of this one, in which everything has been shut down in terms of air traffic. The national capital has been immobilized. The White House, State Department, Pentagon has been attacked. The financial...
And 913 to Hotel, I need you to ident, sir, and you have to land, sir. You have to come up with an airport. Altoona, Johnstown, or Palmerfield.
I mean, this is a shot of New York City and downtown Manhattan that many people can't remember.
Catastrophic event here in New York. Both trade
So we're evacuating all the buildings, and the system is shutting down, so I need you to land at whatever airport you can get to fastest.
0 to Hotel, looks like Johnstown to me.
We cannot...
Okay, number 913 Hotel, Roger. You say you're Malibu, sir?
There have been...
The Malibu PA-46.
It is extraordinarily...
Number 913 Hotel, Roger.
Even in the best of...
Engine 228 to Manhattan, King.
That it is chaotic.
Would you inform the units coming on this ticket they were stuck in the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel? The dust cloud has subsided, and the units can come through the tunnel now with safe to proceed, King. Are there any further instructions for Engine 228 at this time?
Tell me your name. John, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
John, tell me what you saw.
This morning we were at Midtown Manhattan in a 31st floor of a building facing south. We saw a 767 flying low down the center of Manhattan Island heading towards downtown Manhattan. At about maybe 20 blocks north of the World Trade Center, we saw the plane.
It's almost difficult to describe what's going on here. It's unbelievable. You can see that we have one World Trade Center completely engulfed in flames. The upper floor is completely engulfed in flames. Two World Trade Center has collapsed.
Responding companies, 7th Avenue is wide open, clear.
2 planes, as you know,
7th Avenue is wide open.
A short time ago, going back about 45 minutes to maybe to an hour or so ago. And then shortly after that, another plane. We actually witnessed the plane coming up the East River, and it seemed to be getting dangerously close to World Trade, and we thought that it was going to hit, and it did in fact hit. We saw the explosion and all of the debris flowing down toward the lower Manhattan there, and it's just incredible how right now right now, what we see on the ground down here is that the entire area of lower Manhattan right now is completely engulfed in a big black cloud of smoke. Now, we did have some people down there that were shooting some tape for us. They said that the entire area is completely engulfed in smoke right now. It's very, very difficult to see at this point. And right now, our concerns in terms of what we're doing up here is that the area, as we understand it, has been sealed off. The airspace has been sealed off. So they are not allowing people to come in and out of the airspace at this point. We are able to stay here right now, but no commercial traffic is being allowed to exit or enter the airspace right now.
Obviously, it was going in the Pentagon purposely. And we were driving down Columbia Pike, and it just flew right over us, as I said, full speed. And I told my husband, it's going in the Pentagon, it's going in the Pentagon. And then we heard the huge crash. So this
maybe leave the keys in the car so they can move it if they have to.
Flame and
smoke.
So you actually saw the plane
The tunnel is clear now. The really hasn't proven. We're trying to get to our staging area.
Tell me a little bit about the size of the plane. Did you see any commercial markings, any markings at all on the plane?
West Street came we counted a lot of congestion gates.
So, and it just, as I said,
just your back.
Please
don't. Just your side.
Really
fucking nuts be going in there, bro. Get out!
You know, maybe if I could have looked at it longer, maybe I would have seen something. But with the trees there, the trees line, we didn't see any type of marking. But it was a big plane, maybe 737. My husband said 747, but I'm not positive. I don't know for sure. But it was big. Definitely the kind of plane you get on when you want to fly to LA or wherever.
Now, we've been here probably about the same length of time as you have. I have heard a total of 3 booms, that initial boom, and then I heard 3 less large booms, but booms nonetheless. Have you heard the same thing?
Yes, I did. Smaller explosions. Maybe it's inside the building, some gas lines exploding or something. I don't know. But we heard the other explosions. I don't see any other smoke anywhere, so I suppose it's from inside the building.
Okay, Isabel James, thank you very much for joining us. So there is a certain amount of chaos. From what we can kind of gather from here, it looks like they have let everybody out of the Navy Annex. There are just a lot of people wandering in the parking lot, and as you can see over there, a lot of them sitting up on the ridge and just watching as emergency crews arrive on the scene and do their job. And of course, everybody is trying to piece together exactly what happened. I mean, this was very unexpected. I can just give our example. We were just driving by, just happened to be in the same location as the Pentagon, when all of a sudden there was this big boom. It was quite sudden, it was quite loud, there was a fireball. We couldn't actually see the Pentagon.
Stay on that, on the last one.
There's nobody up on 23?
No, they evacuated everybody down.
They're probably going to the bus. Thanks.
Yeah.
We knew it was in the vicinity of the Pentagon, and that's when we arrived here on the scene. Should say that as soon as we got here, there were flames again on the south side of the Pentagon, and...
State Police Somerset, Corporal Wayne can help. Corporal Wayne, Glasgow. Yes, sir. Is that plane crash confirmed? Yes, we have guys on scene. Somerset 1 and Lieutenant Weaver are close to the scene now, and I don't have a whole lot of information. Okay. Alert everybody that could be a biohazard and also a crime scene. We got reports that plane was hijacked out of Cleveland.
Did the side of the building come down?
I don't know. Something fell. What you see?
It was pretty clear at one point, and then there's a whole bunch of smoke and glass. And I think we're just about the last ones in this building right now. I think you should leave. Everybody else is gone.
Okay.
I'll just make sure that there's nobody else coming downstairs.
What do you think happened?
I hear the top of the building fell down. Fell over on us. I don't know. I haven't seen outside yet.
Have you, when were you here? Were you here after the plane's landed?
As a matter of fact, we're standing right underneath 6 World Trade when the building the plane hit it the first time.
Describe it.
A plane, the engine screaming, and then just an explosion. Glass, then everybody was running around trying to get away.
Have your name and spell it?
Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T-E.
Sergeant?
No, Secret Service.
Secret Service? How do you want your title?
OST.
OST, thank you.
All right.
Has collapsed, according to the Associated Press. Also, according to the Associated Press, this morning. There is a report that General Richard Myers, the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said that prior to the crash into the Pentagon, military officials had been notified that another hijacked plane had been heading from New York area to Washington. He said he assumed that the hijacked plane from New York to Washington was the one that hit the Pentagon. But again, you can see a portion of the Pentagon there has collapsed in that very dramatic picture.
There's nowhere to go. They won't let, everything is blocked off. You can't even, they're telling us to get out, but there's nowhere to go. And then I heard that another plane hit, and if you go over by there, you can see the people jumping out the window. They're jumping out the window right now. Oh my God. All right, man, thank you.
The panic of an eyewitness at the World Trade Center, talking about people jumping out of the windows of the World Trade Center to try and escape the collapsing World Trade Center as a result of 2 suicide plane attacks. Joining us from Washington,
Mobile Command Center. This is an urgent message. We need to set up a relay communication case to find out exactly what's going on. We also have numerous calls reporting people trapped.
It seems that a large aircraft is being described as a
10-4, could you try and relay that to Car 9?
Near the Pentagon, near the west side of the Pentagon, near a helicopter launch pad, or on a helicopter launch pad. There was a big explosion. Eyewitnesses and officials say they were thrown to the ground by the force of the blast. It appears there have been some injuries. One news agency, AFP, is talking about 7 injuries. No reports of any fatalities from that incident here in Washington. But the Pentagon's been evacuated, the White House evacuated, and various other government buildings. So a sense of a great shock and great alertness here in Washington.
And presumably all the airports in the United States have been grounded as a result of this. 3 planes apparently hijacked.
Well, certainly, yes, at least one of them hijacked, we think. And yes, commercial flights have been completely suspended throughout the country. And we're also getting reports that Virgin Atlantic have cancelled their flights actually into the country. So it seems that international flights may also be affected. I mean, it's hard to overstate the magnitude of this, both in terms of the terrible tragedy in New York, and also just in terms of the symbolic power of these attacks on such prominent targets by some very, very determined people.
Stephen Speech in Washington. So at least one of the planes that went into the World Trade Center appears to have been hijacked. We don't really know much about the other 2. There's been an attack on the other World Trade Center and also the Pentagon, near to the Pentagon in Washington, the defense headquarters. Who is responsible? That is still unclear. The Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine have denied being behind the attack.
The DFLP has no relation to this accident or this incident. We have always been against terroristic actions, against civilian targets, and especially outside the occupied territories. But in spite of that, we deny our responsibility, but we call upon the American administration to review their attitude and their policy towards the Palestinian question, because this policy arouses the anger and the hatred of our people and of all Arab and Islamic peoples, and it's liable actually to harm the interests of the United States in our region, and therefore it has to be reviewed.
Denial from the Palestinian group, the DFLP.
QVC expresses heartfelt concern over this national tragedy. For more information, please turn to your TV news channel. In light of these events, QVC will be temporarily suspending its broadcast. You can help. Call 1-800-448-3543 to donate blood. You may also call 1-800-HELP-NOW, that's 1-800-435-7669, to donate cash by credit card. Donations may be mailed to American Red Cross, Post Office Box 37243, Washington, D.C. 20013.
I think what goes through your mind is, how did this slip past the FBI?
How did this slip past the FBI with all these different attacks in 2 different states? Maybe our expert here.
The FBI, what does the CIA do?
The question you raised before we went off and saw some of the interviews was, would they be criticized for it? And the answer is, hindsight's always wonderful to say what we should have done, and probably they and other intelligence gatherers will be criticized. What you have to do if you want to stop this, what you really have to do is infiltrate these organizations very early on. You can't put somebody in once it happens. You have to put them in, as the city police did years and years ago, and let them come up through the ranks. And that was stopped. Courts said you can't do that because we have to protect rights.
What about in Tower 1? We have people up on the...
We have to manage thinking and balance the restrictions are going to suffer, which we have to in order to stop this. You can't take a person or stop a person from committing suicide. That gets proved in all over the Mideast every day of the week now, it seems. But we ought to be able to better restrict and better confront the people who are causing this, and we're not doing that.
Well, short of changing the Constitution, how do you go about it?
Well, you don't have to violate the Constitution necessarily to find out what people are doing. There's a right of privacy and there's an expectation of privacy, but that doesn't mean you can't have people infiltrated to groups. It means you're going to have to spend a considerable amount of time, effort, and manpower, womanpower getting into these groups and gathering intelligence. And it means you're going to have to give up some of the things that the Constitution may or may not protect, but you need to do in order to protect people.
A friend of mine works for the FBI. He's, out in the field. He's an agent. And he tells me all the time that he's on surveillance outside people's houses who are known terrorists or possible terrorists. And they're constantly watching these people. So what I'm asking again is, how did this slip by? I mean, we can say, 2020 hindsight, but this was obviously a synchronized plan.
America, offer a prayer. According to American Airlines is confirming that its Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles was hijacked today, and that its plane was the first one involved in this attack on the World Trade Center.
Forever erased from our memory.
I think it will always be in our memory, that's for sure, but definitely erased from our skies. This is just unbelievable.
A live picture from Chopper 5 showing the collapse of the World Trade Center.
What do we do now? Mr. Jaffe, what do we do now? You said I shouldn't be angry, maybe I shouldn't, but I am very, very angry by this, and we shouldn't let it shut us down.
No.
But this is a tremendous impact on our lives. Where do we go from here? What should we do? How do we respond?
I think we take a very deliberate course of action, which may take a week, a month, a year, where we start to put ourselves on track to understand that we are the target in a war, and we have to fight it.
One has to assume that thousands of lives have been extinguished.
That's right. We're not sure the origin of that plane is my understanding. The first plane that caused that hole on the right-hand side in the other twin tower was from Boston to LAX to Los Angeles. It was Flight 11, American Airlines. We have confirmed that plane was hijacked. What happened following the hijacking is unclear.
Pentagon, the State Department has been evacuated. Just a few moments ago, as we said, and perhaps 20 minutes after the first tower collapsed, we turned around and saw what looked like sparks falling, and then
But both those towers have now gone. And here's a picture that doesn't exist anymore, because that's not a live picture anymore.
Negative on anything, okay? Right now we're all alone. The second building came down. I can't see. So we have no contact with anybody at this time, okay?
There's all these noises. I don't know what it is. They say someone needs help.
Staring in disbelief, and then as you saw, of course, the pictures watching that tower come down, people just couldn't believe their eyes. Police then pushing people immediately, people turning around and starting running waves blocks away from the site. There is black smoke and it's covering the air. People covering their mouths with some handkerchiefs and their coats, and basically, it's an unbelievable scene. Most of the people have gone. The police are really pushing people away. There were a lot of people as I was making my way down here, Aaron. People just staring, getting on the cell phone, crying, recounting stories where they thought basically had seen what happened earlier today, trying to get in touch with loved ones. Very concerned, and then of course some people watching the other tower come down earlier, and then a group of people then watching this other tower come down. A woman passing me covered in soot. Basically the sky is just black, you can't even see down.
This is Battalion 4 Alpha. I have dozens and dozens of firemen. We're at the bulkhead on the Hudson River side of the World Trade Center. We have medical emergencies. We have EMS on the team treating possible heart attacks. We're in the process of getting some kind of a roll call. We're going to try to keep the units together here, Kate.
Prominent in the foreground, and smoke and devastation and tragedy in the background. A tragedy that continues to unfold, and one that still has many, many unanswered questions.
Stuyvesant High School, where the students were still there. The reports from Stuyvesant High School now are that everybody there is okay.
Stuyvesant High School, the high school in the adjacent area, which the city and the state authorities set up to deal with the casualties that they could get out of the building or had occurred adjacent to the building. It is just clear that a lot of people, we do not know how many, got out of the building. And it is going to take time. It is going to take time. The New York City Office of Emergency Management, which monitors the city and all its vulnerable points, said when this whole thing began this morning, they could not get an immediate handle on precisely what was happening. And
officers have been putting out yellow tape and refusing to let anybody get near the White House Treasury Department complex in that area. And a lot of people who were working on the White House grounds in the surrounding office buildings kind of walking around with shocked looks on their faces. A lot of rumors flying around here. So far, no specific incidents downtown, but many emergency crews running around and heading in various directions, trying to deal with anything that might crop up. I actually saw 2 paramedic units from Walter Reed Hospital coming all the way down here downtown to kind of station themselves and prepare for whatever might happen. Advice for people who are watching and might have business downtown: don't. Yeah. Do not come down here. It is absolute gridlock down here, and they're doing their best to keep everybody out and the streets cleared, and it is a very difficult proposition.
Bruce Leshan, thank you. Please stay in touch. We're getting word, too. CNN is reporting that, as we told you, Capitol Hill, the Capitol is evacuated. CNN is reporting that members of Congress have been taken to a secure...
Now, for those of you who are just joining BBC World at this point, and wondering if you're watching an unreal scene, this is real scene from downtown New York, shortly after this plane crashed into the World Trade Center. It had been hijacked a short time earlier on a trip, we believe, from Boston. We understand it was an American Airlines plane en route from Boston to Los Angeles, flight American Airlines 11. And that was what began what has been a cataclysmic 2 hours in the United States, because a second plane was hijacked, a third plane was hijacked close to Washington, and has been flown
Everything
into
south of
an area which is just to the side of the Pentagon,
people all over the street,
the White House,
travel is
Congress,
near impossible.
the executive buildings, the Treasury buildings, the World Bank, and all the main offices of state. That a reminder of the terrible incident which began this trigger, this timetable of dreadful events across the east coast of America.
He is on the ground.
Extraordinary. These are the emergency workers who are coming back. It was just about 10 minutes ago that we described to you the possibility of that North Tower collapsing. About 5 minutes after we went off the air, it did collapse. Once again, we have no idea at this point the loss of life. I can only tell you there were hundreds of emergency workers down there, about 5 or 6 blocks. It took probably about, I would say, no more than 50 or 60 seconds for that dust cloud, dust and smoke, to literally make it the 5 or 6 blocks up here and begin to envelop us, at which point we started to move out of the way. There were literally dozens and dozens of firemen who were trying to run past us. In fact, our cameraman even put one of the captains in his car and drove him down to a command post. The people who you see here are pretty much all emergency workers. Many of them that I have seen in the last 2 to 3 minutes, quite frankly, are coming out of here. And remember this, these are professionals. They're coming out of there looking literally stunned, in shock, many of them, struggling for breath, obviously in serious distress. Breathing problems are the biggest problem for those who manage to make it safely out of that area down below us. You can't see much more than a block south of me right now. And the World Trade Center probably stands about 10 blocks south of where I am at this moment. And as you can see now, the dust is beginning to pick up here. It really depends on which way the wind blows as to whether or not we get heavy dust or not. But at this point, I can tell you that in the first few minutes, emergency workers were trying just basically to get out of there, to survive. You could see that written in their faces. The situation was so desperate, they just wanted to get out of there. Now, many of them are beginning to regroup. A couple of them asked me where their commander might be. They're trying to get together and go back in there and try to take care of the people who obviously are in serious trouble. There's no other way to describe it. The language here, at times, if I slip into language which seems a little melodramatic, forgive me.
So we have another report now of another, not an air flight, just some kind of a bomb went off at the NYU Medical Center. So whatever is going on here is very, very coordinated. We would ask you and urge you, stay home, stay calm, don't panic, don't worry about anything. You're in the hands of the best life-saving police department, the firefighters in the city, best in the world. So a plane, we're told now that a plane went down in Pennsylvania, but we don't know anything much more than that. The plane went down in Pennsylvania, we don't know where, and we don't know exactly what happened on that. But we will keep checking. As you can imagine, the news is flooding into us, and we're trying to get out to you best we can, bits and pieces. But again, I would just urge you, stay calm.
All right, John, let me interrupt you if I may, because
yes,
we have a further development. We're told now that from people in Washington that the Pentagon has undergone a partial collapse. As we've been telling you, the Pentagon was the third location struck by terrorists, and we understand that the Pentagon has collapsed at least partially. Mike Emanuel, are you there?
Yes, I am. And that was maybe 10 minutes ago when that final skeleton, the metal skeleton, steel skeleton, collapsed into the street.
That was NBC's Pat Dawson. Again, he's standing about 10 blocks from where the World Trade Center towers used to stand. You're looking at the collapse of one of those towers right now. We now have an AP News alert out of Pittsburgh. Officials at Somerset County Airport are confirming the crash of a large plane just north of the airport. That's about 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. Again, officials at Somerset County Airport confirm the crash of a large plane north of that airport, which is located about 80 miles to the southeast of the city of Pittsburgh. We do not know whether that crash of that plane is related to what has become an obvious terrorist attack both here in New York City and in Washington, D.C. at the Pentagon.
Matt, we just got a late word that State Department security officials are denying those reports of a car bomb at the State Department. Betsy Stewart is at the C Street entrance and also says there's no sign of a car bomb. Betsy Stewart, one of our producers, is very familiar with it. State Department. The building has been evacuated. Top officials are still believed to be in the operations center, however. Those are highly secured areas in terms of penetration physically and otherwise. Colin Powell, as Andrea reported earlier, was headed for Lima, Peru, but he's done a U-turn and he's coming back.
I don't know how safe it is
The president is on his way back. He'll have a National Security Council meeting. We think probably
Broadway, busy street, full street, heavy debris, a huge dust cloud. People all around. We have not gotten to the scene yet.
the White House having evacuated, especially with this report of another plane going down, this time in the Pittsburgh area. There were planes in the air when the order went out that there would be no more takeoffs, so we don't know how much more damage these terrorists had in mind.
Battalion 4 Alpha to Manhattan. Beautiful eyes. We have New York waterway boats along the Hudson River bulkhead just north of the World Trade Center, okay, for evacuations to hospitals in Jersey City. I have named at least one fireman taking it already. I'm keeping a list, okay?
There's a hijack in progress because the pilot, the original pilot of the plane, has various buttons that he can push that set off a code and tell them that there were hijacks. But maybe as a matter of security, they're not saying anything about that. They did stop all takeoffs in the U.S. at 9:25 this morning, and then for pilots that were in the air, the question came up what to do about them, and they were given some discretion to continue on to their destination, so long as it was not the New York or Washington area, or divert to an airport if that's what they wanted to do.
Gonna go wash my eyes out.
Cloud of dust. Yes, yes.
How close were you?
Division trying to transmit. Be advised, you're totally unreadable. Your radio is not coming in, Ted.
Maria Hinojosa joins us on the phone. She is in New York, down near the building. Maria, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm actually at St. Vincent's Hospital right now, where at about 40 to 45 minutes after the first explosion, they started seeing patients here. What I'm hearing, and I have not been in the ER yet, is that they have at least 100 patients or more, that several of those people were dealing with issues of smoke inhalation, many of them throwing up, that there were several people who went directly to the operating room who were in very critical condition. Outside the hospital, people are coming in trying to help, to donate blood. Essentially, everybody here at this hospital is in a state of shock. I mean, I walked into the testing area, and the women here who usually just draw blood are also extraordinarily moved and shocked. They're moving in and out of the emergency room to try to help as many people as possible. Now, outside a block, about a block away from here, where you really had a bird's eye view of the two twin towers, which are the landmarks of New York City, the people stopped, the entire traffic has stopped. People have poured out of buildings and were watching, in fact, as one of the towers.
But Joe Kleins has just gotten up into the studio, the executive producer of the 10 o'clock news.
Yes. Okay, he'll be here in a
apparently,
second, but I just want to tell you the Board of Elections has just announced the primary has been canceled.
Yeah, has been canceled. There,
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Okay.
that makes a lot of sense. Here's Joe right now.
You have you look a bit the worse for wear. You've been running around this morning, obviously.
Yeah, they're not letting. I'm coming in from Long Island. They're not letting anything but real extreme emergency vehicles over the 59th Street Bridge. Thousands of people are walking across to and fro. I was on the bridge when I believe the second tower may have crumbled, and people were just standing in shock. I mean, everybody's jaw just dropped. Absolutely open. There's, you know, New York, everybody has to go someplace, and people are going places, but everybody is just has a dazed look on their face. It's amazing because, you know, if you walk, we're near 2nd Avenue here on the Upper East Side. You look down, it's many miles away, but people are still looking down the road, seeing this amazing, horrific display.
Now, you were able to see it from the bridge, were you?
I saw it right as somebody said, "Oh my God!" It was the second, apparently the second tower. I was in the car listening on the radio when the first tower crumbled. It's just, it's amazing, and everybody's just, you know, you can't put it into words. Shock, horror, you know, this really instantly people are looking at it and know that this is, you know, we're never going to be the same after something like this.
It's curious how you even got here.
There's a parking garage at Queens Plaza that I often use. You know, the traffic was very heavy. I ditched there and then I ran across the bridge. And a lot of people are running and, you know, just coming back and forth. It really is an amazing sight.
All right, Joe, just 1 second, please. We're going to go back to Washington now, where Fox reporter Mike Emanuel has an update for us there. Mike?
Yes, Jim, I can tell you that it's a U.S. Air 737 that crashed into the Pentagon earlier this morning. Much of the Pentagon has now been evacuated. There are still some personnel in the base.
All right, here's what I know. The plane crashed in Somerset County, Pennsylvania.
Hey, Howard?
Yeah.
Maybe the pilot just flew it into the ground.
We think the pilot's, yeah, just saying, you know, I'd rather crash in an unpopulated area at this point.
Let's just kill ourselves.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they're doing.
Planned for this kind of an attack in your experience at the Pentagon?
The attempt is to plan for everything, and there were always various discussions of what form an attack could take. Most likely one was a suicide car bomb or a bus or some heavy vehicle being driven up to the Pentagon, as happened in Beirut and in various other places. I think an aerial attack was considered not one of the things you heavily planned against. On the other hand, the city is ringed with Air Force bases and Navy bases, and the ability to get defensive planes in the air is very, very high, and at the same time you would do what is being done, and that is closing off the entire airspace so that you, in effect, the whole Washington area is a no-fly zone, so that any planes that can't identify themselves that get into that are to be shot down. And those are the orders. That was basically the response that was always contemplated, but nothing on this scale was ever contemplated.
2-4 and 1 member's out of the building. I got 2 members trapped. I can't tell the command post. 2 members trapped in the promenade between the 2 towers.
Well, the response has to be a response that is targeted at the people who did it. But there will undoubtedly be cries for revenge, and it's the slightest confirmation.
We'll try to really relay that message. Right now we're at the intersection of Battery and West.
The loss of life has to be absolutely staggering, because the 2 twin towers at the Trade Center, there was not time to get them evacuated, and they're both down, and the opportunities are tremendous. Now, of course, they've evacuated the principal targets, the White House and the Capitol building, and various other points in the city.
Advise we have a Mayday transmitted by engine 2. All units control Manhattan. Standby and left urgent. Division 6 acting. Engine 2-4 transmitted a Mayday in a promenade and firefighters trapped. That's number 1. Number 2, call 5 establishing a command post. West Street and Vesey Street. We would appreciate it if you can respond over to that location and coordinate the efforts with MK.
The Taliban denies any responsibility. Now, that is not to say that the Taliban speaks for Osama bin Laden. But the Taliban, the government or would-be government, not recognized yet by the United States as the government of Afghanistan, is denying any complicity or any responsibility for these attacks.
Well, clearly, some terrorist experts that I spoke to this morning say this has the signature of Osama bin Laden, that he has had pilots, although these apparently may be at least 2 hijackings, but he has had pilots on his payroll. 3 of the alleged conspirators who were involved in the East African bombing trial here in New York had pilot's licenses. Not to say that that's what happened here, but they seem to indicate that this would have that signature. And John, I'm hearing a figure of 10,000 here in New York City, perhaps for casualties on the World Trade Center.
And it could go higher than that. Britt Hume, our managing editor, is in Washington, D.C. Britt, what are you hearing there?
Well, you're seeing, John, that live picture from our station, WTTG.
Engine 33 is being manned by off-duty member from Rescue 1. Be advised, it appears that we have lost water pressure down in Lower Manhattan. Can you have Marine 1 or any other available fireboats respond to Vesey Street on the west side? We're going to need water supply into the area, okay?
Concentric rings, so that when you hit the outer wall of the building, you're only affecting really that part of it, but that those walls are...
Third explosion caused the collapse. It's just out of control. Out of full control. Let me see if anybody's got any information here. Darren, go ahead. Darren?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Howard, you need to stay on the air. You have the best coverage. You have a bird's eye view with Cabby and Doug in New York. I'm out here in Boston, and the coverage is fantastic, better than the network.
Okay, good. Then I'll stay on the air. I was
great public service right now. You have a network of listeners.
I turned off my microphone, so I said to Tom, should I get off the air? And Tom said, believe it or not, you're doing a good job here, and people are calling like crazy. You need to speak, and especially for people outside of New York. So I'll stay on the air.
Definitely.
All right, thanks.
You're doing a great job.
All right.
It's anything else that they hear that might indicate a further attack of a different kind.
All right, Rick Human, Washington, thanks very much. We have a report that the plane that went down in western Pennsylvania is a 767. That's, of course, a wide-bodied plane capable of carrying upwards of 350 people. So there is a significant amount, the possibility of a significant amount of loss of life. However, it should be pointed out, we are hearing reports that crash near Pittsburgh may not be related to all of this. As you can imagine, the air traffic control system is overloaded, to say the least, at this point. And nationwide, there is a lockdown on flights. No new flights have been allowed to take off nationwide for the last 2 hours.
I have no official word on it. That's the E-ring of the Pentagon, senior officials there?
There are senior officials on the E-ring of the Pentagon. I don't know in that particular location whether or not there were any.
Anything else you can describe for us for the public what is on we're seeing that's burned and collapsed, what goes on in that area?
No, it's obviously it's administrative area, just like the Pentagon is, and I don't have any details on that particular portion.
Yeah, that's Lieutenant Colonel Colgan Air Force Public Affairs. Gordon Peterson is here also. I'll let Gordon talk to you now.
Okay, this is Omar Campos, and
So we got a number of people trapped here for the previous collapse. We need a hand to get them out, guys.
Translate for us. Omar,
we're about 4 feet under. I really don't know.
Where were you operating?
What did you see?
What side, guys?
Left side of tower number 1 or tower 2?
The one.
On the mobile command vehicle.
Yo estaba trabajando hacia afuera. He was working outside. Take to the twist out, a little twist out, you know. He took like the trash and stuff like this.
We're going to break into Gordon Peterson's report there from the Pentagon along with Dave Statter. Just want to let you know, Federal Protective Services now says there was no car bomb at the State Department. No car bomb at the State Department, but that building had already been under an evacuation.
This is devastation. How many people? There are 50,000 people who normally go to work in the Trade Center buildings. How many of those people had arrived already? How many of those people were trapped in upper stories? How many of those people have been hurt? How many of those people died? We cannot tell you that. We can tell you that hospitals throughout the New York area are receiving literally hundreds of patients. And they are performing triage. They are trying to figure out who can be treated, who needs help first. This is a standard operating procedure. We are just being told now that Israel has evacuated all its diplomatic missions around the world. Israel has evacuated its missions. We are told now that Yasser Arafat has condemned these attacks. We don't know yet who's behind them. Britain has condemned these attacks. Germany has convened its National Security Council, and we will check and see if events are going on in those places, or if that is simply a reaction to what has gone on here in Washington and in New York.
Los aviones comerciales.
What we have are at least 3 aircraft have been hijacked in the United States. 2 of which were hijacked in the New York area, and they were driven into the World Trade Center towers. They destroyed both towers. Both towers have completely collapsed. Of course, we have, let's see. In addition to that, another aircraft was hijacked. I believe this is the U.S. Air hijacked airplane, and that was blown up or destroyed out over the ocean. Let's see. 4th item here. The Pentagon was attacked with a helicopter loaded with explosives, and no damage estimates right now. Also, we've had other reports of the White House being attacked And currently they're reporting that they're reporting now that there's smoke coming out of the White House, but no further details.
And
what's your name?
Mark Eason.
And what did you see, Mark?
Just
yeah,
this is
Marine 6.
I'm
on the west side highway on Penn.
Yeah, please pick it up, guys. Flew over top of us. It was so low that everything was...
This is Marine, an officer, a firefighter from Marine 6.
And,
an officer from the Marine Division, guys.
And all of a sudden, when they went past, you know,
highway.
downstairs and they just said...
We're on the west side highway?
Big explosion. They said, oh my God, it hit the Pentagon, it hit the Pentagon.
No,
are you pinned to a piece of apparatus?
We're going to break away for just a second. We've got
All right, we're going to get some members over there to assist you. Calling the mobile command vehicle?
Adrian?
Yes.
Could you tell us what's going to be the situation? We're getting a lot of calls from parents.
Anxious parents.
Yes, we've been getting a lot of calls for concerns.
The member you just spoke to is Captain Fuentes. He is the Marine Division.
To keep the children in the
Trying to get them some help. Calling the mobile command vehicle.
We feel that they're safer there, and if concerned parents would like to come by and pick their children up, they're more than welcome to do that, but they will remain in the buildings today.
By the time this day is over, how many injuries have taken place in both Washington and New York? But as former police commissioner Howard Safer told us a few moments ago, obviously the numbers are going to be extraordinary. Who do we have on the phone, guys? Just help me out here.
No.
Patty, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
What do you got?
About an hour ago, I was on the corner of Broadway and Park Place. That's about 1,000 yards from the World Trade Center. When the first tower collapsed, it was a massive explosion. At the time, the police were trying desperately to evacuate people from the area. When that explosion occurred, it was like the scene out of a horror film. People started stampeding away from it.
Patty, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. We told you there was a second plane that went down, this one around 80 miles or so southeast of Pittsburgh. We'll try now to connect with KDKA TV in Pittsburgh. Well, just so much for planning. We will try again. Again, we have reports that a plane has crashed in the Pittsburgh area, southeast of Pittsburgh, about 80 miles. And
You're breaking up and tying up the frequency. Go to another radio.
Sure matters which it is. What matters is that a plane has crashed in the Pittsburgh area.
Is no more.
Yeah, the World Trade Center is gone.
It's gone. That's what you're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen. Don't try to call anybody in New York. I tried to call my daughter to find out where she was because they've closed down some subway traffic, and as you can imagine, an anxious parent wanting to make sure, but you can't get through. Don't try. People have work to do there, and
an aviation expert says this is perhaps the most audacious terrorist attack that's ever taken place in the world.
Other buildings downtown have been evacuated. And right now, we do not have any word on any casualties locally as a result of all of these incidents, but we will keep you posted as more becomes available.
Yeah, Greta,
Back to you.
Greta, we just got off the phone with an Air Force spokesperson. He says he has no idea if anyone was killed inside of the Pentagon. Of course, we will be trying to effort that information.
I also want to add, too, we did get a request, and I don't know if you mentioned this or not, that D.C., Prince George's, and Alexandria are all asking their fire department personnel and their EMS. Everyone needs to report to work today immediately, regardless of their schedules. They're going to need every man and woman possible today.
And Greta, I think it's safe to say that even though no state of emergency has been declared, we are in a state of crisis. And if you are out there listening and you are a nurse, you are a doctor, you are a member of an EMS squad, a firefighter, or a police officer, it stands to reason logic. Phone your commander, your base, and simply report in for duty. We still don't know whether or not we have seen the worst. Like the rest of the nation, we here in Washington are bracing ourselves. We are hoping, we are praying that we have. But we are going to return right now to ABC News, where they continue to cover not only the events here in Washington, but also the events that are unfolding around the nation, because we are fearing now that this may have escalated even further. We join ABC and Peter Jennings right now.
Certainly have focused on bin Laden as the bête noire and as the architect of terrorism against U.S. officials, U.S. citizens. But in this case,
counterintelligence sources are confirming to Fox News that it was a commercial aircraft that was apparently hijacked and flown into the Pentagon. The damage, I suppose, could have been a little bit worse if it had scored a direct hit or it hit more in the center of the Pentagon, and it is a vast building with 23,000 employees. And while most of those employees have been evacuated, the National Military Command Center, which is in a bunker in the basement of the center of the Pentagon, is still in operation. That is the key office here at the Pentagon as far as coordinating any potential military response. Our producer, Chris Wright, who has been roaming the halls of the Pentagon, said that offices all over the place are closed, even at the Joint Chiefs of Staff, some key personnel.
We're using all of our police and firefighters and emergency personnel to help the people down there. Later on, we're probably going to need reinforcements.
Mayor Giuliani, I realize that it must be
somebody
more
want to
than
go
a
into
chaotic
the
situation, particularly since the bunker has been compromised and cordoned off. But can you give us any sense? There are so many people watching.
Mobile Command Center to Manhattan, Chase.
Mobile Command Center. We have firefighters from 4 engines responding to the location, off-duty members. You have members trapped on the west side of tower number 1. We believe it's Captain Fuentes. He's unable to give us his exact location. Reported to be several members trapped. Do you have that message and copy it?
10-4 Manhattan, I got it. I relayed it to Chief Flakes. He was on his way up with several members, okay?
All right, 10-4.
Right now, we have to just focus on saving as many people as possible.
Can you give us a sense of if there is in fact some system being implemented, what that system is, and where people are being taken?
People are triaging. People are being taken to every area hospital possible, even virtually within minutes. I drove down right past St. Vincent's Hospital, and I could see them actually on the street ready to take people, and that was within minutes of the first airplane hitting the World Trade Center.
Weren't sure if that was going to come around and make another hit, or if it was just trying to get out of the way. That disappeared, and we didn't see it again.
All right, describe the first plane again. You say it was a commercial jet. Do you know how many engines?
I did not see the engines. I saw the body and the tail, and it was a silver jet with the markings along the windows that spoke to me as an American Airlines jet. This was not a commercial, a business jet, right? It was not a Learjet, Gulfstream, something like that. It was a bigger plane than that.
And what were people doing? Could you see the effects at the Pentagon at that point?
The Pentagon just turned black. Charred, and then the flames came up. We were all worried because it was bumper-to-bumper traffic, and everybody stopped, and everybody got out of their cars. We were just worried if there was another explosion, it would just come, shoot fire at us, and we would all be toast. There was just nowhere to go.
Then we had this horrifying circumstances of first one of the towers. This is the second aircraft flying in. Then first one of the towers and two, and then the other tower collapsing on itself with, at the very least, hundreds and probably thousands of people who did not manage to get out of the building after the two initial collisions. And the country, the political and military establishment of the country just began to lock down very quickly. First of all, there was concern at the White House because outside the west side of the White House, behind the Executive Office building, we then began to see that there was fire, and that was what appears now to have been an attack on the Pentagon. Just shortly thereafter, this was this other tower of the Pentagon.
American Airlines is going to be holding a press conference about 25 minutes from now in Dallas to talk about one of the planes that was apparently involved in this World Trade Center collapse. We believe, well, in fact, American Airlines has told us that their Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles was hijacked this morning, and we believe that the hijackers somehow then commandeered the cockpit controls and flew that American Airlines plane into the World Trade Center. That would probably be, we don't have confirmation, but probably be the first one that hit.
I think, John, if I can interrupt just, I think investigators now are probably looking to see how the hijackers in this coordinated attack were able to take over the controls, and they shoot the pilots and then jump in the seats. What happened? Osama bin Laden, sources have told me, has had pilots in his payroll. We have 3 pilots that were
All right,
accused of being
we have help on the way to
conspirators
you,
and
Cap.
were
We believe that you're in
East
the
African
west
embassy
side of
bombing
the
trial
number
here
one
in New
World
York
Trade
City.
Center,
So you
out front
certainly
of the
have
collapse zone.
perhaps
Is that correct?
investigators looking at
Charge the
this
collapse zone,
operation
10-4.
out of Boston
All right, sending
and
you some help.
perhaps out of Pittsburgh, since you have
Engine 7
U.S.
and Ladder 1
airplane
members have
to
received that message.
the
We're on our way. Let them know.
Pentagon,
All right,
main hub
7
is
engine,
Pittsburgh,
1
and another
truck
crash
members
outside
are on the
Pittsburgh.
way,
Bill
and the
Bailey,
staff chief is
former
aware of your location,
investigator
Cap.
for the
So
FBI,
stand by,
has
we'll
been
be
good
there in a
enough to
little
stay
while.
with us. Bill, a couple of brief thoughts.
Yeah, John, first of all, the broad base in which these attacks took place took a lot of coordination. As Eric just mentioned, there may have been some involvement of groups like Osama bin Laden or others. I would go on to say that as a result of the effort it took to take these, have these incidents take place, is that we will find the people responsible, is that the trail will be hot, we will go after them, but everyone needs to realize, a state of calm, needs to go over the country and realize we're in control. These are incidents that have happened, we're containing those, and the government and the people will go on.
And America still stands.
Have been barred from going to Andrews Air Force Base. He apparently has been roped off and barred to news media. We do not know if the president is going there, and the White House is being very closed-mouthed about it. And you can understand why they would want to create the question in some people's minds as to where the president will land. We've been told that when the president returns, he will have a National Security Council meeting. But where will that happen? Will it be in Washington? I can't help but think back to November 22nd, 1963, the assassination of John Kennedy. At that time, the Secret Service was in a great hurry to get the new president, Lyndon Johnson, back to Washington, D.C., a safe place. It's no longer clear today that Washington, D.C. is such a safe place, Peter.
Thank you very much, John. Please stay in touch and let us know when you can make your way to Washington. The uncertainty in Washington has led authorities to ask the political leadership in the Congress, we know at least in the Senate, to go to a safe location. Earlier reports about a bomb outside the State Department, we believe, are now not correct. But there was this attack on the Pentagon, and there's this mixture in Washington of deep, profound tension and almost and alertness. You certainly get a quick glimpse there of the security force, which is a constant presence on the roof of the White House, on guard there. But there is a natural instinct, not only for the president to go to Washington, not merely for the security, because it's the nation's capital and it's where all of us in the country will look to the president for leadership and response in the hours and the days ahead, and it'll be maybe a couple of hours yet before the president gets to Washington. Meanwhile, on the ground, we have people of all persuasion, eyewitnesses, journalists on the ground.
I'm with the fire alarm company. The doorman goes to me, wow, I never seen a plane flying so low. And we looked out at it, all of a sudden, boom, it seemed like it wasn't even real. And we came running over, he got closer to the place, and all of a sudden we saw the other explosion. I don't know.
Division 6, that's Division 1. Have all officers report in when they park on Park Row to Chief Brandy's. You got that, man, Kay?
I was in B Tower. A Tower.
What floor were you on?
B1.
What floor?
First one.
What happened? Tell me.
When a big explosion happened, some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
Anything else that you saw? Were you there for the second hit by the plane?
About 10 minutes later, the second building went off.
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it. It just blew up. A big explosion. People started running. It was just chaos everywhere. Yes, I was right there. I was down in the basement. Came down. All of a sudden, the elevator blew up. Smoke. I dragged the guy out. His skin was hanging off, and I dragged him out, and I helped him out to the ambulance.
Thank you.
The words of some of the witnesses here in Manhattan this morning, and the pictures of what will, I suspect, before this is over, go down as one of the most horrific days in our lifetime. We're joined by our colleague, CNN's Jeff Greenfield.
Aaron, you know
In 1993, when terrorists bombed the World Trade Center, their plan was to knock one of the towers into the other, bringing them both down. That disaster was averted, and bad as that was, in the sense Americans lucky.
I'm trapped here because from the previous collapse. I need some exit out, okay?
Lincoln Tunnel.
Are you at the west side of World Trade Center, the building number 1 in the street?
In the rear side of building number 1.
All right, 10-4. Units that are responding in to assist the trapped members, they're now reported to be in the rear of tower number 1. Rear of tower number 1. All units responding in to assist members who are trapped, the rear of tower number 1.
With the combination of luck and the skill of anti-terrorist people, to avoid such things. What we are seeing now is nothing less than the worst nightmare that one could imagine come to life, probably worse than anyone could have imagined. You may remember that Tom Clancy wrote a novel that ends with a terrorist hijacker crashing into the Capitol. The worst.
Yeah, I'm going to need a couple of guys here to lift this beam up, okay? So we can get out of here.
You have help on the way. You see that there's help on the way.
Has been destroyed. And I hate to say it this way, but this may be the day that America's luck ran out.
This is reporting were involved in the terrorist acts this morning.
All right, so you got one. You've got
American
1, 2,
Airlines,
3,
1, 2, 3,
4
4 that
planes.
CBS has found out were involved in the crashes
We
this
know that
morning.
2
Division 6 to Manhattan. Have all responding sections. Alarm companies coming from Brooklyn. Park on Park Row, and the officer report to Chief Randy.
They have crashed outside of Pittsburgh.
They've got a report that the large plane crashed, about an hour ago. The plane is believed to be a 747 jumbo jet. This is near Pittsburgh.
We just want to let you know we have some school closings to report. No reason given why, but Prince George's County schools are closing 2 hours early.
Because of these attacks, the Federal Aviation Administration has ordered all departing flights canceled nationwide. No flights taking off nationwide. Any planes in the air.
Relay to the command post chief that the southbound left side of the Brooklyn Tunnel from Brooklyn to Manhattan is clear and can be used for units who come to Manhattan.
World Trade Center tower, then 2 towers. Then the 2 towers collapsed, making their crime scene not only much more difficult to process, but massive. Consider the prospect of sifting for evidence, trying to find the black boxes, the in-flight recorders.
Listen, we got the firefighters evacuated from the tunnel, but we still got firefighter trapped. We need a hand out here on the west side of the
John is at the Pentagon. John, can you hear me? Jack, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Peter.
John McCarthy, just go ahead and tell us what you know, what you've seen, how much information have you been able to put together?
Peter, this is one of those things that you dream of in your worst nightmares. It appears that a large jet aircraft, perhaps the size of a large passenger plane, came very low, clipping off light poles as it approached the Pentagon. It slammed into the side of the Pentagon, and it drove itself from the outer ring all the way to the inner ring. The area of the building that it went into burst into flames. There are many, many floors of destruction deep into the heart of the Pentagon. That area has now collapsed. The firemen have been there trying to...
The arrogance of religion that's causing this, is that what it is?
Yeah, they're doing this in the name of Allah.
Yeah, I got something for Allah.
Now Bin Laden has denied any involvement.
Yeah, okay.
Right, now nobody's taking responsibility for it.
Yeah, but you know what? Who cares? Let's go get him anyway.
I didn't do this one, you did others.
Yeah, you did others.
Get him on the way to
so you didn't do this
to
one.
get the real people.
Right.
Even he's afraid to take responsibility for this.
Well, I think he's beginning to realize they missed their target, and there's going to be retribution.
Yep.
I just saw a shot from downtown right by the zone. It looks like it snowed. There's so much soot. It's thick. It's inches thick on the ground. They're all wearing gas masks. And my wife just got home, thank God.
Yeah, that soot is traveling through the sky. I mean, like, I don't know.
It's like the ash from a volcano. They don't want to breathe it.
Yeah,
they're saying it's toxic if you breathe it in.
Yeah, the airport's completely shut down, and they're searching cars, and the soot appears to be heading that way.
Marlo, pick up the phone. Hey, Howard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have Marlo pick up. She just ran home from downtown. She said it's
Where was she?
Chaos. She was down in the 20s. Howard, Marlo, you're on the air with Howard.
Hey, Marlo.
Hello, hi.
Where were you?
I was just walking back from the office, and I didn't even want to get into a cab. Actually, there was, I don't know, I think it was like, I don't know if the driver of the cab was Arab or whatever, but some guy was punching the windshield of the front of the... I'm sorry, I can't even breathe. I just walked in the door.
Right.
It's mayhem outside.
People were punching the cab driver?
No, not the cab driver, but the windshield.
They were attacking the
trying to attack
cab.
the cab driver, or the cab itself.
Because he was an Arab?
I think that people probably thought it's a taxi. It must be an Arab driving the taxi. It must attack the taxi. I mean, I would think.
Yeah, that ain't the right way to go.
No, exactly.
No, that ain't the right way to go.
That's what they would love. They would love for this country to collapse in chaos.
Yeah, we have to unite. Get united behind the president, no matter what you think of him, and he's got to come up with the plan. And then let's hope that this dude comes up with the right plan. And you all know what the plan is.
Going to be getting a news conference from American Airlines in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, an Arabic newspaper, a fairly authoritative source, the editor of that London-based newspaper, says Osama bin Laden, the Saudi-born, now exiled to Afghanistan rebel leader, Osama bin Laden, according to this newspaper editor, warned 3 weeks ago that he would attack American interests, and he promised a very big one. Now, we cannot yet attribute this to Osama bin Laden. However, that was the promise from this fairly authoritative London newspaper.
Well, John, certainly sources that I have talked to this morning, terrorist experts say this has the signature of Osama bin Laden, that he has the money, the network, the ability to carry out this type of coordinated attack. Let me point out that in the East African bombing terrorist trial here in New York City of the bombing of the 2 embassies in East Africa, that 3 of the alleged co-conspirators, one is now in...
I remember sitting in this exact same chair at the time of the Oklahoma City bombing, and we all thought it was a Middle East attack. We all thought it was the Arabs attacking the United States, and that's where much of the violence is these days, but it was a sort of knee-jerk reaction, and then it turned out to be one of our own.
All right, Urgent, I got a trap firefighter.
Jumped to by the law enforcement establishment because it fit.
Anybody operating on the west side, on the west side highway here, I got a member down.
The difference was it was stateside.
I need some help. Anybody that's over here searching with me.
We learned within days, actually with a car stop of Timothy McVeigh, that it was a homegrown plot. These are bellwether events. When the World Trade Center blew up in New York City in 1993,
Battalion Chief Fuentes is trapped. I have him. It's flatly from rescue. West side, highway. I need some help getting him out. There's members over here. I have no radio.
By our own. This event certainly transcends either of those events by several fold. And of course, as you pointed out, people are already jumping to speculative conclusions. But whoever is behind this put together.
I am acting as commander here to the captain of Rescue 2. We have commandeered a city bus. We have the tools, equipment, 18 men, 3 officers. I'm currently at Vesey and at Park Row and in front of City Hall, moving into the scene with members. Have advised the captain that other trap members on the west side of the World Trade Center.
With a lot of cockpit, 3 of them again, a hijacking and another hijacking and another, and maybe one that's still along, that you would be able to. And this is the part that has confounded me, and we touched on this. How do you make a pilot in a plane full of passengers into a suicide pilot, a kamikaze, slam into a building? And if you do not, how do you, as the terrorist, have the level of sophistication to take over the control of a sophisticated airliner jet plane to be able to fly accurately into targets like hitting dead center into the Pentagon, which is a low building.
You heard John McCarthy saying knocking off telephone poles, knocking down telephone poles as it came along.
Dead hits into the World Trade Center, one at the center, one near the top. As you pointed out, there's a lot of mystery to this, confounding mystery, an incredible scope.
The Pentagon, U.S. Air says that it was not one of their aircraft, that perhaps the red markings that an eyewitness saw might belong to American or Southwest, or American or one of the commuter airlines that fly in a national airport, which is just a few miles away.
People who were in the airport, who were working, who were told they had to leave the airport immediately. People at the airport were told that they had to get out. Employees, non-essential security officials. We saw all kinds of airline people walking down out of the airport immediately. They were not given time to get into their cars. Many of them were told they had to leave on foot. and they had their baggage, some of them pulling those little trolleys that you see, often used inside the airport, out here on the access road to Route 1, all of them going away toward Crystal City. A couple of minutes ago, we saw some big, heavy fire department foam trucks coming toward the airport. Obviously, they believe this is not just an evacuation. Obviously, they believe Reagan National Airport may be...
I just had a report from PD that they have a report of a bomb or suspicious package that is in the battery tunnel at the present time. Would you advise all companies to stay out of the tunnel until we get this cleared up from PD?
Go ahead and say something.
Howard, stay on the air, bud. You're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you.
So far, LA standing tall. We're all deployed, obviously, watching you guys.
A Taliban news conference soon. What is that?
What is a Taliban news conference, Robin?
I have no idea.
That's what's that guy's Bin Laden. I think that's Taliban.
That's a terrorist organization.
I think they're going to call a press conference to deny any involvement.
Oh, they're involved.
Yeah.
Don't buy it.
When you get your cameras in there, shoot them.
Let me just go back on okay, I do now. It's a United Airlines plane. So we have a number of planes down, a number of planes involved in these attacks. The Boston to Atlanta, if I'm reading the notes correctly, had an American 767 with 81 passengers on board, 9 flight attendants, 2 pilots.
Flight 11.
Reported down. That's American Airlines Flight 11 and American Airlines Flight 77, which is a 757 jetliner, Dulles Airport outside of Washington to Los Angeles International with 58 passengers on board, 4 flight attendants, 2 pilots also reported down. And then there is this United Airlines jet which crashed about 80 miles to the southeast of Pittsburgh.
Back to the terminal immediately, and that's what he did. He had several hundred people on board. We've seen lots and lots of security all over the airport. This is a very tense, a very serious situation, but again, the airport authority, federal police, and other agencies are keeping it very calm.
Tony Dorsey, we appreciate it from National Airport. There are casualties at that plane crash or that terrorist attack at the Pentagon, what we assume to be a terrorist attack, and we noted that many of those casualties are being taken to area hospitals. Pat Lawson News is up.
2 planes from American Airlines have been hijacked and lost this day. We don't yet know where the 3rd plane came from, because not only did the 2 planes crash into the World Trade Center, but 1 plane crashed into the Pentagon in suburban Washington, D.C., just across the river from Washington. You're looking now at pictures in Midtown Manhattan, where people are trying to go about their business, but in the most stunned kind of way. You can see emergency vehicles.
Well, scene has been repeated hundreds and hundreds, and maybe, as far as we know, thousands of times. The reports in John Miller was talking about the number of hospitals and the military making its medical staff available to the citizen, to the layman hierarchy here. We've had reports from various hospitals saying that hundreds of people are burned from head to toe. One doctor at St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan just simply said the place was crowding up very quickly by people who had been burned. And the horrifying magnitude of all this is to be reminded. I think I'm going to try to get this right, Nancy, but I think maybe as many as 50,000 people work in the immediate area of the Trade Center, the World Trade Center, in which there are these 2 twin towers. Am I right on that? That as many as 50,000 people work in?
I don't know the figure, but the World Trade Center complex, not just the 2 towers, which are, over 100 stories each, but they're flanked by the World Financial Center. So there are clearly tens of thousands of people within a 2-block radius.
There's no idea how many people to expect. So everybody is on high alert and very much on edge. Jim, Susan, back to you.
Pat Lawson News, thank you very much. We have on our phone now Mark Pettit. He was at the Pentagon. He was an eyewitness to what happened there today. Mr. Pettit, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what you saw?
Yeah, I was actually sitting in traffic on Route 110 on my way to work. I work across the street. And it was an American Airlines plane that came in and hit the Pentagon. I believe it was a 737. I could be mistaken. It might have been a 707, but it was definitely a commercial plane.
And about what time did this happen, Mr. Pettit?
Probably about 9:35, 9:40.
Right. And what happened after that? I mean, what was traffic stopped at that point, or tell me what occurred after that?
Actually, I was almost to my office, and I saw the plane coming down. It actually came up 395, and it just went over the horizon. And then it
hold your finger on the button and tell me who you are.
And I knew it was going to hit. I mean, I'd already heard about the World Trade Center. And
long there has been a stream of both airport patrons as well as airport employees who have been evacuating from the main terminal area here at Reagan National. Also,
we have a number of fully loaded city buses at the Brooklyn Bridge. Do you want them to transport across to the Manhattan Command Post?
They tell us that they know nothing, that one pilot came in on his normal scheduled arrival and obviously was told that the airport operations were closed down after he landed. Another one was getting ready to go out. He was told, sorry, all flights are canceled. And again, throughout the morning, it's been a very eerie scene here at the airport. Earlier on in the day, that black, thick smoke from the Pentagon wafted over here to the airport terminal just to punctuate the emergency of this whole situation.
We have tens of thousands of points of vulnerability. As Jack McWethy pointed earlier, it's the Pentagon. It's symbols of our national heritage, like the National Archives. It's major utilities, nuclear power plants, targets like ABC News and the networks. The problem is that anticipating all these points of vulnerability in a democratic society and defending them is almost impossible. There's always been this area of vulnerability, and we've always put civil liberties and civil rights before trying to deal with a comprehensive defense. This may change those priorities. It certainly is something short, if not actually at the level, of an act of war.
And Tony, you have seen us this morning, or heard us this morning, go through the ritual of reciting that somebody had claimed responsibility, somebody denied responsibility. The Palestinian Authority in the person of Yasser Arafat was very quick to come along.
All units stand by. Calling Captain Fuentes.
To put as much distance between himself, because he gets blamed for a lot in the Middle East, certainly by the Israelis. Do you have any feel for
calling Captain Fuentes
how complicated an operation this is and who might be able to mount it, or are we just...
Captain Fuentes, come in if you read me.
You're not blowing in the wind at all, Peter. This is so complicated an operation.
Here there was a question of location. The last report we had was the rear of tower number 1 in the collapse zone.
The capability to execute something like this. People talk about bin Laden's group, but it's an umbrella group. It is the elements under it that would have had to do it, not bin Laden himself.
I just got a note here about where media calls should be directed.
All right, Mike Tobin, thank you very much. Yeah, 767 apparently.
Charlie, do you have an exact location where he is? Not Charlie, we've been unable to ascertain that. He says he's buried under rubble in the rear of World Trade Center number 1 on the west side of the building. That's the last contact we had with him.
Meantime, I want to take you down to Britt Hume. Just to repeat, the nation's capital also under attack. A plane slamming into an outside wall of the Pentagon this morning. Britt Hume, our Washington managing editor, is there. Britt?
John, there are police sources that are saying we need to be very careful about this. There are police sources saying that there is a plane coming up the Potomac River at a high rate of speed. This would be consistent with earlier warnings that we'd heard from police sources here in Washington, not from federal government sources or from the military, that an airplane was some distance away and appeared to be headed toward the city. So that is something obviously we will watch with considerable urgency here. This may be a nation at this moment that needs to hear from its government. The Secret Service is not saying exactly where the President of the United States is. We know that he left his event out of town and was headed, we now know not exactly where. We do know this, that there was a conference call this morning, presumably after the President was in the air, that was headed by the Vice President, Condoleezza Rice, other officials, and what is called the Federal Response Plan has been put in place. This was an emergency response plan for a variety of different kinds of disasters, floods, hurricanes, calamities of that kind. It involves 28 federal agencies led by the Justice Department. The Federal Emergency Management Agency coordinates on the president's behalf. Obviously, this is more of a disaster relief type of concern, but a terrorist attack response is part of what they do, and that plan is in place and is underway. Meantime, obviously, we continue to watch the horizon south of Washington to see if anything comes of these reports from police sources. We caution you, these are just police sources. We're not hearing this yet from any other federal source or from any intelligence sources or from the military. So we watch with somewhat bated breath, John.
Hume in Washington. Commerce in America is not exactly going to come to a grinding halt.
By orders of Chief Carruthers, the command post is located at West and Chambers. At West and Chambers. All units then had to go to the command post report to West and Chambers Streets. Okay.
World Trade Center after these two attacks, apparently by hijacked airliners. Also,
I'm getting 4 different chiefs giving me 4 different command posts. I got Park and VZ, Western Chambers, Liberty Command, and Church Street Command. Somebody at the scene has got to help me out and consolidate this and get me the primary command post.
By orders of Chief Carruthers, this is the primary command post at West and Chambers. Okay.
Flight today or something. Don't bother. There will be no planes taking off. Of course, authorities are very nervous that there could be more strikes in the offing, like the kind you just saw. That apparently a hijacked airliner slamming into the second of the World Trade Center towers.
All units be advised, the primary command post for this incident is going to be Western Chambers at this time. Western Chambers is the primary command post as of this time.
Now, from our Washington Bureau. Newt, what's your reaction and what should be America's reaction to these developments?
Well, first of all, I think everyone's reaction has to be that this is a tragedy for the families that are directly involved, the families that were hijacked on those airplanes, the flight attendants, the pilots, the people who have died today in the World Trade Center and the people who have died today in the Pentagon. I think all of us have to reach out in our hearts to them. But beyond that, as a nation, this is a 21st century Pearl Harbor. This is a 21st century kind of war. I think we need to refer to it as an act of war. This was not a random event by a random terrorist. This was a systematic, complex operation of military proportions undertaken cleverly by people who have state support and who only survived.
Car 32, Car 33, both medical officers are in the vehicle. Car 32, okay, we are at the collapse site.
All right, 10-4, you're reported to the command post at Western Chambers.
This is an act of war. This will be more casualties, I believe, than Pearl Harbor. It is at least as horrifying as Pearl Harbor, and it deserves a complete and total American response to ensure that it never happens again.
When you mention the number of casualties, Newt, I'm reminded that roughly 55,000 American servicemen died in Vietnam. There could have been almost that many people in the World Trade Center buildings today. Not that all of them necessarily would be casualties, but clearly we are preparing for a catastrophic loss of life.
This is a terrible event, but it will become even more terrible if it isn't the basis of a deliberate, systematic, and total American response. This reminds us that we're all vulnerable, as you heard.
You were actually working right near the Pentagon. Tell me what you saw.
Well, we were outside. We were in a little construction trailer, and we were sitting having a meeting, and we heard this boom. The building shook, the ceiling tiles fell out of the ceiling, and we ran out. We kind of dazed, grabbed our hard hats, ran out, and there was just smoke. You couldn't get to, we tried to get to where it was to see what it was. You couldn't get there because it was just thick. You couldn't see anything but just smoke. And we were just, it was 2 seconds after it happened, and we just sort of, people were screaming, run, what is it, what is it? So we headed away from the building, not knowing where to go, and there was just confusion everywhere. Then 10 seconds later, people came up and were saying, in security, saying, just get away from the building, we don't know what it is, just get away from it. But as we walked away, as we started getting away, there were people on the road, because we were very close to the exit, and they were saying, oh my God, did you see that? It was an airplane, it was an airplane. Just came, they kept saying it was a big airplane. I kept thinking, I thought maybe it was just from National Airport, an airplane had hit us. 15 minutes later, there was a terrible explosion again, and we just went through the tunnel and away.
What were you being told by security personnel, or were you being told anything?
We weren't being told anything. It was chaotic. People were just running. There was a security guy just saying, screaming to me, run! I said, but where do you want me to go? He said, just get away from the building, because you didn't know where to go. So we were fenced in. We were only about 100 feet away from it. We were fenced in, ran out the only gate there was, and just walked away from it. Well, actually ran away. It was very loud, very crazy, and very smoky.
And I would assume, like a lot of people in this area, you're basically stuck here at this point. All of the roads are shut down. It doesn't look like anybody's being allowed to leave the area.
The cell phones are down. You can't get away. You can't get to your cars. We've been walking ever since the beginning, and we've just walked in circles. I thought we walked 2 miles. You can't use your cell phone, and you really can't go anywhere. So we're stuck here. We don't have any information.
Did you ever think that you would be in a situation like this? I mean, this is the Pentagon. This is a very secure building. It's a building, a symbol for this country. Did you ever imagine in a million years that something like this would happen?
You know, the funny thing, when I came here, I work in a lot of secure buildings, and it was the first question I asked: where is the alert sign? There's always alert sign, and I walk this building all the time. I kept thinking, where's the alert sign? I went in the new wedge, the old wedge. I couldn't find it, so I asked a judge. I asked somebody up with the military uniform, and he said, "Oh, this building's so safe. We don't post that." So I felt very comfortable in here. Where in other buildings I do work, I do keep up with what's going on in the building. So I never.
Yeah, this is Battalion 1-3. We have a busload of firefighters. We want to know if you still want us to respond into Park Row and VC.
People really
negative. You go to Western Chambers coming from the north.
From our vantage point, we didn't get a really good look. What were people doing?
I hate to say it, but I did fall apart when it first happened. I was very frightened. This doesn't happen in America. I guess it does. I was concerned that I was going to die, and I didn't know what to do. People were hurt around me. I didn't know what I was going to do. I felt guilty being here, knowing I know people that are probably still in there. My workers were there. I don't like walking away from it.
We're set up at 250 away if anybody needs us.
It's very chaotic. You don't.
The units are volunteering. You're not helping me out. Stay off the frequency. Other units calling.
I don't think we have to become paranoid. I don't think we have to go into a bunker mentality. But for 8 years, we have said publicly that bin Laden is a major threat to the United States. And yet for 8 years, while we have launched Tomahawk missiles and we've done other things, we haven't taken him as seriously as he has taken us. And all I'm suggesting is that if we don't have a decisive response to convince observers that you cannot kill innocent Americans in peacetime without retaliation of severe proportions, that other groups and other people will decide that the most open society in the world is also the most vulnerable, and they'll exploit those vulnerabilities. I think this is as decisive a moment for our future as Pearl Harbor was, in a different way. As I said earlier, this is a 21st century opponent, not an obvious nation state, but in the Sudan, in Afghanistan, in a number of other places, we know where bin Laden's assets are, and we need to take the risk of going after them.
Newt Gingrich, well spoken, thank you. Let's go to Edie Donahue, who has some information from our newsroom. Edie?
Good morning, John. The target this morning is America, the enemy at this point unknown. But as we were doing our show this morning, Fox and Friends, at the very end of the show, the first airplane crashed into one of the World Trade Center buildings, the North Tower. That apparently was American Airlines number 11 from Boston to LA. It had been hijacked, apparently 92 people on board. Just minutes after that, within 10 minutes or so, the second World Trade Center tower was attacked. That the South Tower, that apparently was a 757, another American Airlines flight, they believe, from Dulles to Los Angeles. Then about 45 minutes later, it was the Pentagon. Moving on down to the Washington, D.C. area, the Pentagon is the next place attacked. As it continues, the South Wall, there's now a 50-foot gaping hole there. Apparently another airplane that was hijacked crashed into the wall that's near the helipad there, and that is where the highest-ranking officials are able to take off in the helicopter. At 10 a.m. then, just about 15 minutes after that, a 757 from United, number 93, crashed about 80 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, and that flight en route from Newark to San Francisco. Area hospitals here in the New York City area are taking in all the wounded from the World Trade Center. As you know, those the towers are 110 stories tall. While we do know that some people were able to get down from the 92nd floor all the way to the ground and managed to escape safely, there have been untold injuries in this and untold deaths. Several area hospitals say they are already booked to capacity. They're asking people in the waiting rooms to start donating blood immediately because there is a desperate need for it right now. At this point, nationwide, all U.S. commercial planes have been grounded. The planes that were already in the air were instructed to land at the nearest airport. Incoming international flights were diverted to Canada, and even Canada now, some airports in Canada supposedly have been closed. As you know, the president left Sarasota, and he is trying to get control of the situation, but it is changing rapidly. We'll continue updating you on the latest. John, back to you.
All right, Edie Donahue in our newsroom, and we should note that the Secret Service is not confirming the president's location. He is okay. He's aboard Air Force One, but exactly where he is, the Secret Service will not say. David Schuster is at the Pentagon, where there was that strike by that third aircraft earlier today. David, what's the latest?
John, we can now report that the fire here at the Pentagon. For New York, yes, as you know, this is one of the most densely constructed pieces of real estate in the world, and when the Twin Towers collapsed, it appears that they ignited fires on surrounding buildings. I'm seeing a huge amount of smoke. Just about 15 minutes ago, there was a phalanx of firemen, I would say probably about 50 firemen, moving deliberately into this black cloud of smoke. They disappeared completely into it. Then about 5 minutes ago, there was quite a bit of activity as a number of police officers started moving back individuals as well as firemen who were with their fire trucks away. So they moved the line of demarcation back away from that area. And I can see at least 2 buildings look to be partially involved. Just from my vantage point, I'm about 4 blocks away from where the Twin Towers.
I want to find you to 80, one of the boxes down there.
Before the second
you sent us to 130 Fulton Street, 139 Fulton Street. We operated from there after the secondary collapse.
I want to assign you to the box.
Giuliani walked right past me.
You don't want us to operate?
You're telling me you're operating, is that correct?
10-4.
You say operating.
That region, and then just moments later was when the collapse happened. There was a complete cessation of ambulances and any kind of emergency traffic in this area for about 5 minutes, and then slowly I saw 1 or 2 ambulances trickling out of this incredible cloud of dust with debris on top of them. Some of them had broken windshields. There was a police car that came by that looked like the top had been almost completely stove in, and that's one of the most disconcerting aspects this morning has been on this avenue that has been opened up, Church Street.
And we're receiving reports that the units that we have staged at the Brooklyn Bridge, that they're to be redirected over the Manhattan Bridge for Manhattan access. Would you confirm that?
Or whether they moved away.
5 Charlie through ladder 8-3. They request to use the Manhattan Bridge.
Do you want us to redirect all our units and stage them at the base of the Manhattan Bridge at this time?
Don, let me ask you this.
Hey, now, Lloyd, I want to confirm that this is indeed coming from a reliable source.
That's why I'm holding up. As soon as I hear from you, we'll redirect. I will not do it until then.
The first aircraft attack on one tower and then the second one, how many people managed to get out of that place before they collapsed? Have you any idea? Would you see a large number, small
I saw a river of people at first running when the first attack happened. There were screams. A lot of people were looking up in shock. And then about, I would say, a minute and a half later, there was a steady stream of people moving from closer to that area, running up the streets. Then, of course, as I guess is human nature, a lot of people stopped, feeling that they were maybe far enough away that it was safe, started looking up, talking, pointing, and then the second plane hit. And that, again, caused another stream of panic. As the police started to respond and started to try to clear the streets, there was a very calm, organized southern part.
Listen, we got a report at 114 Trinity Place. We have people trapped in the building reporting a heavy smoke condition. We believe that this is probably from the collapse. However, if somebody can break free at some point, 114 Trinity Place.
The second tower hit, but the first tower to collapse.
In Logan Airport, where at least 2, perhaps 3 of the planes involved began their day, officials now are meeting with reporters, and we can pick that up live.
That we've had various reports on.
What do you think of this?
To call these following numbers. American Airlines, 800 245
Did you see it collapse?
0999.
Just went.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, it looked like.
Secondly, family members can call a Massport number.
Yeah, it looked like, you know, you see in the movies when they demolish a building. That's how it went down.
568-3100. We've also urging people not to come to the airport at this point in time.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We've increased the shuttle buses from the terminals to the MBTA Blue Line stop, and the MBTA has increased the frequency of subway transportation. We are in close communication with the FAA, the FBI, State Police, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and that's all I have right now.
What flights reports are?
The flights, I cannot confirm or deny any flight numbers because I have not received official notification on any flight numbers.
Everybody who's got a flight.
Okay, I do believe several of the media outlets are broadcasting several flight numbers. I believe they'll broadcast flight number 11, American Airlines.
They're shooting. I'm serious. It's like they should have saw me running.
I don't know at this point in time.
I told you
Do not confirm that.
At the airport accounted all outbound flights.
That's outside of the scope of the airport's responsibility. We're leaving it up to the FAA to conduct that activity.
What is the code? Joe, what is the code for enough?
And that got hit at the same time. That, I don't know what that means. Doesn't mean have any connotation here at Logan Airport.
What are the planes that are flying in here? Are they being rerouted somewhere else?
Aircraft were flying into Logan Airport. We did take some arrivals, but now since the airport is shut down, these flights will be diverted to Canada. You're trying to figure like this: if the U.S. going around helping everybody, in other words, not minding their own. Remove them from another area, yes. They're being directed to seek either public transportation or their own transportation out of the airport. Leaving the airport? No.
How long do you anticipate the airport to be closed?
It's indefinite this time. We'll be meeting with the FAA. We'll be conducting an analysis of our intelligence that we have. We'll make a determination later on this afternoon. I can just tell you briefly, we have shut down security checkpoints. We've moved everyone away from the boarding gate areas. We've increased police presence dramatically. We've requested additional state police be sent to the airport. And we've shut down some construction activities around the airport. I can't confirm or deny that right now.
Is there anything unusual about this boarding?
They detonated on themselves. And then
I don't have any reports that would say the same.
Are you investigating breaches of security? How are you getting to the bottom of this hijack?
I can tell you we have an ongoing investigation right now. Just an initial investigation being conducted with Massport, the Massachusetts State Police, and the FBI.
What can you tell us? What can you tell us? 175, which is on it right now.
I don't have any, can't confirm or anything or deny anything on that particular flight. No, they have not.
Joe, did Flight 11 leave on time? Were there any delays? And was there any conversation between the pilot and the tower that seemed unusual?
Flight number 11 left at 7:59. I believe it was on time. And everything went as scheduled when it left Logan Airport.
How many people were on board?
I don't have a passenger count right now.
Are you aware of any communication from the pilot?
No, I'm not.
What is flight path to LA normally is taking it south towards New York?
I can't answer that. I don't have any information on that flight path.
When did the radar knew the tower here that there was something wrong?
Again, I don't have that specific information.
You know what time?
I don't know.
You know what time this United flight left?
I have no information on the United flight right
How
now.
unusual would it be for New York that we're heading to?
Again, I'm not familiar with the particular flight patterns they may have filed.
Was it a non-stop flight to Los Angeles?
I believe it was.
What time, sir, were the flights stopped and loading? What time? What time was the airport shut down?
Well, we shut the airport down to arriving flights somewhere around 9:15, and departing flights shortly after that.
What happened to the flights that were in the air?
They were diverted to other airports.
How long will the airport be down? How long?
Again, we're going to assess all the measures that we've taken. We want to, obviously, the safety and security of anyone who works here at the airport, any of our passengers, is a top priority.
Do you have a lot of baggage that isn't anybody flown?
That's Joe Lawless, part of the security effort at Boston's Logan Airport. A number of the planes that have been involved in this extraordinarily horrendous event today began their day in Boston. The Boston airport, like airports now across the entire country, is closed. Every airport in the country closed. International flights, as you heard Mr. Lawless say, being sent to Canada as they approach the United States. These are scenes. These are. This is tape from the ground, and obviously this is unedited tape, so kind of bear with us. It's a little raw at this point, but this was on the ground at the around the trade center here in New York as the events began unfolding. And as you can see there, you can see that huge hole in the building of the trade center, both buildings standing at the time. You can see that where the plane, it almost looks like it came through the entire building.
And Aaron, we should remember what Wesley Clark told Judy Woodruff a couple of minutes ago about how much U.S. authorities have been worried about such an attack, how hard they've worked to try to fight it, how something may have gone wrong. And I believe we have on the phone right now someone who, both in fact and fiction, has dealt with justice, and that's author Tom Clancy.
Mr. Clancy, this is, I guess, a terrible case of life imitating art.
I suppose you could say that. It's a noteworthy incident. I mean, it's not the sort of thing it's the sort of thing that's best left in a novel rather than in real life. Unfortunately, one of the problems with being an author is keeping up with reality.
But Mr. Clancy, you also are very well plugged into this world. From your own knowledge, how concerned have the authorities been that something of this scale could possibly hit on American soil?
It's Jeff Greenfield, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, Jeff, you've been here to the house. I mean, it's. I had a conversation some years ago with an Air Force general about the possibility rather like this. And I ended up putting in one of my books where...
Division 3 to Manhattan. We need to put a call out over the air. We need to know where the FEMA tools and equipment are located at. We're getting two different locations, Page Avenue and Roosevelt Island. We need a confirmation of where the tools are at. Can you contact SOC? We can't use cell phones, and we're having a hard time getting through to them, okay?
To my knowledge, nobody in my office has looked at this, but I promise you Monday morning they will be. Presumably they've been, they've considered this possibility for some time. The big problem is a person who's willing to lose his own life in voluntarily in a terrorist incident. The people like that are fairly rare, because self-preservation is indeed the first law of nature, and not too many people are willing to throw their lives away, and those who do it generally do it for religious reasons because they think there's something good waiting for them on the other side of death. In a case like this, that's going to lean people towards talking about, Islamic fanatics. But we need to remember that, Islam is a religion, and it's a religion with beliefs and not terribly different from Judaism or Christianity. Or they believe in a God of love and justice the same as we do, and they're not all maniacs. And religious tolerance is one of the principles of our country. We need to hold on to that principle very tightly right now, because it's the principles you hold on to when things are tough that really count.
Fair point.
This was an act by a small number of madmen, and madmen don't characterize any part of humanity.
It's only been 3 hours, almost to the minute, since this actually happened.
We could actually see debris from one of the planes on the street.
Fighter aircraft.
Federal authorities.
HGTV's exciting hour of appraisals and antiques continues. Coming up next at the auction.
A new type of war. That's what it is.
Today, like the National Terrorist Day or something that we missed out on?
Obviously, this is a day we won't forget for a long time.
September 11th, 2001.